Good evening. Hi there. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Edina City Council. My name is Jennifer Bennerat. I'm the city's, let me turn it up. Okay, let's try that again. Hi, my name is Jennifer Bennerat. I'm the city's Communications and Marketing Director. I help oversee the audio and visual presentations during the meeting. First of all, if you've not already done so, please turn off your cell phones and pagers. It's especially important that they be turned off and not just silenced, as they will interfere with our wireless microphones and other equipment. If you did not pick up a copy of the agenda, they are outside the glass doors on the small wooden podium to my right. If you're here tonight to address the City Council, you may do so during public hearings after the mayor has asked for public testimony. You'll be given 3 minutes to speak. Please stand at one of the two side podiums, this one here or this one here. Stand only where I am if you have audio or visual materials to present. At that time, I'll give you a wireless microphone like the one I'm using. Before beginning your remarks, please clearly state your full name and address, including apartment or suite number if applicable. After you've given your full name and address, the green light at your podium will turn on, signaling the start of your 3 minutes to speak. When you have 30 seconds remaining, the yellow light will turn on. And of course, when your time is ended, the red light will turn on. You should conclude your remarks and take your seats. If you're here to address the council regarding an item that's not on the agenda, you may do so during the community comment portion of the agenda. If at any time tonight you have difficulty hearing, please signal me or another member of the staff. We'll provide you with what's called a listen device. It simply slips over your ear and amplifies what our microphones are picking up. As a final reminder, I'd like to point out that the only thing separating this room from the lobby is this sheet of glass. So if you don't intend to stay for the whole meeting, please keep that in mind as you leave. We can pick up your conversations with our microphones when you're in the lobby, so please keep your conversations as quiet as possible, or take them closer to the police department side. From outside in the lobby, you will be able to hear and see everything going on in this room from speakers and monitors in the lobby. With that, does anyone have any questions before we begin? Excellent, thank you, and enjoy the meeting.
I rang the buzzer, Jennifer, so I don't know if that's, are you okay? Are you okay? All right. So, you're ready to go? Okay, very good. All right, we've got a green light, everybody, if you notice that up on the podium. And well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the January 18, 2011 meeting of the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority and the Edina City Council. Roll call, please, Ms. Mangan.
Member Bennett.
Here.
Member Brindle.
Here.
Member Sprague.
Here.
Member Swenson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. For those of you in the audience, if you happen to have an opportunity to look at the agenda, there are certain items marked with an asterisk. Those will be handled on a single motion basis as consent agenda items. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Hearing nothing, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved and seconded, we approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. We have one piece of Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority business that will just take a moment, and I'm going to ask Darcy Winter, representative of Jerry's, to come forward. As I understand it, in an you should probably go to the side, Darcy. That'll pick you up the best. The item 2, the restated easement and parking ramp agreement as proposed between the City of Edina and Jerry's Enterprises, Inc. You'd like to table that matter for the time being?
Yes, please.
All right. Would you identify yourself to your full name and address?
My name is Darcy Winter. My address is 5112 Indianola Avenue, Edina, Minnesota. I'm the representative for Jerry's Enterprises. My company is D.E. Winter and Associates, and I represent Jerry's, and they've asked me to table this item. After request tabling of the item.
Very good. We'll set it over to a date to be agreed upon.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Winter. All right. We're going to move into the City Council agenda, and we have a series of public hearings this evening with regard to some street reconstruction, proposed street reconstruction improvements. And the first matter before us will be the Minnehaha Woods Street Reconstruction Improvement, BA 334. Resolution 2011-14. Director Boole.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to introduce Paul Pasco with the engineering firm of Short Hendrickson. They'll be giving the presentation this evening. I believe it is loaded up. Paul, if I can help you.
Welcome, Mr. Pasco.
Thank you.
My name is Paul Pasco. I'm with SEH. Our address is 10901 Red Circle Drive, Minnetonka, Minnesota. And I'm the project manager on the Minnehaha Woods project. Tonight, we're going to provide you a brief summary of the feasibility study for the subject project. And let's get right into it. The project area is defined by 54th Street on the north, by Wooddale Avenue on the west, by 56th Street and Kellogg Place on the south, and by Minnehaha Creek on the east. The project was initiated by the city's engineering and utility departments to update an aging street infrastructure. And flying right into existing conditions, the streets were constructed between the early 1940s and the early 1960s. Approximately 18% of the neighborhood has existing curb and gutter. The existing street width varies from 24 to 30 feet, and the subgrade soils are predominantly a silty sand or a lean clay soil. Those subgrade conditions led to the two photos that you see up on the screen. The first one is, or the one on the right is Park Place. The one on the left is Kellogg at 55th. And in these photographs, you'll notice distresses in the street pavements, alligator cracking, some potholes. You'll also notice where city maintenance crews have done some pavement maintenance to try and repair those distresses and make the streets last a bit longer. This slide indicates the existing paths of stormwater runoff that falls on the neighborhood. And you'll notice first off that there's no storm sewer interior to the project area. Instead, there's storm sewer pipes in 54th Street to the north and on 56th Street to the south, but nothing along 55th. Runoff that falls on the project drains instead using the edge of street grades, and there is a gentle ridge that runs through the neighborhood parallel to 54th Street, about mid-block between 54th and 55th. Runoff that falls north of that ridge line goes to 54th Street. Runoff south of it makes its way along the edge of the street through the intersections with 55th on down to 56th Street and into the existing storm sewer that's in 56th. In both cases, the runoff ultimately arrives at Minnehaha Creek. The blue blobs, for lack of a better word, are reports of pooling stormwater runoff that occurs from the different storm events. And the red S's that you see are the locations of sump pumps that property owners have reported to us via the questionnaires. And there's about 83 of them operating in the neighborhood to deal with groundwater flow conditions. This slide summarizes the infrastructure, the utility infrastructure under the street. And a few things I want to point out is that first, the water main, the existing water main is a 6-inch, the existing trunk water main pipe is a 6-inch pipe, and it's made out of a cast iron pipe. And the sanitary sewer is a 9-inch diameter clay pipe, and it's located under the center of the street, whereas the water main is located under about the east quarter crown of the road. The rest of the slide deals with private utility ownership, which we'll get into in just a minute. In the matter of the trunk sanitary sewer, the condition of the pipe reflects that we've got settlements occurring along as well as cracked pipes, both of which are allowing some root intrusions and subsequently inflow and infiltration coming into that pipe. This slide explains the story of the existing trunk water main pipe. There's been 48 trunk water main and service pipe repairs since 1989, and the incidence of the blue dots is one of those repairs. And you'll notice that the repairs tend to favor the older streets at the west end of the project. Now let's go back to the private service pipes that come off of the trunk water main and the trunk sanitary sewer. In the matter of the water service pipe, the city owns the water service pipe from the trunk water main through and including the curb stop box. Whereas on the sanitary sewer service pipe, the property owner owns the entire service pipe from the trunk pipe back to the house. In both cases, the existing service pipe is about the same age. Well, in the case of the sanitary, the service pipe is about the same age as that trunk pipe and therefore in about the same condition. We would expect that the service pipe has cracks, it has offset joints, it has root intrusions, also contributing to I&I. In the case of the water service pipe, when they were initially put in,
I should back up a second.
Yes.
Let's go and explain for the folks what I&I is.
Sure. I&I is inflow and infiltration, and it is the introduction of clear water, stormwater runoff or groundwater, into the trunk sanitary sewer pipe, which then goes down that trunk sanitary sewer pipe and ends up being treated in the water treatment plants before being discharged into rivers and streams. And the city pays for the treatment of that pipe, or of that clear water, so it's rather a wasted effort. So the cities have been trying to limit and mitigate the amount of that clear water that gets into the trunk sanitary sewer pipe.
Are
Yes,
we also
Councilman.
mandated to limit the amount by the council?
You are. I'm not sure of what the limits are on that, Wayne, but yes, you are mandated.
Are we being surcharged now for the excess in I&I?
The Met Council does have a surcharge program. We've been able to prove that we've done enough improvements to our system that we've avoided the surcharges up till this point.
All right, good, thanks.
You're welcome. In the matter of the water service pipe was originally installed as a lead pipe. In the 1970s, the city had a program that replaced that lead pipe with copper pipe. Moving on to the private utilities that are in the right-of-ways or in the neighborhood, the gas main is steel pipe as well as its service pipes, and the private utilities such as electric, telephone, cable, and cable television are all overhead and usually in the backyards. Moving on to proposed improvements, the project proposes to improve the streets. The streets would maintain approximately their same width. However, we talked about the distresses in the streets in the existing condition, that those distresses have primarily been caused by a very thin pavement section. So while the street would remain about the same width, the thickness of the street section would be upgraded to reflect the city standard. There would be a barrier concrete curb and gutter added along all of the streets, very similar to those that are shown in the photographs here. There would be concrete driveway aprons installed. No sidewalks are proposed with this project. Proposed improvements from the utility side. We're proposing to extend storm sewer up into the center of the project along 55th Street, install some pump drain pipe that would address the groundwater flow issues. This would be a drain pipe system that would be designed to collect the discharge from some pumps from those 83 some odd homes. Rather than discharging it into a street or discharging it into a neighbor's yard, it could get into this pipe, which is ultimately connected to the storm sewer, which would ultimately make its way to Minnehaha Creek. We would be replacing all of the trunk water main pipe that's present via pipe bursting method. We would be replacing all of the water service pipe up to and including the curb stop box, as well as the hydrants, and that is being proposed to be done by an open cut method. We would be replacing all of the trunk sanitary sewer pipe via a trenchless method called cured in place pipelining. We understand that CenterPoint Energy will replace all of their trunk gas main and gas service pipe with a plastic pipe and get rid of the steel. We're not proposing any street light upgrades. And you'll notice that with this list, the only utility that would remain under the new street would be the faulty sanitary sewer service pipes. The city staff is uncomfortable with that condition and recommends that that pipe be upgraded as well within the city right-of-way. So we would get the faulty pipe out from under that brand new street and replace it. Preliminary project costs. We've divided into two columns, that which the city would be responsible for and that which we're proposing the residents be responsible through special assessment. In the city column, the replacement of the sanitary sewer trunk pipe, the pipe lining, about $175,000. The replacement of the water main trunk pipe and service pipe up to and including that curb stop box, about $2.2 million. And then the extension of the storm sewer network, including the cost of the curb and gutter, about $1.1 million. On the resident side, the replacement of that sanitary sewer service pipe in the right-of-way, approximately $861,000. And then the cost of street reconstruction itself, excluding the cost of the curb and gutter, about $2.3 million, for a total estimated cost of $6.6 million. These costs are represented in 2011 dollars. And let's move on and look at that resident column a little closer detail. The resident share would be paid for, is proposed to be paid for by special assessment. This is a preliminary estimate of what the assessment might be per REU. The cost to replace that sanitary sewer service pipe is estimated at $4,500 per REU. The cost to reconstruct the streets is estimated at $11,800 per REU, for a total estimated cost of $16,300 per REU. Now, let me drop back to the sanitary sewer service pipe replacement. If a property owner, the city is offering that if a property owner is either can prove that they've repaired that sanitary sewer service pipe in the right-of-way in the last 15 years, or if they go out and hire their own contractor and get that repair done before the city's contractor would show up to do the same work, that $4,500 would be waived. In which case, then the cost per REU for that particular homeowner would be the $11,800. This graphic is simply a summary of the assessments. It shows that there, in green, that there are 191 properties that would receive a full assessment per REU of $16,300, whereas in purple, down here along 56th Street, there are 3 properties that would receive a 1/3 assessment, or $3,933 per REU. I know it's a little difficult to see, but in gray, here at the intersection of 56th and Brookview, and then along Wooddale, there are a few parcels in the project limit that would receive no assessment because they've been assessed with a prior project. Anticipated schedule, here we are tonight on January 18th, the public hearing. Back on September 20th, the city did host an open house meeting, and that dealt with all of the city projects, both this year and for next year. Then on December 9th, there was an informational meeting which fine-tuned what the property owners were invited to hear at the open house meeting, tailored specifically to Minnehaha Woods. If it be the council's pleasure to accept the feasibility study tonight and order the preparation of bid documents, we anticipate a bid opening in March of 2011, followed potentially by an award of contract in April of 2011. The contractor would show up and get to work in May of 2011. The construction would be completed in the fall of 2011 with a final assessment hearing in 2012. I want to add that if the council were to accept the study tonight and order the preparation of bid documents, we would begin further coordination with CenterPoint Energy. CenterPoint Energy may show up to start their work ahead of the city's contractor beginning in May, such that we can get a section of the project completed for gas work so that the street contractor, the city's contractor, has someplace to work when they do show up in May. Thank you.
All right, questions for Mr. Pasco? Member Brindle.
I do. Looking at this from the viewpoint of Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, looking at some of the mitigation efforts that can happen. Curb and gutter throughout the area. Are there any plans for curb cuts to rain gardens along that area? And the rain gardens then would act as buffers. The advantage of curbs, which we know are to keep the snowplow in the street and keep the sod up in the yard, so that the plows and people parking in front of your home, for example, aren't parking on your grass. One of the challenges that a curb creates is that it concentrates the pollutants, the heavy metals, the sand, the salt, and sends it down the storm sewer. So I'm looking for mitigation efforts in this area that's so close to the creek. Of a rain garden. On page 8, for example, there is mention of a water treatment manhole. I want to know, is that a new feature that's being added as part of this street reconstruction?
Thank you. Wayne, as you know, this engineer has a lot of opinions on the matter, but I'm wondering if I should defer to you first before answering the question.
What you're referring to on page 8 actually is a treatment structure, and that's what we would be proposing on this project itself. Rain gardens, I still have asked the question on coming off of roadways, what do you do with the heavy metals? Can you concentrate it into a treatment structure that you can clean out in the future, or do you want to put that in somebody's front boulevard that who knows if they're going to maintain a rain garden or the low point over the years. So that's from my perspective. I still need some more information, more details on rain gardens coming off of roadways themselves, coming off of roofs, other areas that do not have as many contaminants as a roadway does. And if you have it within the public means that you can actually maintain it, then I would say, yeah, rain gardens are an excellent choice. In this case, we've been adding these treatment structures. When we did the Country Club project, if you recall, we've added treatment structures. Richmond Drive, the Richmond area, we've added treatment structures. Todd Park area, we've added treatment structures. So we've been are pretty consistent about adding treatment structures, and the Watershed District, Minnehaha in particular, does like treatment structures, and have commented to us publicly that they like the way that we're going about adding treatment structures into different neighborhoods. The nice thing about it is that we go out, we clean them once to twice a year, depending on how much debris that we catch in those treatment structures. That's what what we call the vac-all truck, which is one of the largest pieces of equipment that we have that has a big hose that goes over the front. So that, I don't know if I've answered your question, but we do plan on putting a treatment structure in.
Well, and the Watershed District has grant dollars available when projects like this employ mitigation efforts such as this. Are there grant dollars available for this project that would lower the assessment? Any grant dollars that you'd use for stormwater would pay for stormwater improvements, which comes out of our stormwater fund and is not assessed back to the residents. So to answer the question, no, it would not lower the assessments if we were to get grant dollars for stormwater projects. But it could lower the cost of the project if we got a grant for that?
It could, but if you look at the project map, there really isn't a location. In fact, it's really tight quarters down by the 56th Street Bridge where most of this water comes to put a rain garden. We did put a rain garden in right off of the canoe landing on 54th Street. If you recall, a number of years ago, that was just a paved over area, and we reduced down the pavement, put in parking bays, and put a rain garden. We actually did get a grant, about $14,000, to put the actual canoe landing in, which helped offset that project.
Member Sprague, are you done? For the now, at least?
Mr. Houle, I just want to clarify, do I hear you saying that the individual rain gardens, a policy that would encourage these to be incorporated into the public improvement projects is still under study and advisement, and we haven't made a definitive decision yet as to how we will incorporate those? But in the interim that we're using these centralized treatment structures?
Yes, Councilmember Sprague and Council, right now there isn't a study, to my knowledge, from my staff being done on rain gardens itself in the city. We haven't had a past practice to install rain gardens on projects to individual homeowners to install in their boulevard areas itself. Not saying that won't occur in the future. I think it's probably something that needs to be looked at and come to a conclusion on. But this particular project doesn't include any rain gardens, nor is encourages people to install rain gardens in their boulevard areas.
Member Swenson.
This is a neighborhood where we had some young mothers come in front of us a few months ago talking about safety. I think they wanted a stop sign. Is it not? Within a block of this? Yeah. And at that time, I remember, Mr. Mayor, you suggested that they band together and request a sidewalk, at least along part of this, maybe to get to Wooddale where there is an existing sidewalk. Now, has anyone come forward to you with that request at all from any of the people in the neighborhood?
When we asked the question, and actually there was a survey that went out, or questionnaire that went out on sidewalks, and that did not come up, and nor did in our informational meeting that we hosted. That, to my knowledge, did not come up either as one of the. In fact, I think in the back of today's packet, we do have the answers to the questions that was in the back of the feasibility packet, and that was not included in there.
You included in my packet, along with everyone else, our current sidewalk plan for the future. And I noticed that this neighborhood really doesn't have any additional sidewalks, along with the few that go along Woodcrest. So is there nothing else planned unless it's neighborhood initiated?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Just back quickly on that treatment structure issue. I take it both the watershed districts that encompass Edina have approved that methodology of dealing with some of these contaminants and runoff?
Yeah, actually, Mr. Mayor and Council, the watershed doesn't actually require any additional treatment because we're not increasing the impervious pavements or the impervious pavements to this area here. So we're actually doing that as part of what we feel is our responsibility to do as much as we can in tight quarters of adding those treatment structures. If you recall, a number of years ago, as we started out all these projects, wherever we can, we've tried to reduce pavement, and we've actually reduced probably over over 5 acres, somewhere 5 acres of pavement. Actually, no, it was a half an acre over 5 years is what it was, and which is a lot of pavement when you look at that as a reduction. So that actually helps out the stormwater and the quality issue itself.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Pascal, I got a question for you. You were a consultant, as I recall, up in the Country Club District when we did that big project that lasted 2 years up there. This is the most significant assessment that's been proposed that we've seen since the Country Club District. And it looks like there's a lot of work to do down there. Some of it would be, a substantial portion of it would be paid by all the taxpayers of Edina to work on the substructure elements, sanitary sewer, stormwater, water lines in the neighborhood. But when I hear about the 11,800 on the street improvement, that sounds like that's a number we've been hearing, and that's not insignificant. But then when you add the potential component of the sewer pipe, doing that work at 4,500, I'm wondering if you could comment on what the neighbors found to be the best strategy up in the Country Club District to minimize that cost, assuming that they hadn't repaired or replaced that line within the past 15 years.
Certainly. The city made available to the Country Club property owners, just like we have here in Minnehaha Woods, a plumber's questionnaire that city staff compiled by polling licensed plumbers in the city of Edina. That list was made available to the property owners of the Country Club, and what we found was that the property owners, many of them, called the plumbers, and they were getting 2, 3, 4 quotes from the plumbing companies to just reconstruct that portion of the pipe in the right of way. The plumbers responded back with, well, yes, we could do just that work, but it's actually more economical for us to repair that service pipe all the way back to your house, because then we don't have to necessarily dig a pit in your yard. We could access things through the cleanouts in your home or a small hole in your basement floor. So we were finding that the property owners were actually getting a better deal to repair the service pipe completely from their house to the trunk pipe in the street than they would have paid for the city's contractor to come in and repair that small piece between the trunk pipe and the right-of-way line. We also had heard that many of the property owners were banding together, and they were approaching plumbing companies as a block and saying, how about it? What kind of price can we get? And that there was volume pricing going on that might have driven the prices down as well. Those were the two predominant strategies that we saw, getting a lot of quotes or trying to band together.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, on that note, I've talked to some of the residents in this neighborhood, and we're willing to host a meeting on our public works and bring in plumbers to explain exactly what the different technologies are. I think that's one thing that is lacking, is that the educational component of the sewer replacement. And if you were to go forward with the project tonight, we would have a meeting within the next week and a half with the residents and offer them to show them exactly what the replacement is, what the different techniques are, if it's a lining or digging up the service or pushing a new pipe in there. But I think we need to offer that if you go forward with the project tonight.
All right. Member Sprague and Member Bennett.
But just to clarify that, whether it's block purchasing or individual purchasing, that would have to happen in cash before the actual project.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Member Bennett.
Thank you. I'd like to return, if I might, to the question about rain gardens. And Mr. Pasco, you stated you have an opinion. I don't wish to put you on the spot, but this is something that I've been hearing about now for a couple of years. I was at a sustainability conference with public officials from different west suburban communities, and both the city of Bloomington and the city of Crystal reported that this is something that they are using. And this fall, following a workshop here at City Hall that was jointly sponsored by Minnehaha Creek Watershed and 9 Mile Creek Watershed District, now new member Sprague and I went on a field trip to Bloomington to see some of the installations that had been done there. Their experience is, of course, more recent, and time will, I'm sure, tell some results, but right now they're happy with the product. Can you tell me, please, what your experience has been with them? In what communities, if any, have you used them, and what kind of timeline have you been looking at?
Certainly. You mentioned City of Crystal. We've been working on street reconstruction in the City of Crystal since 1992. We've been involved in the development of their rain garden procedure and the installation. How it's typically done in the City of Crystal is during the very first neighborhood meetings, the city staff approaches the residents and asks who would be interested in a rain garden. Once they get a feel for how many properties might be interested, the city staff sits down and plots the location of them, and if a property happens to be on top of a hill, that's not going to work. So topography does play into whether or not it's feasible. Then information, we have another meeting, and at that more fine-tuned meeting, there will be information available about what does it take to care for a rain garden. Then if they're still interested, once we go to bid document preparation, their property is slated for a rain garden, a curb cut is entertained in front of that house. There's a couple of different templates that will apply depending on the shape of the right-of-way in front of that particular home. The street reconstruction contractor, the city's contractor, makes the depression in the ground in the boulevard. They will place the engineered topsoil to grading grade. Then the following spring, the city's contractor supplies flats of flowers, and in the case of Crystal, they have a planting day where the people that were interested in that rain garden come and they pick up their plants. They have a few styles to choose from. SCH has a landscape architect that's wandering around on that particular Saturday offering planting advice. Once those plants are in the ground, it is the property owner's responsibility to clean out that rain garden, to maintain those plants. If they all die, that is their issue. It's not the city's issue. That's explained quite clearly to the property owner. I believe to this day, the City of Crystal does not have an ordinance that governs what would be by many considered a ditch in their urban street section. That's the case of the City of Crystal. City of Eden Prairie has been approached about rain gardens on their public projects, and it's something that Eden Prairie has not moved towards. Burnsville, you've already spoken to. They were one of the first to go. Likewise, we're seeing them in the city of Maplewood. And in both of those instances, I understand, and this is this engineer's opinion, maintenance continues to be an issue. Some homeowners take good care of it, some do not. It depends how green a thumb they have, how committed they are to the rain garden. It's been widely varying results, council member, as to the quality of it 2 years down the road.
And that is Bloomington again?
That would be the case in Bloomington, Crystal, Maplewood, that it is varying degrees of maintenance. Some are grown over, some have turned to dirt. That's been pretty uniform across the board.
Okay.
And again, this is this engineer's opinion, but I believe it's difficult for a council to come up with an ordinance that forces a homeowner to take care of such a thing. It's not a popular thing. And then what happens when the house changes ownership? Will that maintenance transfer into the next owner? Just because property owner today wanted it doesn't mean property owner tomorrow does. We've also heard of some instances where the property owner, the owner thinks it's a selling point, but the buyer does not, and it's worked against the property owner. So it's with widely varying results. If you're a gardener, it seems like a great deal. If you're not, it seems like perhaps an albatross.
Good. A couple other questions I think we should deal with that we typically hear when we've been going through the city and methodically redoing an infrastructure because it's an important and a vital thing to do. We often hear questions, Director Houle, about what happens with pet containment systems, what happens with sprinkler systems, what happens with, how do I have access during construction, what about potential damage to trees, and then also the financing question. How do I, if you decide to go forward with it as a city, how do we get this, how do I pay for it?
Mr. Mayor and Council, a couple of years ago, we started a process where we invited people in that what we call our open houses, and we actually put together, with the help of Jennifer's team, video on roadway reconstruction, and actually can be accessed on the website. And part of the open house that we would do is call in people 2 years out, and we'd start educating. Because a lot of times people would say, we didn't hear about this. You need to notify us. With the financing is a big issue, but some of these other issues of pet containment and those things came up too. So through all those open houses, that by this time they should have gone through 2 open houses, at least 1 informational meeting, and our phones and our emails, voicemails, all that is all open to the folks. But through all that, we've tried to educate people that says that any pet containment systems, sprinkler systems, if we disturb it, we'll cover it with the project. This last year, we started something different in the Pamela Park neighborhood, where we asked people, tell us what sprinkler systems you have at your property. We'll include it in the bid price. And what happened is that we were getting real favorable bids, because up to that point, the sprinkler contractors figured out that we were going to be covering the cost of sprinklers without really going out to bid because we're using the homeowner sprinkler repair people. So this year we've adopted internally to ask on the questionnaires, do you have a sprinkler system? Now is the time to tell us if you want to get reimbursed if we disturb it. And that way we can, if you go forward with the project, we can bid those systems out. Pet containment systems are a little bit easier. It's a lot of times just splicing the wires together. If the pet containment system is not put in the correct location, meaning that it needs to be at least 5 to 10 feet away from the edge of the pavement for our city code, we'll recommend that they move it at that time also on their dime. The financing, once you go forward with the project, or if you go forward with the project and we construct the project this next summer, we'll actually spend another year basically to wrap up all the paperwork, do warranty work and such, or first year warranty work. And the following fall, we'll do the final assessment hearing. At that time is when the monies will be, or the assessments will be levied on the project. there's 4 different ways to essentially pay back the assessment. One is to pay it in full and just write out a check to the city by the November 30th date, I believe it is. And then the other one would be to pay a partial 25% or more, let the rest of it go to be payable with your taxes or your tax statement, or else let it all go to be payable for your tax statement, and that's spread out over 10 years. Tonight, you don't actually set any assessment hearing or interest rates at the final assessment hearing. You will be setting a final assessment rate. The 4th way to pay for it is if you have some type of a hardship, over 65 years of age with a certain income level or other type of a hardship, is that you could defer for the assessment for any period of time.
Member Swenson.
Does hardship only come into play if one of the people in the house is 65 or older?
Correct, I believe it is.
And
But there is an income level also that goes along with
Yes.
that.
we did a lot of work in Country Club in close proximity to some really mature trees, and some folks down in this neighborhood may have some mature trees that they worry about.
Yep.
What would be your comment with regard to protecting the trees from damage?
Part of the Country Club project, and I was using the Country Club project as an example at the informational meeting, and I don't like to compare neighborhood against neighborhood, but the infrastructure is so similar, is that we would adopt, or we've adopted on our specifications that we created in the Country Club project, a tree protection plan. So what essentially it is we tell the contractors that are bidding on the projects, you must protect the trees. However, if you do damage the trees, there is a sliding scale depending upon the severity of the damage to that tree or the root system. Those monies that we collect in penalties actually goes back to that homeowner, since the homeowner is responsible for the tree per the city policy.
Okay. All right. Member Sprague.
Thank you, Mayor. Circling back to the point about the boulevards and also the driveway aprons. I think you're doing hearings 2 years in advance of the project, letting people know in advance that where the right-of-way is for the city, and anything within that, whether it's the apron or landscaping, will not be replaced. They'll get either sod or minimum pavement. But is there an opportunity to get the word out in a broader way? I mean, I'm looking at, in this neighborhood, 68 people out of its 219, or 68 people have landscaped boulevards, 25 people have decorative driveways. That's about 50% of the total. So is there a way we can get word out more effectively further in advance to people, to help them save the investment that they put into their boulevards and aprons?
Yes, Councilman Sprague and Council. We can market that further out. Keep in mind that the aprons, that we do replace some aprons, not all aprons. If along with some curb and gutter. I mean, if the apron has major cracking, settlement, major spalling, we will replace those aprons as part of the project. We don't do a wholesale change out of the curb and gutter and aprons. As far as the landscape goes, we can continue to try to get the word out. I think one is that we have a couple media folks in the audience that can help us get that word out. The other item is that a lot of times even though they might be planted within the boulevard area, we might not disturb it. So it's kind of difficult sometimes to tell them or tell the homeowners exactly what are we disturbing a few years out before we actually draft up the plans for the project. But it's a great idea. If you know if a project is coming up within 2 to 5 years, is not to plant something that you're going to have to transplant.
I'm sorry. My other question is, there's been 48 water main repairs noted. How does that compare to other areas?
Councilmember Sprague and Council, actually I carried this with me because I don't know why, but this is the water main breaks from 1989 and forward. What you see over here is the Country Club project. and that's one of the main reasons why we did that project. The neighborhood just to the north on 54, that was another project that we replaced the water main. We did an open cut, if you recall. It was a really messy project. It rained quite a bit that summer. Not very conducive to percolation up in that area. This project here is these areas kind of pointing to there that are the water main breaks. So that's really kind of how it compares to the previous projects. As we go westward, which will be the next, not quite the next public hearing, we're further west than that, but the following year or a couple of years, we'll be back into this area here on Gulf Terrace, Lakeview Drive, with another water main replacement project. So really kind of concentrated. This is the first area of development in the city. It makes sense that we're at a point to replacing the water main, and that's how it compares to the other neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Director Hull or Mr. Pasco at this point in time? And just to make it clear, I have one question. You said about 18% of this neighborhood had curb and gutter at present. Is that all in pretty good shape?
No, actually, it's not.
Okay. You're going to replace it all?
Right.
Okay. Thank you. And then the curb and gutter replacement and everything under the street will be paid for by everybody in Edina. And then we're proposing 2 forms of assessment for the residents here if it gets approved tonight to go forward.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I think you can sit down, Mr. Pasco, for the time being, and then we're going to open this matter up, open the public hearing, and if there are folks in the audience that wish to inquire or comment regarding this proposed project, feel free to come forward. If you remember, Ms. Benarat said that you'll have 3 minutes. You'll get a green light when it starts. When the yellow light comes on, you've got 30 seconds to kind of wrap up your comments. Everybody's opinion is important. We try to make sure that people get treated fairly, so I hope I don't sound too stern when I say at the 3-minute mark you need to stop, but you need to stop because your opinions are important, as I say, but they're no more important than anybody else's opinion. So we haven't been overlapping or extending time for folks that are speaking individually. So I think you'll find that unless you have an overhead that you want to use, the side podiums will be the best. Come up and give us your name and address if you have a comment regarding this proposed project, and please come forward. Happy to hear from you.
My name is James Grotz. I live at 5513 Park Place, and I'm a resident in Minnehaha Woods. I've had a number of conversations with city engineer and staff, and I'm here to say anybody that lives in this project that is interested in becoming part of a bid group or wants to become a volunteer to help distribute information in order to make this get this done as quickly as possible, please see me after the meeting, and I'll get your name and contact information because we want to go forward with this, because I believe we can achieve significant savings against the $4,500 potential credit by doing that. The other thing is that I've had a number of conversations with neighbors in our area as well as from the Gulf Terrace area, and the idea is that as long as we're tearing up all the streets and common trenching, shared trenching is a good idea. Perhaps it would be a good time to look at the idea of perhaps at least laying the foundation for the next upgrade to the next generation of high-speed fiber optic connections. As you know, we have a number of cities in Minnesota, including Brainerd, and now they're building them in even places like Ely that are capable of doing 100 megabit downstream service to the home. Our system is not capable of doing that, to the best of my knowledge. And it appears from the research I have done that our cable franchise agreement comes up the end of this year. So perhaps this would be a good time to leverage the opportunity we have to try to upgrade this, since the trunks for this, as I explained to Wayne, are in the frontage road along the Gulf Terrace project. So I just wanted to mention that as well. And again, if anybody wants to get involved with Minnehaha Woods in the bid group, please see me afterwards, and thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Gross, thank you. Interesting thought. Appreciate it. Anyone else from this neighborhood? sir. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. I live at 5425 Brookview Avenue
Would
South.
you restate your name for me, please? I spoke over the top of you.
Oh, Eldon Neerheim.
Thank you, Eldon.
I've been reading the letters that I get from the street department, and the last gentleman, I think he's the project manager, made a comment that I can't find my place here now, sorry. Let's see here. Okay, here it is. It's in the December 30th letter. It says, at the bottom, it says, additionally, depending on how old your water service pipe is, you may want to consider replacing your water service pipe from the curb stop to your house at this time. You could realize some cost savings. The comment is that I thought I heard that we don't have a choice of replacing that pipe. We're going to have to prove that the pipe is in good shape, that it doesn't leak, that it's not cracked. Those are the words I heard. That conflicts with what I saw in this letter here, that we just have a choice of doing it or not doing it. I'm trying to save a little money. And I just can't believe that 100% of the sewer pipes in that area need to be tore out and just thrown away. Minneapolis has sewer pipes that are 100 years old. Clay tile doesn't deteriorate that bad. There are ways that to check it, they could run fiber optic cameras down the sewer pipes and see if they're okay. Then you wouldn't have to tear it out. And you wouldn't have to rip up your yard. It's going to be a major undertaking. And would be a big cost saving for people that don't have to replace it.
We'll address that question. That's a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, all. My name is Jim Schweier, 5600 Kellogg Place. And just put my comments in to recommend and discourage the approval of this project. A number of points to address. I'll start with the point the last gentleman made. In the records from a question that was asked and answered by the city engineer, it said about the sanitary sewers, his comment in the record here says, we feel it's the same as the country club area. To me, that suggests there's no data that the conditions exist that would warrant full replacement. When you say, I feel it's the same as country club. Minnehaha Woods area is certainly different than the country club's area. We're getting a $16,000 per residential unit charge, which is 30% higher than the neighborhood, which is just to the west of Wooddale, which is their charge is coming in at $12,000. Ours is coming in at $16,600. That question was also asked, and the response simply was, well, that's similar with other projects of this scope. No detail on what projects are those scope, what is same, what is different, and all the data currently listed in that letter says we feel it's the same as the country club. Again, it seems to be no data on that answer. My interactions on this project, being a past design engineer for New York State Department of Transportation, the subject of curbing, I've did a visual inspection in the area around curbing. I've seen projects with curbing added that are newer than my own area that does not have curb, and those roads seem to deteriorate at the interface of the curb and the roadway because of the freeze-thaw cycle. With water trapped between the two surfaces, creates a pressure, whereas the interface between the pavement and the ground itself, the sod, is more flexible, and you don't get that type of heaving and freeze-thaw cycle. If I look at the area just west of Wooddale on 56, you see the road is in very poor condition. This road was resurfaced, newer than the road that is immediately east on Wooddale 56. Again, I think that's where I get my data from in terms of visual observation versus some of the answers I've got in terms of we feel this is necessary to do. All right, I've not seen subsequent data that says that this project is warranted and is coming in at a cost that's 30% higher than a neighborhood that's adjacent to us.
Good. So we'll get some of those questions answered. Thanks, Mr. Schweier. Anyone else?
My name is John Crabtree, owner and resident at 5408 Oak Lawn Avenue. I'd just like to pick up on the point from the previous gentleman about sewer replacement. My understanding is in the area directly to the north of 54th Street, in the South Harriet Park area, that the homeowners were not asked or required to replace the individual sewer lines. I'd also pick up on the point that you made, please, Mr. Mayor, that at the present time there are sort of two options. You either have to prove that you replaced your sewer pipe within the last 15 years, or basically the city is going to insist that you replace it. I would also ask that maybe a situation could be made that if you could actually show that the line were in good condition by putting a camera down it and being able to show a video, that relief could be given under those circumstances. The comment did come up about cutting into existing driveways. My conversation with the city engineer is, I should just explain, my driveway is 33 years old, concrete, is fundamentally in very, very good condition, and I think there's a significant life left in it. My understanding is that the city would cut into it and obviously have to interface the new road into the existing driveway, but I get a 1-year warranty on it in that work. There's something sort of a little bit strange with this picture. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll go on over that as well.
Hi, my name is Stan Davis. I'm a 13-year resident on Woodcrest Drive that's in the project. And I just wanted to comment that while the sewer and road is not something that I want to agree or disagree with, the curbs to me are a problem. And I still don't understand why we need curbs. If my understanding from the brochure that I received was more that was around aesthetics, but as we've already heard from Councilmember Brindle, our yards act as a rain garden to keep these elements in the root system and such. Also, if we're concerned about aesthetics, my sense would be is that we'd be burying power lines before we'd be building curbs. Also, I feel it's disingenuous that the city wants us to purchase curbs when Arden Park itself does not have a lot of curbs around it, and the word curb itself is to curb erosion. And if you take a look at Arden Park, there's terrible erosion around 54th and around Minnehaha Boulevard. Lastly, by adding curbs, several years ago when I moved to the neighborhood, I wanted to grade my yard so that it'd be more flat for kids playing in the yard. And I'm sure that with the addition of curbs, that we'll now have some twisted ankles and bum knees because of falling off that curb when running around in the yard. That may be a small point, but my concern is that if it's about aesthetics, my sense is that the city should be more about safety, and that burying power lines or preventing a curb from causing an accident would be more important than someone driving on my yard. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Davis. Anyone else?
Hi there. My name is Darren Wennon. I'm at 5525 Oak Lawn in Edina. And I guess I've got 2 points that I wanted to bring up. Number one, after reading the most recent letter stating that if I could prove that I had made improvements to the sewer and water pipe, I would not have to replace that. Now, I'm probably the 3rd or 4th resident in my house in this time frame, so it's going to be very difficult for me to prove whether someone prior to me has updated that. When I look at the structures inside the house, they look to be sound to me, particularly the sewer, which is a significant grade cast iron pipe. So I guess echoing some of the other concerns that were raised, some of this material might be in good shape and does not need to be replaced. And I guess we're talking about a significant amount of money for particularly people in my street, in my neighborhood, they're concerned with, obviously, this large assessment. So if there's any way to, through permits or whatever else, try to figure out if improvements have been made for certain residents, I think that would be a significant benefit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Swayne. Yes, sir.
Hi, Todd Emerson, 5628 Kellogg Place. I guess I'm coming at it from a little different angle from some of the other people that have spoken. I realize that that we're dealing with an aging infrastructure, but I still don't have a good understanding of the essentiality of the projects and how imperative is it that they take place in 2011, or are these fixes that can be pushed to 2012 or 2013? Is it a safety issue? Are things declining rapidly? I don't have a good understanding of why this has to take place this particular year. Obviously, we're in a housing recession. We have banks and appraisers telling us that our homes are worth tens of thousands of dollars less than they were a short time ago, hundreds of thousands in some cases. We don't have the financing options that we had before because equity in our homes has evaporated. So it's not like we can tap the line of credit that we would have been able to tap a couple of years ago. $16,300 is a big item, and I think it should be taken into consideration as to whether or not these fixes need to take place this year, and whether or not they can be pushed out into the future.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Emerson. Anyone else on this particular matter? Sure. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Patrick Lee, 5425 Kellogg Avenue. I didn't hear it described, and probably it was, I just didn't hear it. What is a residential equivalent unit? Is that per household, or is it per lot, or what constitutes a residential equivalent unit? I also want to echo the comment about not being able to demonstrate on my own. I think that there is some kind of an announcement or a hotline or something in the materials that we received saying that you can call to find out whether or not your systems have been upgraded within the last 15 years. I don't know. I thought maybe through permitting or something there was a way that the city hall had the ability to communicate that back to us. So if that's not in our materials, then again I would reiterate that we shouldn't replace it because we're ignorant of whether or not it's been upgraded because we haven't lived there for 15 years. So if there's a way to sort that out. And then I guess the last point I have is I guess as long as we're ripping up the streets anyhow, if that's what we're going to do, then the high-speed internet line or whatever else it is that we can build in as part of this seems to me to be prudent, given that hopefully we won't be doing this again for another 30 or 40 years.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Lee.
Hello, my name is Isaiah Small. I live at 635 17 Gill Avenue. And I was just trying to make a point as in, I forgot what was his name, but he talked about the rain guards would, as your lawn would work as like a rain guard, or a rain garden. And I was thinking if you live on the end of a hill, it would flood your whole entire yard and also possibly your house. So yes. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Small. Anyone else with regard to this proposed project wish to be heard?
Elizabeth Johnson, McGarry, 5513 Brookview, and I have a question about the previous commentators. Indication that someone would tell us if anything had been done to our homes in the recent years. And I understood there was a website, an email, and I emailed that person some 2.5 weeks ago, and I've never gotten a response. So if that person is no longer the one to respond to that question about what's been done to our homes in previous years, or if that email is incorrect, or what, it would be helpful to be able to follow up with the source that the city extended to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. McGarry. Yes, sir. Yeah, I thought it was hard to hear too. All right. Well, let's maybe Jennifer, could you walk out and ask the kids to quiet down a little bit? Thank you.
Thomas Reichley, 4634 Bruce Avenue. Excuse me. I'm not directly affected by this project, but I've recently taken some interest in some numbers that the city puts out, and I have two questions regarding this project. We went through this thing in the country club 2 years ago, and one of the numbers that came up is the replacement of the sewer line from the main line to the property line, and the estimate there was also $4,500. Now, all the neighbors that got independent estimates came in at around $2,500. So my question would be, how come the city's estimate is $4,500? Secondly, about 6 months ago at a city council meeting, there was a discussion about the prices for construction projects having come down significantly over the last year, and the estimate that is put forward here for the street for the assessment for the property owners is about the same as it was in the country club district. And it was stated earlier that it's roughly the same situation. So my question would be, has that cost savings, this lower bidding, has it evaporated in the last 6 months, or how did these numbers come up?
Yeah,
thank you.
That's a good question. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Reichley. Anyone else? Okay. Don't see anybody coming forward. Don't hear anything. Kids have kind of cleared out. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Well, let's get to some of these questions that folks were raising. Director Houle, and I'll let you, I know you're good at keeping a list here. I think
Could we start out with the assessment of the streets and a little bit as just a background, because that was one of the questions, is why this project, why now? Why can't we put off projects? What happens with what we are able to do on a yearly basis for our city? So that was one question, but that kind of piggybacks some others.
right, that's Mr. Hermanson, I think it was, yeah, why his neighborhood and why now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is not an uncommon question that we've had over the past few years. So, Director Houle.
You could zoom out from this. The point of this graphic here is this is our 2010 to 2019 local roadway reconstruction schedule. As you can see, we're out to 2019, and there's a lot of the neighborhoods in the city that we have not touched. And a lot of the neighborhoods in the city, well over 50-60% or more, are 35 to 40 years old or older as far as pavement conditions go. And a typical roadway lasts about 30 to 40 years, depending on what the design of the pavement was. So, yeah, you could push any one of those projects out, but how far do you push them out? Do they become at the bottom of the list, similar to what the Ridge Road was about 4 or 5 years ago, where they came to us and said, push it back, and the council at that time said, yeah, we agree with you. So that actually ended up about 2020 or somewhere off the list, essentially. They came back last summer and said, no, we really want it done because the pavement's just disintegrated on us, and we went through that public hearing in December. As far as the prices go, and I'll have Mr. Pasco talk to that in a minute, but as far as the sanitary sewer prices, but what we still believe in is that the bidding climate is still very good out around the Midwest itself for bids itself. We didn't experience that in the Country Club project, but every project that we've done since then has seen a decrease in prices per what we've estimated at the time of the public hearing. I think the reason being with the previous project in the Country Club is that one is the really confined quarters that they had to deal with and the timeline that they had to reconstruct the project. They did basically a 3-year project in 2 years, and actually kept it open for traffic and kept virtually everybody happy on that project. As far as the sanitary sewer prices go, I'd like Paul to talk to that as far as where the 4,500 and versus the 2,500.
Now, before we go there, why don't you talk about one of the elemental questions Mr. Lee raised? What's an REU? We know what it is. But
an REU is Mayor and Council. An REU is actually a residential equivalent unit, meaning that each single family detached home is equivalent to one residential equivalent unit. Some cities have adopted policies where you actually assess on a per front foot basis. We've adopted, or you've adopted, a policy that you assess on a RAU, so that each home utilizes the street about the same amount as on an average as other homes in the neighborhood. And the nice thing about that is it's really a kind of a fair way of doing it, especially for corner lots that don't use the street any more than their neighbors, but on a front footage they would be assessed almost double, if not triple, the amount.
Mm-hmm. All right, then another threshold question for you, and I think that was one raised by Mr. Nierheim and then articulated again by Mr. Schweier. The question basically being that he'd like, or the inquiry being they'd like more data other than what he deemed to be your sort of visceral reaction that you feel like these things need to be done. I know that you go through a methodical inspection process to determine what needs to be done, and we do use cameras, and so I think it would be good if you explain to folks why you think the sewer system needs to be replaced.
Right, Mr. Mayor and Council, when we review and we put together this list of projects here, we base it off of essentially four different items. One is that we have a pavement consultant come to the city, and they rate about a third of the city every year as far as the pavement conditions, and that goes into a software program that prioritizes the different neighborhoods. We take that and we look at it and say that the sheet that I showed about the water main breaks and leaks, we take a look at that and say, where does that fall into the picture? And then we also have another sheet that has the sewer break or sewer blockages and such, and we take a look at that one. And then we combine all three of those, and then we look at our utility finances. This project itself actually probably should have been done a few years ago, in my opinion, but we just didn't have the money in the water fund, nor were we willing to go to you and raise the rates enough to cover this project. So we take a look at all four of those items, and then we prioritize the different neighborhoods. As far as the sanitary sewer goes, the sanitary sewer, like I say, is made up of clay tile pipe. You have joints about every 3 feet. On the services, it might be every 1.5 feet. And out of those joints over the years, you have a root intrusion. What has happened is, in a lot of cases, is either you get a collapse of your line, or if you have roots that you have to cut out. In many cases, the roots get pushed out in the main line and cause blockages, or gets caught up on other roots that are hanging in the main line or hanging in from the services. So that's why we say that in a neighborhood of this age is that we recommend to upgrade your sanitary sewer services.
So I think the question still is for these folks, where is the data? I mean, do they want it to be more than just your gut feeling as an engineer? I think they're looking for something a little bit more solid. So,
well, we go through, Mr. Mayor and Council, we do go through all of our neighborhoods that we're going to reconstruct, and we videotape the sanitary sewer mains, and we look up the services as far as we can see with our camera. We don't have a camera that actually goes up, nor would we want to because it's a private service. So we actually send out letters to the neighbors if we see a overabundant amount of roots in their service, just to let them know that, yeah, we saw something that might be a problem if you have heavy use on your line. That's what we go off of is that data, and then, like I say, the blockage data also.
All right. Mr. Schweier and I think Mr. Davis both raised the issue. Why curb and gutter? I mean, why not just leave it the way it is, and why put in curb and gutter? Is it really just an aesthetic issue? I think we know that it's not, and you should explain why you don't think it's an aesthetic issue to put curb and gutter.
The curb and gutter, the reason why I've always recommended curb and gutter, especially bulkhead curb and gutter, is that one is it's like a belt basically that holds everything together on both sides of the roadway itself. Holds the pavement together. If from a maintenance point of view, if you're plowing snow, we don't have to put out the snow stakes, which takes up about 4 weeks of our staff time every year to put in snow stakes in the city. We don't have to come back and repair the sod once we flip it over from our snow. So this year is a little bit different, being that we've gotten a allotment of snow already for the year, but in a lot of cases we have lighter snows that were up into the yards itself. As far as the structural integrity of the edges of the roadways, and I think you can see that in the Mirror Lakes area, down Mirror Lakes Drive that we did in '99, is that it doesn't have any support because that water comes around the edge of the pavement, goes into the subgrade, and then you drive trucks or cars or garbage trucks on it, and it breaks off the edge of the pavement. Not only that, it causes rutting, so in a lot of cases when we come back out, instead of putting topsoil and sod back in, they just keep growing the roadway itself, because that's really the only thing that'll stay in on the edge of the roadway. So from a erosion, maintenance, structural integrity of the roadway, that's why we're recommending that curb and gutter.
Okay. Mr. Winan and several others wanted to know if there was some way to determine whether people lived in the house before him. He hasn't been there 15 years, and I think there are other folks who raised the same issue. Some way to know whether or not their sewer line or water lines were improved between the house and the street in that period of time that would allow them to get a credit or be exempted from the proposed assessment for the sewer line.
Yep. First of all, I apologize if my staff did not return calls or return the emails on it. We try to get back to everybody on that. Secondly, is if the project goes forward, I think what we'll do is we'll be putting together a spreadsheet. We need to do one anyway for the project, or SCH will be doing one, and we'll go through the files and determine what they have out of the building files. It's actually recorded in the building file. If they've updated their line in the last 15, 20 years, a permit would have had to been taken to upgrade that sanitary sewer service. So we'll have staff go through it, or consultant go through it, and create that and make that available for people so that they do know if they've had that upgraded or not.
Okay. Do you want to bring Mr. Pasco up and we can deal with Mr. Reutley's comment that you had about a $4,500 estimate in Country Club, and then it ended up being about $2,500 for them. And why are you estimating higher if the actual cost is probably going to be lower?
Yes. The main reason is that in the bidding documents, the contractor, we have to be honest with the contractor and explain to them that we have alerted the property owners that they can approach private plumbers to get the work done ahead of the contractor, the city's contractor showing up. So in the case of the Minnehaha Woods, we will tell the contractor that while we're listing 200, can't find it, while we're listing, say, 219, 400, 319 sanitary sewer services to be repaired, it may only be 25 if that many property owners go out and do the work themselves. So that contractor is not sure, well, how many are they actually going to do? They have to take a guess. We believe that the contractor guesses to the high side to guard against, are they only doing 25 or 30, rather than every single property. And that would be the difference between the two prices.
Member Swenson.
In the final assessment, if that contractor does the work because the homeowner has not done it on their own, is the charge the 4,500 that you've estimated? Or is there an actual charge because he did 28 and there was difference price? Or is it always 4,500?
Right, and you want to, okay. It's the actual price. So just like with the street reconstruction, this is a preliminary estimate.
Okay.
So if it comes in lower, it's less. If it comes in higher, it's higher.
Right.
That's a good point you just brought up about the preliminary estimates. Director Bull, you may want to comment on this, but I think since the Country Club project, and I think even before in some of them, maybe the projects we've done over the last 3-4 years, it seems to me like all of them have come in for final assessment below the preliminary construction estimates. And in some of in this Great Recession environment, some of them have come in substantially lower. And you would know the percentages, but I think they've been in the 10 to 20% range lower.
That is correct. I mean, we're seeing, for what our estimate, and we've adjusted our estimates too, and I'm sure that SEH and other consultants have dropped them down a little bit also, is the 10, 20, 25% below what we're estimating. We don't know when it's going to come back up, and that's why we don't want to be down that far, because we want to be honest with the residents of what it potentially could be. But at the same time, what we're seeing is this competition amongst bidders, and this goes out for public bid. Keep in mind, and that you award it to the lowest responsible bidder. About 5+ years ago, we were only seeing about 3 to 4 general contractors on projects this size. In the last year or so, we're seeing 12 to 15 general contractors, people coming from as far as St. Cloud on projects and bidding on projects, and which we never saw 5 to 10 years ago.
And what's the importance of being conservative or cautious on your preliminary construction estimates from a legal standpoint?
Our city attorney has told me that there is no legal requirements. I always use a rule of thumb of not being 10% over. I just like to keep my job and eat, so.
All right, okay, good. Did you hear that question?
Yeah, the difference between one of the comments was the other projects that you'll hear tonight are different price. The main reason behind those projects is that you don't see the sanitary service component in those, which is a $4,500.
Member Sprague, you had a question, I think.
Yeah, back to curbs for a second. Someone also asked the curb performance in freeze-thaw environments. Can you comment on that?
Yes, one of the comments was the joints between the curb and the pavement that they see some freeze-thaw. You do see a little bit of shifting going on between the curb line and the pavement, no different than what you would see at a manhole. A lot of times in winter times, you'll notice that the manhole covers are well below the pavement itself, because those are attached to something that's 7-8 feet down, as with your surface floats with the frost essentially. Yes, that does occur, but it still holds the pavement tighter together over time, and you don't have that breaking off on the edge of the pavement itself, because you still have that concrete structure that's up against the pavement.
And then my second question on curbs is any safety benefits or stormwater management benefits to bulkhead?
From a stormwater management, yes, you do contain more water within the roadway itself, as going up against the bulkhead curb. The roadways are crowned, so you'll see the water running along the curbs. On a surmountable curb, it only comes up 4 inches. This actually comes up 6 inches. From a safety point of view, that's the first I've heard about a safety component of it. We've had some residents in the past where we've actually put in outdoor carpeting over a manhole cover that was in somebody's front yard, so that their children wouldn't fall and get a little extra padding. Basically, that was on the Richmond project. Worked with them, so I've never heard that as a safety. That's if you put a sidewalk up against the bulkhead curb, I'd say that's a safety. But from a front yard, I don't believe that's a safety issue. If you compare against the surmountable curbs, the one thing that we've heard in the past when we have put in surmountable curbs on a project is the driveways, is that you're driving over a 4-inch hump on a surmountable curb, as with on a bulkhead curb, is our driveway aprons are only about a 1/2 inch height that you're driving over. So it's a much more comfortable ride that you go back and if you're traveling in and out of your driveway.
There was another question, why the sewer lines being replaced south of 54th when you didn't have the residents replace them north of 54th?
Yep, that's a good question, Councilmember Swenson and Council. The reason being is that when we did the South Heritage Park project, that was the first time, to my knowledge, that we did a full water main replacement in the city. We didn't really look at the sanitary sewer service like we should have on that one. The next project in 20, 40 years would, or sooner, will probably require a replacement of their sanitary sewer, or at least a relining of the sewer system. We did, I believe, on that one go in and replace or repair the joints of the main line itself. We're finding that that's not a viable option either, as far as the joint repairs on a sewer system, because what happens is they let go over time and end up in the bottom of the pipe. But so yeah, if we were to do that project today, we would recommend that you do the same thing that we're recommending tonight with the sanitary sewer services.
Okay.
You also had a neighbor, one of our fellow residents, inquire about how he was concerned about how his concrete driveway would interface with the new roadway, and
yes.
You might want to comment on that.
I've had a conversation with that gentleman also, and yes, he's correct that right now on our bid specs that we put out, we have a 1-year warranty on all our work, with the exception of sod, and that's a 42-day warranty period, and that's following the MnDOT spec is why it's 42 days. But on the 1-year warranty, what we're looking at is contemplating going to a 2-year warranty on concrete work. We've had some issues with some flat work in the past, meaning sidewalks and some of the aprons and such. So I'm feeling that this year is the year that we're going to go to a 2-year warranty. I can't guarantee for the 33 years that has been in there. It's in good shape. The other point I must make too is that there is a contractor in town that actually offers a lifetime guarantee or warranty on their work. And if a homeowner wants to use that contractor or has that type of a driveway, is that we will reimburse them what we get for a bid for that concrete work, and then they pick up the difference of that since it's substantially higher.
Good thought. Member Sprague?
Back to the data and ensuring we're making data-driven decisions. The sewer tapes and the PCI, pavement condition index maps, those are available for inspection by residents by appointment, or?
Yep. Councilor Sprague, yes, it is available for if they'd like to come in and watch one of the sewer tapes or any of the sewer tapes, they're more than welcome to. The PCI ratings and such, absolutely. In fact, I believe Jack has given that out to many people.
Good. I think that's a good thing to point out, that pavement condition index kind of drives our methodology here over the years, so it's a good thing to mention. The other thing I had on my list was a couple of folks raised the idea of, hey, we're doing all this work, or potentially doing all this work, why not think about high-speed internet, getting a little bit faster fiber optic cable in there. What are your thoughts on that?
I've had a conversation with Mr. Groats on this all the way from the open house, and it's very intriguing. Right now, we do not have a funding mechanism to put that conduit in the ground. If we had that funding mechanism, I'd say that's a great idea. But I think that's something that I and Manager Neal need to kind of talk about and see where it goes. And I'd have to refer to Manager Neal and Jennifer Benarod as far as the franchising goes. That's kind of and on their side of life. So.
Yeah. All right, Member Swenson.
Is this similar to our issue with sidewalks if they're not within a school zone and things and streetlights? We don't have an ability to fund that as a city by legislative ordinance from the state, so therefore any cost like that has to be passed back directly to the resident that benefits.
Per what I know, I think that's where it falls into, yes.
All right, those are all the questions I had on my list. Member Brindle?
I have one that was on my list, and it has to do with sump pumps and that map you showed earlier with all the red S's. And this area, from reading the information provided, there's evidently significant standing water due to both nowhere for the water to go as well as the sump pump water coming out of homes. Now, on page 8, there's a comment, the pipe, that there is a 6-inch sump pump drain trunk pipe. Is that new?
I believe it is. Yep.
Okay.
I can defer. Actually, if you have more on the sump pumps, I'll defer them to Paul Pasco.
Okay.
Paul, if you want to.
Please. How is it that a homeowner connects to these sump pump drain pipes?
Using their own contractor to run between the house.
So this isn't a temporary line, this is a permanent line to the sump pump drain pipe?
Yes, they would be installing a permanent buried line between their house and the sump pump drain pipe that would be out in the city right away.
Okay. I know you showed that graphic, and I meant to ask the question earlier for clarification, so I just wanted to be sure of that. But that would be at their expense to connect up to it?
Right. The work that the city's contractor would do is get the trunk sump pump drain pipe in the ground. There's coordination between the property owner and city staff as to where do they envision a pipe in the future coming out of their home, and there is a T put on that pipe that would align with that spot that they envision it coming out of their house. Then that pipe is capped, there's a marker put there, so that a buried marker, not something you're going to run over with your lawnmower.
Right.
And then in the future, when they are ready to install it, they would expose that cap, take it off, their contractor would plumb that line. The connection is complete.
Okay. So this is at the street in front of their house is where this cap would be?
Right. The cap is in the boulevard.
All right. Thank you.
Member Bennett?
I have one question regarding sort of the ongoing discussions that we have as a community with respect to curb and gutter. Would it be possible in the nature of providing information like the pavement condition index and the other data that residents can have access to through City Hall, is it possible that a list could be compiled of projects that residents could go see for themselves? Because I am aware of some of the situations that you've described, Director Houle. Another example that I've used for people is Woodland Circle, where the north half of Woodland Circle was a mill and overlay without curb and gutter, and you could start to see the unraveling at the edges. And so when the south part of Woodland Circle came in, there was a discussion regarding the effects, also with the stormwater carry. So possibly that kind of information being provided where people can go again and see for themselves.
Yep, we can add that to our website, and we do at the open houses. We do show past projects, more so not on to go look at, but actually on what the assessment, preliminary assessment, and what the final assessment. But yeah, we can absolutely add that and maybe some photos, because we always have photos of the projects before and after.
Perhaps adding just a bit more to the project profile for each project.
Yep.
Other questions for council or by council? Okay. All right. Do we have a motion regarding this matter? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt resolution 2011-14 authorizing the initiation of this particular project in the Minnehaha Woods area. Further discussion or comment by any of the council members regarding this proposed project? I will tell you all that this, with the exception of Josh, the rest of us have been doing this for several years, me more than the rest, I guess, but these are always tough. So let's, is this a roll call? All right, let's do the roll call.
Member Brindle? Aye. Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson? Aye. Member Bennett? Aye. Mayor Hovland?
Aye. It's, you know, when you see special assessments like this, it's really tough, but it's critical that we maintain the infrastructure of our community. And when we've looked at data in the past and what drives pricing in a town, it's quality of the infrastructure is right up there. So in addition to the location that we have and the quality of our school district, the quality of our housing, the quality of infrastructure is a particular element that people look for in wanting to move into a community. So it's tough to be alive at this point in time when these roads have all worn out and and what's underneath them needs to be paid by everybody, for by everybody in the city, but we've just got to keep doing it. We've got to go through this in a methodical way. With this pavement condition index, we've got a logical way to approach these neighborhoods, and I'm sorry your neighborhood is next in the queue, but I think we just need to do it. So thanks for coming this evening and giving us your thoughts, and a lot of good questions, and that'll be the end of the hearing. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next one. Next is item 2B, and that is the proposed reconstruction improvement for the Gulf Terrace neighborhood, resolution 2011-13. Mr. Sullivan.
I want to make you aware of.
You need your handheld microphone. Or is it, he's on? All right, we'll let folks clear here a little bit. Just wait a second. All right, go ahead and start over again, Mr. Sullivan.
Pieces of paperwork that have been. You know, it actually it is going on. We'll try this one. Yeah, there we go. Yes, I want to acknowledge there's a few pieces of paperwork this evening that have been presented to staff after the last council packet was given to you, so just want to make that acknowledgement for you. Any questions on that, I'd be glad to answer at the end of the presentation. We're here tonight to talk about the public improvement hearing for Gulf Terrace neighborhood, PA 355. This neighborhood is bound on the west side by Wilson, or the east frontage road, on the south side by Southview Lane, which is a Southview Middle School Community Center campus, on the east side by Concord Avenue, and on the north by Gulf Terrace and the Country Club Golf Course. Excuse me. This project was initiated by staff. It is one of the projects that the streets were originally constructed in the late 40s and early 50s. We've done a lot of normal maintenance activities on this street, typical pothole patching, chip seals, seal coat type of activities. However, the street's just becoming or near or past its useful life, and we're seeing overall poor pavement condition throughout the neighborhood to a point where standard maintenance practices are no longer feasible. We're also seeing a number of storm sewer drainage issues, groundwater flow issues. This is Lake Harvey is located in the northern third of this neighborhood, and certainly has flow that migrates to it and a high groundwater table in that area. In addition, there's a number of sanitary sewers that we've televised and find that there's a need for repair. And the water mains were installed in the late 40s and early 50s in this neighborhood. Some of the things that this neighborhood stands out a little bit, it's a little unique in the sense that the north half of the neighborhood does not have curb and gutter, where the south half does. The north half is a little bit narrower, 26 to 30 feet wide. The overall neighborhood, though, does have poor pavement conditions we talked about, and it's pretty much foundation of a silty clay soils that aren't very agreeable to good foundations for roadways without proper bedding, and as well as a heavier soil that doesn't have a lot of water infiltration in it. Some of the things we're proposing to do with this project would be to remove the existing pavement, replace the pavement section and the street gravel beneath it, keeping the streets about the same width. And the south half of the neighborhood with the curb and gutter, certainly we just do spot repair in the curb and gutter. The north half would be to install curb and gutter, keeping the street width about the same as we mentioned. As Director Houle had stated early, the watershed, one of our main goals with the watershed is not to increase our impervious area within our community. And so we're keeping these streets at the same width or just a slightly narrower. Also would look to install some sidewalk just at a few key locations I'll talk about in a couple additional slides. At the Lakeview Drive at Wilson, then again at Wind Road and Wilson Road. And then no changes to the lighting. One of the things that was asked at the questionnaire was any changes to street lighting. Also was asked was, is there any changes to sidewalk required by the residents? In both cases, the answer were no. One of the features that we're proposing with the feasibility report is bump outs at the Southview Lane. Southview Lane is the north side of the school campus. We've met with the school a number of times and have talked with the residents over a number of different meetings about traffic calming, different measures that we can do in this area to facilitate better interaction with the residents, the students, drop-off, pick-up, and other school events that are going on. One of the things that we're looking at doing is, much like you see in this upper right corner, this is actually at Concord, north and Southview here, where there's this lane bump out that allows pedestrians a refuge area before they cross to the south of the school sidewalk. Like I said, we'd be looking to do this at the Sherwood intersection with Southview, St. Andrew, and also Dalrymple. The other item that was brought up at one of the public informational meetings was landscape islands, similar to what you see down at 70th and Cornelia, and then along 66th Street from basically Highway 100 over to Valley View Road as well. And these will be proposed at two locations, Lakeview Drive and then at Wind Road. This is a graphic of the northern location, Lake Harvey, just located here to the east, Wilson Road to the west, the East Frontage Road. And this is the proposed entrance island treatment and a new curb and gutter, new sidewalk section that will be proposed along the south side to make that connection. As I mentioned in the previous slide, there was two locations for sidewalk. This is one of them. Also, just not shown very well on this graphic is the pedestrian overpass lands right here. The circular spiral down to meet existing grade is located at this juncture here. We would connect a sidewalk in up to this location. The second location for this entrance treatment will be down at Wind Road. This is a little bit more simplistic of a location, does not have the pedestrian crossing. However, we still would like the sidewalk being proposed to cross over to the Wilson Road sidewalk on the west side, and then we get it past the entrance island area and then tie it back in at this location. Here's a graphic of what one of the bump outs would look like. This is a typical bump out. We're actually, in the previous slide, you saw that the bump out is occurring on the southbound movement. We felt that it was more appropriate in these locations to make it on a northbound movement to slow traffic as they're approaching the neighborhood, kind of give that sense that you're kind of moving off this street network and into a residential area, kind of give them a different mindset, hopefully, to calm some of the traffic. The red graphic on the east side here kind of represents the sidewalk and the refuge area before the pedestrians would cross the marked crosswalks to the Southview school campus. Some of the utility improvements that we're proposing to do is sanitary sewer spot repair. We've done televising, as we talked about in the previous project. We televise this area and understand the areas that we need to do spot repairs and some sections of replacement. We also understand that there's some larger sections of pipe that we need to do some cure and place pipelining. This is to also prevent the I&I, the inflow and infiltration, root intrusion that we're seeing in this neighborhood. In just limited locations, not throughout the entire network of pipes, but just in a few selected locations. Water main replacement, additional water main in a few of the streets that do not have water main. Today there's Lakeview Drive along the north side of Lake Harvey does not. We're looking to be installed that. And then a few upgrades throughout the neighborhood and hydrant replacement throughout. This neighborhood, we're also looking to extend the storm sewer network, bolster it a little bit. There's some areas that we have a lot of long blocks of drainage that happen. Hoping to extend some curb and gutter a block or two, some storm sewer about a block or so to capture some of that runoff before it gets and starts flowing across a lot of the intersections. And we're also looking to install some pump drain pipe, much like the previous project, to address some of the groundwater issues. Our questionnaire results have come back, and we know the areas that are most agreeable to that. And now we're just looking through the feasibility of grades and the other necessities to make that connection possible. Moving on to project cost, the breakdown, as in the previous project, again, we have the city costs with the different utility funds in the left column rather than assessment costs on the right column. You can see that we have a subtotal of about $1.8 million in city costs between the sewer, storm sewer, sanitary sewer, and water main projects. And then the street improvement assessment amounts totaling just about $1.2 million, bringing the project total to just under $3 million. Of that $1.15 million residents assessed amount, we're anticipating about a $12,500 assessment amount per REU, residential equivalency unit, single-family home. And we'll be adjusting these numbers on the final construction costs with the final assessment hearing in the fall of 2012. This graphic is representative of the different assessment amounts throughout the neighborhood. 92 of the homes in this neighborhood will be receiving a one assessment amount, so approximately the $12,500. And the one unit over here in the corner of Concord would be receiving a 1/3 of the total amount because this is a project that's bordered within the community, within this neighborhood area, and as Concord gets reconstructed in the future, we would assess them the other 2/3 of the assessment amount. Project schedule, we're here on the January 18th for the public hearing. We started actually back in September with an open house time frame similar to the previous project. Actually, it was identical meeting to the previous project, and moving into our neighborhood meetings and council feasibility reports leading up to tonight. We'd be taking bids on this project in the March time frame and awarding same construction time period as the Minnehaha Woods project, and wrapping up construction this fall with the final assessment hearing in 2012. Staff does believe this is a necessary, cost-effective, and feasible improvement project for the Gulf Terrace neighborhood, and we're recommending you approve the Gulf Terrace neighborhood improvement project BA 355 and allow the staff to start taking finalizing construction plans and taking bids for this project. I went through that kind of quick, but some of this information was covered in the previous one. I'll gladly entertain any more questions or comments you have at this time.
Thank you. Member Bennett.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, staff did provide a great deal of information in response to some questions that we had at the previous meeting. And I got a call on Sunday from a resident who was trying to link to it from the agenda online and was not able to. She did find that the feasibility study was posted under future construction projects on the website, the city's website, but not linked to. So with that, if we could please just go through these different pieces of information in sequence so that the information is in front of people. I believe that it bears on evaluation of the landscape islands, and then also I know that we have received some correspondence, particularly impassioned about the sidewalk issue. And I'm looking at the first map that is in the supplemental packet, the staff report for this meeting, and that shows the volumes and speeds, relative speeds on the streets. And can you explain what the speed refers to?
Certainly. Excuse me. As you mentioned, staff prepared some additional documentation to try to better fill in the gaps that the feasibility report may have been missing during the initial review stages. What this graphic here shows is the vehicles that travel. Well, first on the top of any of these, you see the year 2010. Second line will be the 633 ADT. It's average daily traffic. It's the amount of traffic on average that would travel this corridor. Most of these counts were taken during the school year. There's some here in July, but most of the June ones were taken in early June before school let out, and then even in May and October. So trying to capture dates that are representative of the facilities that may be operating some type of activity to the south. So they're showing on an average day, graded or aggregated over a 7-day time period, what the average traffic is traveling on the street. And then the line below that, in this case 31 miles per hour, is the 85th percentile speed. That's the speed at which 85% of the vehicles are traveling at that speed or less on the corridor, or where this point was taken, where these traffic tubes were taken. And so we try to smatter throughout the neighborhood different years and different streets, north, south, east, west, to see kind of what the speeds are and what the volumes are in the neighborhood. And on average, we're seeing that the volumes of anywhere from 150 up to 600 cars per day is pretty average for a residential neighborhood. And the speeds are within, for the most part, within the regulatory speed of 30 miles per hour that we have within Edina.
I had a telephone call from a resident today who is very much favors the landscape islands, in part because he thinks it will reduce traffic in the neighborhood. And I did raise that question by email to Director Houle earlier today. And Director Houle, do you want to give your response?
Yep, Councilmember Bennett and Council, I did respond to that email this afternoon, and these are, like Jack says, very similar to the islands that we placed in off of West Shore Drive, Cornelia neighborhood. And the intent of when I met with the group in that neighborhood was not so much of reducing the volume. It was a little bit of discouraging some through traffic through the neighborhood, but really to give the people that are traveling on the roadways from outside of the area and from inside of the area a sense that they're in a residential neighborhood. So I'm hoping that their travel behavior, driving behavior will change. They're coming off of, in a lot of cases, coming off of a busy Highway 100 interstate system, coming down the frontage road, which is 30, but a lot of people do travel pretty fast, and when they're turning into the neighborhood. So we're trying to get that sense that you're in a residential neighborhood. You have to slow down to go through those openings, continue that speed as you're going through the neighborhood. And that's very similar somewhat to the south also. It's just that we don't have the room to place the landscape island in the roadway there with the right of way.
And then, Mr. Sullivan, the next map, I believe, is with crashes in the area.
Jennifer, can you pull that back up for me? And this is the crash data as prepared. What you can see, a quick overview. This is crash data from 2001 to 2009. The Minnesota Department of Transportation, along with the State Patrol, helped to compile this from our police department. And what you'll see is that within the neighborhood, there's really only been, I would say, 2 to 3 accidents that have happened within the neighborhood. First one up here at intersection of Wilson and Lakeview was actually, I would call it an avoidance crash, where a motorcycle and SUV met at the intersection and tried to avoid one another. One of them swerved off the road and crashed into the shrubbery and brush that was along the side of the road. Further to the south and east, collision with the fire hydrant, probably inattentive driving. I think this one had to do with the weather conditions, snow and the such. Here again, 2008, further south on St. Andrew, sideswiped a parked vehicle. There again, a lot to do with time of day and weather conditions. You'll see along then on Southview, more really related to, I would say, the operations of the school, football games, different concerts, different practices. There's a lot of sideswiped of parked vehicles. Just a lot of traffic traveling in a very tight corridor with a lot of pedestrian movements. More than likely, these are just all attributed to that same unattended driving or paying attention to something else that may be more important at the time, such as a pedestrian.
And am I correct, in this packet, I believe that there's a statement that the cost of these will be higher than the cost of simply putting asphalt on the street. What is that cost?
Correct. The question was brought up is, in all the locations that we're anticipating some kind of entrance treatment, whether it be the center landscape islands or the curb bump outs as shown on the south end. And we do acknowledge that there's additional costs associated with the landscape islands especially. The bump out islands are almost a wash, considering that the curb and gutters come out of the stormwater utility fund, and the sidewalk and some of those things is pretty much a wash. But the landscape islands do entail a little bit more. There's the concrete stone bollards. There's the other plantings that go in there. And on average, they do probably cost, I apologize, I have them.
It's on page 2 of your memo.
Thank you. Typically, if you just to pave the street back into a similar width that it is today, we're talking around $2,000 for that segment. I'll say a 150-foot section of roadway. To go with the landscape island, we're probably pushing that cost closer to $8,000. So 4 times the cost.
And how will that cost be paid?
excuse me, it's a cost split between the residents and assessment portion, as well as the city and the utility portion. The curb and gutter would come out of the utility fund, the landscaping amenities and some of the stone bollards would come out of the assessment amount. We have incorporated those dollar amounts into the assessment amount of $12,500 that you see before you.
And given the existence of the islands at West 70th, I ask that that you contact the fire and police departments and school district to find out what their experience has been with them. And can you please tell us what their responses were?
You're correct. We first went to the police and fire departments to get their opinion on these, the ones that are actually in place down there at 7th and at 66th Street. And both departments thought that they do take an additional dedicated movement by their staff. However, they're not impossible for them to navigate, and they really insignificant in the amount of time that it would take versus an existing roadway that is today. They did, however, stress that they'd like to see continued maintenance, being snow plowing and keeping those open wide enough for them to use, and that they do, from the police standpoint anyway, makes it a little bit difficult for them to do speed radar. Those are vegetative areas. It tends to block some of the radar and makes it a little difficult for them to find good places to get a good line of sight.
If I recall correctly, Chief Long of the police department said that the islands actually prevent them from running radar because when their cars are in the lane that's between the landscape island and the curb, they actually block the travel lane. So in this instance, would it be possible then that we would end up with a department unable to run radar on that stretch of frontage road leading up to the intersection by Normandale?
Actually not, because they have a motorcycle cop that they now park in the bushes along Valley View Road right behind Edina Realty. So if you see a motorcycle guy up a couple feet on the grass by a shrubbery, he's not having engine trouble. He's got a radar gun. So they have found a way around the not parking a squad car.
And if he's out there in February, we need to give him a raise.
And then finally, the Bike Edina Task Force had some comment, and has there been anything in their in the design that has been changed to accommodate their concern about the ability of bicyclists to safely negotiate that intersection?
Thank you. Yes, the Bike Edina Task Force responded in great detail and appreciated the detail that they responded in regarding their opinion on these type of entrance treatments. We have not made any recommendation or any changes based on the recommendation this time. And the reason we have not, there's two reasons. One, I think further discussion is necessary with them. There's a lot of questions that they left out that they would like some more information before they kind of clarified their point. And then secondly, I think from a staff perspective, we've always felt that this is along the secondary route of the Bike Edina Task Force secondary route measure. And from a staff perspective, we feel that this is somewhat of a share of the road facility. And we do acknowledge that these entrance islands do narrow up travel lanes, but this is in a location where bicyclists and motor vehicles should be in a shared road facility. And that sometimes means, in our opinion, from an engineering standpoint, side by side, and sometimes that means front and back. The speeds through here can be very slow. As you're approaching this intersection or as you're leaving the intersection, neither one will be going very fast. So from our standpoint, we believe that having them constricted there isn't necessarily a bad thing. Pedestrians, however, some lessons that have been learned from the 70th and Cornelia intersection is that we need to get those pedestrians out of the travel lane as you make your way through these narrowed areas. That's why the sidewalks are extending beyond the islands, either going all the way, in one case, to Lake Harvey, or in the other case, far enough down that we can get them safely back onto a lower volume roadway.
Do you have any of the sidewalk information in the PowerPoint? Director Houle provided me with some information from the comprehensive plan regarding sidewalk facilities. It's figure 710 from the comprehensive plan. Yes, sorry.
This one here, yes.
Yes. What is on the plan for this area?
Unfortunately, I didn't zoom in, but this is the location here. There's really nothing proposed within our comprehensive plan for this entire neighborhood, this entire northeast or north side of the school complex. And I can move on a little bit further. This is a little closer view, kind of ghosted out in the back. The red heavy line is basically the walking shed for the elementary school and the middle school campus here.
And what does that term mean?
Walking shed, basically, we believe, or the school and with an engineering department as well, believe that there's an area that they would expect a elementary student to walk to school, and that's a half mile. From their house to the school should be more than a half mile, taking in all the jogs from block to block. For a middle school or a high school, it's 7/10 of a mile. But this basically here shows the half mile radius that would incorporate the walking area where you'd anticipate walking. Now there may be some busing within that area. The school district will, may talk about that, but from a design standpoint and from a safe routes to school standpoint, this is the information that was used.
And there's a sidewalk on the west side of Concord from Southview Lane to Valley View Road, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Sidewalk on Southview Lane, both sides, or just the south side of Southview Lane?
Just the south side of Southview Lane. We have, within the work that was done in 2007 for the Concord road improvements in Southview, we did make some sidewalk landing areas on the north side, sign the pedestrian movements the best that we could, pavement markings as well. Matter of fact, we met with the school district just this fall to talk about ways to continue to bolster that presence there, and we've come up with a couple of ideas that we'll be implementing here shortly. One would be to change some of the lighting to increase, or to swing some of the mast arms to get right over the pedestrian crosswalks, to extend the mast arms a little bit further to actually shine in the correct location, as well as do some additional signage from an engineering standpoint. And some of the stuff came before you in one of the previous council meetings was to limit some of the parking that happened between the horseshoe facility, horseshoe I call it, the center parking lot between the community center and then the Southview Middle School, to limit some parking in there to also give better sight lines for different movements that are happening out there.
There also is sidewalk down the east side of the frontage road along the front of Normandale's elementary school, and there will be a segment built this summer on Valley View Road. I believe we've approved that, coming around the corner on Valley View Road and connecting with Concord.
That's correct. And then north of Southview Lane, the sidewalk moves to the west side. And that's why on my Wind Road intersection and then again up at Lakeview, we showed the connection coming out to the street with a ped crossing, because you'd have to cross the frontage road of that location to get on that to get on that west side of the street sidewalk. Or in the one case, you could stay on your east side and take the helical up and across 100.
And finally, I believe staff is working on a feasibility study on a segment of sidewalk on Concord coming in, or School Road coming in from Concord.
That is correct. That is located roughly down in this area here to get into Concord Elementary School.
And I think also straight down the side of the school to get back down to Concord.
Yes, thank you.
And that will complete, I think, what's shown on the comprehensive plan. But I think the question is, how comprehensive is the comprehensive plan? And we've had some communication recently from a resident near Cornelia School that raises some issues similar to these. So I think we've got future work to do. Thank you.
Member Swenson.
I'm kind of bummed because I've now learned that that corner intersection of Concord and Southview, where you have that little bit of sidewalk stub, I was thinking you were just starting and eventually it was going to go up there, and I was so excited, and now I've discovered it's just my landing pad, so I'm going to have to live with it. This project ends at the corner of Concord and Lakeview Drive. What happens to that intersection right there? Because that's an intersection that has a considerable amount of standing water in the southwest corner of the intersection. Will you stop at Concord, or will you finish it through the intersection?
Our initial design has us approaching the intersection and tying into an appropriate location to try to minimize those drainage concerns that you're talking about. Our goal is not to rebuild the entire intersection, because we kind of are getting a little bit, we get a little further out of the scope of the area that we've defined. However, we certainly want to make sure we can minimize those drainage concerns you're talking about. So we're analyzing where's the appropriate location? I'm guessing it's probably halfway through the intersection.
Yeah.
I'm guessing we're going to replace half of it. And then when we get to that Concord neighborhood east, that's tentatively scheduled for 2019, that's when we'll reattach or reapproach how to tie that all back in.
Okay. Having had two children who walk from the corner of West Woodland Road and Fairfax, that is a walking area, and the majority of the kids, we never had an option of being picked up by a bus. So, and there is much more traffic. So, I guess in a safe routes to school, we really don't have a safe route from that north end, and I don't really know how to correct that.
You know, that's been my concern in looking at this, is what is the route to school?
There isn't one.
And here's our opportunity. How far, I mean, looking at tying this into a safe route to school, how far from the school does a safe route to school go?
As this graphic illustrates, the red line kind of running east and west right to the middle of Lake Harvey was our walking shed boundary, which is where we would believe that the edge of the safe routes to school in this case would be it's a half-mile radius. You can see this graphic here is what we actually implemented out there with the speed zones, more directed to the speed zones, less with the path, the safest path to school, as you may be kind of inquiring about. This was looking more at the Concord Southview and how to get appropriate crossing, appropriate speeds, appropriate signage. But I think you're asking a little bit further north, how do you make that connection happen kind of in this quadrant? And staff struggle with this too, and we asked a question to residents, where do you see sidewalk? Do you see sidewalk in this? And the responses were very low and pretty varied as to where it should be located.
Member Sprague? Then Member Brindle.
I'm just curious if we know, and maybe some of the people who are going to speak in the public hearing can talk about how many kids walk to school in this area. I would just be curious how many kids walk to school.
Yeah, right, yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if we have any data on that. Member Sprague.
Thank you. A couple questions. Any data on the Cornelia experiments with the islands? There's one on West Shore and South Crest, and maybe another one that's over there I've forgotten. But is there any data on safety improvement?
We have not gone back and done post counts to understand the speeds that vehicles are traveling, nor the volumes. We'll be putting that in our 2011 to-do list this summer. As Director Houle stated, this is a little more anecdotal, but we believe it's more of a mindset change than it is actually a volume change. It's more of a mindset and speed change and less of a volume change, but anecdotal at this point.
And what about alternatives to the islands? Is there a neck down or something else that could be used? I see you did that in one portion of the segment along Lake Harvey, but would something like that work in this area as well?
We could certainly look at doing the neck downs. You know, the streets north around Lake Harvey on the north side of the neighborhood are that 26-foot already, and that's kind of getting near the minimum of what we like to see for emergency vehicle and different operations. So there isn't much more to neck down. We actually saw that the opportunity with it being more right away there and more opportunity for, I'll say a little bit of expansion with less impacts, that it really made it more of a viable option. As we get further in the neighborhood, you are right, we're doing more T-type intersections to try to make more dedicated movements. Right now there's some very sweeping curves that happen in there and make it very easy for drivers to make those higher speed turns or redirection of traffic. By tightening those up a little bit, we hope to then there again make more dedicated movements, which are slower speed movements.
How was the project area selected? The characteristics of the neighborhood from north to south are very different than east to west. East to west is more cohesive in terms of plats, topography, and so on.
Yeah. Staff had looked at the entire community, not just this neighborhood, but our entire city, to look at areas that are very appropriate. And we decided on this one based on a number of factors. We thought it was an area that was accessible and easily constructible in one construction season. We also looked at some of the utilities that were, we believe needed some improvements there. We did recognize the fact that it kind of has a little bit of a unique feel without the curb and gutter at the north half. But if you move to the east and migrate to the east, you do have curb and gutter over there on all the streets and golf terrace and things. So this being a little more of a different characteristics all within an area, it was difficult to put a fine dividing line on them.
And finally, Director Houle, Mr. Sullivan, are there any impact studies or any data on adding curb near a water, near a water in a neighborhood like this? I don't know if there was something done in Indian Hills or somewhere else where you add curb
Near a body of water.
Near a body of water, and how does that impact water quality? Is there anything we can compare this to?
I don't believe there's in the city of Edina that we can compare that to. The one item, Jack is hopefully bringing up some photos here. What we've seen in this neighborhood is that the water is actually being channelized to swells, and the swells are basically are eroding and dropping down into the lake itself. So really by adding curb and gutter, putting in what we would consider a minor treatment structure, which would be a sump catch basin. So basically the grit would settle out within that sump itself. That then the water would go into the lake and be a little bit cleaner water as it's going in there today. Right now it's as you can see from this photo, that's sheet draining across, going up to about the middle, upper middle of the photo, and from down there should be another photo I think that shows it eroding that swell out, so you get a lot of turbidity within the lake itself. The other thing that could help out is management of lawns and such around the lake, to take a look at that. Not from a city level, but I think we can work with the residents and hook them up with the watershed district and people that talk about buffers along the lake, their properties and such. Just encourage that to keep a lot of that phosphorus, anything else, that grass clippings or anything else that might come off the lawns from being in the lake. The other item that I want to have my staff look at is the depths of the lake, to see what, go out and do an analysis of how deep that lake is, see if there's something that we actually can do from a dredging point of view within the regulations that might improve the water quality. We're pretty regulated by what we can and can't do on a lake, but it's worthwhile taking a look at it. It's not part of this project, but I think it's another one that we need to look at in the near future.
I have a recollection that the Conservation Club of Edina was looking at Lake Harvey at one point in time and thinking about water quality and then the depths of the water. Have you had any contact from them or interfaced with them at all?
I haven't. I don't believe Jack or Jesse from my office has had, but I know that the conservation group has ran what they call a secchi disc test that drops a disc down to see what the clarity of the water is. And I believe they might have done some water sampling, but I highly doubt it. But part of our study would be to pull all that information or data together and put it all in one place and try to come up with a decision on what to do with the lake.
So to the neighbors that have attached or sent in a petition indicating they're very concerned about the failing water quality in Lake Harvey, from what I hear you say, you think the installation of curb and gutter around Lake Harvey will actually help the water quality, as opposed to leaving that buffer zone where the water can just flow into that area and then on into the lake?
I do, and the reason being is, and hopefully you can't really see it on these photos, but the buffer zone itself doesn't. This photo, maybe the one down there, Jack, that one there. If you go around the curve, over the years the boulevards have mounded up, and it really is almost like an earthen curb and gutter is what's happening there, and it's eroding along the edge of the roadway and pulling that grit and stuff and soil into the lake itself. So I really think that a concrete curb and gutter around that edge would help that out, along with some treatment structures prior to it going into the lake.
And where would you put the treatment structures?
It would be part of the catch basin itself. Catch basin is basically a well that the water drops into and then goes out of a pipe. The well of the catch basin would be about 2 to 3 feet deeper. The water would basically sit within that well itself, and the grit, any grit that's on the roadway itself or heavy metals would settle out prior to the next storm. Then once or twice a year, we come by with our backhaul trucks and vacuum those out.
Would you propose putting those just around the north half of the lake, or would you do it in the street on the south half too?
I don't have a graphic that represents the drainage areas for this very well. However, there is very few drainage locations along the lake that actually directly discharge to the lake. We would take, as Director Gould mentioned, these treatment structures, some catch basin manholes, install those at the same location that discharge into the creek. The majority of the neighborhood to the south, basically Lakeview, the south side of Lake Harvey to the south, all drains to a storm sewer network that eventually makes its way to the Pamela Park treatment ponds before discharging into Minnehaha Creek.
Isn't this the neighborhood that went down Tower Street for their drainage?
It does. It eventually makes it all the way down through the backyards and ends up in the Pamela Pond, the north side of 58th Street and the south side, and then around.
Yeah, Member Bindle.
With regard to stormwater runoff, some of it goes directly into Lake Harvey, is that true?
That is correct. The north half, approximately.
Well, in any of the houses on the, that have hills
If I
going
could get
down.
the camera, Jennifer, please. Pan it a little bit for me, please. Yeah, back up more. The hatch pattern is all the area that drains actually to Lake Harvey. All the gray area to the south is that actually drains to a storm sewer pipe network that, like I said, eventually makes its way down Concord to 58th and over. So you can kind of see that the north half of the project is what actually drains to the lake, and the south half is what actually goes into storm sewer network.
I guess my question really is, I can see that the properties themselves would naturally drain into the lake, but the storm sewers themselves, how many of them drain into Lake Harvey? How many of them go south to the creek or east to the creek?
We have an area located where there's substantial discharge to the creek at this location. It was one of the last slides I showed. The other location that's pretty prevalent and also eroding is just here off the point. And then we have another location that's located to the east side of Lake Harvey on the easterly edge that discharges. And like I said, the water that's captured is really discharging into about these three locations. We anticipate adding one more location mid-block here to capture that water. So that water would be the water that would be directly discharged. Probably 4 locations.
Are you projecting to put in 4 of those tanks, special holding tanks, and then that allow the sediment to drop out?
As Director Gould stated, we'd be putting those treatment structures, the sump treatment structures in that. I'd recommend doing that at every discharge to the lake with this, and we're anticipating right now that to be 4.
Okay.
Somewhere between 3 and 5, I'm speculating that we're going to land on 4.
Okay.
Member Sprague.
Those catch basins, they look like the ones that are in individual rain gardens, in Bloomington and so forth. Is that what they look like, where they have everything falls into the pit, and then you have to come and suck it out and clean it out on a regular basis?
Councilmember Sprague and Council, it actually is a regular curb inlet is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Normal one that we've been using for years, and this would be a deeper sump on it. We would try to get an actual treatment structure into these locations, but you need a substantial depth to install the treatment structures. And with the groundwater table close by, we don't feel that we have that depth to put the treatment structures in without them floating out of the ground. So that's why we're proposing to do a smaller treatment structure, which is the sump catch.
And with the curves, is the net discharge to the lake, does that change? I mean, are we taking it from, instead of going straight in and being unfiltered, are we just channeling it through the curb structure and on the street into the gutter and then discharging into the lake? Is there a net change?
It should be a no net loss or no net gain on the volume of going into the lake itself.
In addition to that, we are minimizing some of the pavement that's out in the north half. So we're actually reducing our impervious area out there. We're putting some of these areas back in grass. so there will be a higher infiltration rate. So at the end of the day, I think we're getting more pervious soils out there because the roadway is going to be narrowed up a little bit in some locations. We're taking the water and directing it to the appropriate locations where we can lose its velocity by dropping it vertically down the structure and then out to the creek instead of letting it run over the edge where it picks up those particles, as Director Gould mentioned, and the turbidity starts there and the erosion starts there.
The other reason that folks had a concern about curb and gutter was safety related. They were concerned that because a lot of people walk around Lake Harvey, I think summer and winter, that it's a little easier to get out of the way of a car on a 26-foot wide road if you just slide over into somebody's yard, or usually they're walking right around the lake or they move into that buffer zone. What are your thoughts on that as opposed curb versus no curb for safety purposes?
From staff perspective, the 26-foot wide roadway is a acceptable width for 2 cars to pass, or a parked car and a passing car, as well as the pedestrians. We believe that I think the majority of the people would still be walking in that street. I think to step up under that curbed area and in the front yards probably happens on any street in town. Could continue to happen here. I think we would, from a staff perspective, we believe that they'd be in the street at this point, and they'd be walking in the street.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the things that's, I can't say the word is bothered, but this whole proposed project, when I think about what a great neighborhood this is, and how special kind of walking around that lake is, and I go over there and I see everybody walking in the street, people seem to be pretty mindful of it when they're driving a motor vehicle, but it made me think about whether there was some way to put some kind of pervious material in that buffer zone so people could actually walk up there if there was a curb and then there was a area of pervious material where they could actually walk around the lake without walking in the street, because the safety aspects of that have always bothered me, and there's a lot of people that like to walk around there, understandably. But when I look at the photos, I don't see really much room. Some places there's plenty of room, some places there's no room for something like that. What are your thoughts on that?
From a staff perspective, we have looked at different types of sidewalks in this area. I think that kind of goes back to the sidewalk measure, whether it's pervious or not. Residents have told us pretty clearly in the questionnaires that they're not looking for sidewalks in the neighborhood. And we agree that there's a section of it that I think is very bucolic to walk around. There's other sections, though, that most of the lake and the majority of the lake is fronted by homes, and you're going to be 100 to 200 feet away from the body of water. And that's kind of what we heard from the residents, is that we don't want additional sidewalk in this neighborhood, whether that's a traditional concrete sidewalk or whether that's more of the grassy paver kind of scenario, as you may be alluding to.
Yeah, it just seems like a tough issue. And people aren't going to change their habits. They like walking around it, and understandably so. All right, other questions for Mr. Sullivan at this point in time? Otherwise, we'll open the public hearing and welcome folks to come up and make inquiry or comment. Again, I think I noticed that most of you sat through the first hearing, so you know the rules. You get the green light, you'll have 3 minutes, and you'll get an orange light when you've got 30 seconds to go. So when you come up, please give us your name and address, and we'll love to hear from you here. Yes, ma'am. And you'll need a handheld microphone, I think. Sure.
Does that pick up? I have to talk really fast. My name is Susan Kovnik. I live at 4715 Gulf Terrace. I've lived in Edina all my life, but I'm not going to tell you how long that is. But I will tell you that I have lived at my present address for over 30 years. I am here this evening to discuss the proposed bulkhead curb and gutter system that is planned for my neighborhood. We have 3 major concerns. Number 1, environmental impact on Lake Harvey, totally contrary to what we've heard here tonight. And secondly, traffic issues involving pedestrian safety and also real estate values. I'd like to make the following points. We are basically talking about 2 different neighborhoods. There's 2 different sets of issues. I believe Mayor Hovland pointed to that. The southern part is a straight grid pattern. It's highly impacted by the school and the community center. The Gulf Terrace Lakeview Drive area has more curve and is focused on Lake Harvey. The south section of this project has smaller lots, smaller houses. It's very flat. They have less taxes, and they've had curbs for years. But the north section has larger lots, larger houses, curves in the street, and it's much hillier. Therefore, I need to remind the council that residents from each of these two neighbors may have different opinions and needs. But the neighbors from the north section, the Golf Terrace and Lakeview Drive area, have signed a petition because we're very concerned about the falling and tremendously failing quality of Lake Harvey and the likelihood that the installation of curbs during street reconstruction in the neighborhood will cause further deterioration. I have been in conversations, as have others in our neighborhood, with the Pollution Control Agency, the Minnesota Water Association, and the DVR and the Minnehaha Creek Watershed agencies, and they have expressed the opinion that we could be doing a better job in the city of Edina, that other communities are expediting and experimenting in innovative practices to improve stormwater practices. We strongly urge our city council to get seriously involved in some of this new science, and we think the Lake Harvey neighborhood would be a great classroom for these new and exciting water quality programs. There are Ann Gelfand from the State Pollution Control Agency, per the request of Joan Bennett, has given me a memo saying that avoiding the standard curb and gutter road design allows water to flow off the road and allows for increased infiltration. The idea here is to stop the raindrop when it falls. When a curb and gutter system is installed, the rainwater flows down the curb and it picks up the pollutants which will enter the lake. In other words, in summary, there's more to her report. The experts say they're opposed to what your staff is reporting to you. It will worsen the quality. Edina is not necessarily practicing the best principles of this important national movement. Curb will accelerate the movement of water into the lake and any filtering that occurs in the current buffer zone. As we all know, good conservation calls for much more filtered and buffer as possible. That's the end of my comments. I'd like the staff to determine if our neighborhood, we live in this neighborhood because we love it. We love the environment, we cherish it, we want to protect what we have. I urge the City Council to be open to consider our petition. Our petition requests defer the installation of curbs until we can have a thorough study.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Doug Fulton. I live at 4706 Gulf Terrace, where my wife and I are raising 4 children. I've lived in Edina for 17 years and have the experience of living through and having paid for the same type of street construction over near Cornelia several years ago. I don't plan on moving on to the next neighborhood. I will say, from Gulf Terrace and Lakeview perspective, there is not 100% concurrence in terms of there being a traffic issue on Gulf Terrace, but I will say that the majority of my neighbors and residents do think that there is more traffic on that road today. And in fact, the numbers, I think, showed that there's a fair number of people, more than the other side roads, using Gulf Terrace, because people use it as a cutover from Wooddale to the community center road, whether they're coming from Crosstown or whether they're coming from 15th and France. They just use it going both ways. So I've attended the public hearing process, and I want to say that staff does a great job in terms of informing neighbors and providing an opportunity for input. But I'm encouraged to see that the development of the island concept over on both Wind and on Lakeview, because I do think, as has been referenced here tonight, that will help quiet and discourage some of the traffic that will come off of the community center road. And in fact, on some level, I would like to have, it'd be great to see even more of that along areas that get lots of heavy traffic. But I realize there are limits to what you can do with those types of quieting measures. Some of our neighbors, we had a neighborhood meeting this last week, have suggested some additional stop signs that would either be on Gulf Terrace or Lakeview on areas around the south side of Lakeview, because, again, there's a fair amount of traffic that comes in off the community center road and uses those side roads. And so really the direction really for the city is just to be open to looking for ways to calm traffic, because there is a fair amount of traffic that's going through there outside of just the residents that live there. And really it's a matter of safety. And I was interested to hear about Wayne's comments earlier tonight on the surmountable gutters, because as we're talking about the curb system, I'm in favor of with the previous speaker who said we really would like no curbs until we understand the environmental impact on the lake. But you know, if you need to put curbs in, the only negative thing I heard tonight about the insurmountable ones, which are the lower level ones, is that it causes a problem when you bump in and go to your driveway. Well, if you study the north side of the lake, there are no driveways. So, I mean, if in fact you need a curb system, and you're going to vote tonight on putting a curb system in, it would seem reasonable you'd say, well, maybe we should consider an insurmountable system that achieves the same goals without and takes care of some of the safety issues. So this is an important process. The benefit of it, however, is the fact that we can make improvements while the city does a major project. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Fulton.
Good evening. My name is Jack Helms. I live at 4906 Lakeview Drive. And I'm here at the request of 22 households who met over the weekend in person, with 12 additional households meeting by proxy. It was and we all represented, for the most part, the north side of the project. We agree that the project seems to combine two very different neighborhoods, and we urge you to split the project up into two parts. The north part of the project has the Lake Harvey issue. All 34 households represented preferred no curbs for aesthetic purposes primarily, but also environmental and safety. We understand it's unlikely that the City Council will agree to that, given the construction and maintenance issues. What we would prefer instead is the surmountable curbs. I lived 14 years ago in the Knollwood neighborhood of Hopkins, just east of the Oak Ridge Country Club, 2 ponds. It was exactly what was done there, and there were no 4-inch bumps. It was very soft driveway, so it wasn't a problem. So we would urge you to consider the surmountable curbs. As to the environmental issue, the city engineers comment that the volume and velocity of water flowing into the lake as a result of curbs, that it wouldn't change, doesn't make any sense. Right now, there is no storm sewer in this area. The water comes to the lake just by runoff. The water first runs to the side of the road in the porous yards, and much of the water is absorbed in the yards. With the curbs, all the water would be channeled to the lake. The volume and velocity of the water that goes into the lake would substantially increase. We do agree that a curb and gutter around the lake would minimize the erosion, but the only aspect of the project that deals with environmental is the increased catch basin, which will deal with the solid elements, but will not address the pollution that comes off the roadway. But you think about it, you look at the map of this area, most of the water now during storm times goes into the grass and the yard areas on the side of the road. Some of it drains by surface gravity into Lake Harvey. If 100% of the storm water is channeled with curbs and gutters into Lake Harvey, the quality of that water is going to be diminished substantially. What we urge is more thought and more study, and that this part of the project be portioned off. And until we can get better thinking and a plan to solve the problems of Lake Harvey, which are clearly impacted by this project, we think the project should be deferred. On the safety issue, the pedestrians, it's more than pedestrians, it's bikes, it's wagons, etc. The surmountable curb would help people get out of the way. 26 feet is very narrow. So we'd urge you to consider the safety issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Folks. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Council. My name is Danielle Arlo. I live at 4818 Gulf Terrace. Thanks for having this hearing, and I wanted to thank the council members who responded to the letter I wrote about sidewalks. I also want to thank Mr. Sullivan for answering my endless questions about sidewalks and curbs over the recent weeks. I think it's most important that in this project, the council be mindful of children who live in the neighborhood. And what, Mr. Mayor, you were speaking about recently, a way for people to get out of the way of when they're walking around Lake Harvey was sort of a system, to me, sounded like a description of sidewalks. I know that 25% of residents were in favor of sidewalks in our neighborhood, and only 25%, and that 75% were opposed. We live at the house where in the photo, or in the illustration that Mr. Sullivan showed, he said there were about 3 accidents in our part of the neighborhood. 2 of them were right in front of our house. One accident that wasn't part of that graphic was something that happened over the summer, which was someone traveling on the frontage road, Wilson Road, a teenager who lost control of his vehicle and drove through the back of our fence, and about 3 feet from our play set that our children play on. And if had they been there, it's frightening to think what could have happened. Of course, that's a freak accident, and that's something that's not even the street that we're talking about, but I think it's an illustration of how dangerous it would be for our children, who are 5 years old and 4 years old, to cross over that street twice in order to get to the school that the 5-year-old attends now and the 4-year-old will attend in 2012, which is only 2.5 blocks away. Your question about how many children walk to school is artificially low because there's no safe way for children to get from my house or any of the houses on the south side of the project to the schools. The 3-school area that abuts this project absurdly has sidewalks going all the way around it, and then the sidewalks abruptly end at the neighborhood where the children who attend the schools live. On the issue of curbs, I love my neighbors. I hate to disagree with them. But just in terms of vehicles driving over my yard, I've seen a tremendous increase in the past 10 years that we've lived at our location. One of the photos that Mr. Sullivan showed of the lake also showed the corner of our property, and you could see tire lines going around the corner. I'm concerned. I love the idea of surmountable curbs, except I'm concerned that a surmountable curb is surmountable by vehicles, and I would continue to see vehicles driving on my yard. I love the idea of rigid curves on our side and surmountable curves on the lakeside. The one last point I wanted to make is that we were doing construction on our house, and while we were doing it, we have been living in Minneapolis.
I need to cut you off, Ms.
Okay,
Earl.
thank you. I just want to say that Minneapolis has worse snow clearance, treats children much better, in that it has sidewalks everywhere. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Tim Kehoe. I live at 5613 Sherwood Avenue, and I have plan. Your team has been excellent in communication and collaboration throughout the process. Some of my neighbors couldn't make it here tonight, but within the Wind Road Center Island conversation, there seems to be the elongated sidewalk along the back there, and they just wondered whether it needed to be quite as long as it is, or whether that would be able to be shortened, and whether the length of it is determined by any set of rules or anything like that. Because it seems in the illustration to be kind of a sidewalk to nowhere, and they just wondered whether it's just to get around the island obstruction, for pedestrians.
That's exactly what it's for, but we'll talk about the length of it.
Okay, yeah. They just couldn't make it tonight, so they wanted me to bring it and talk about it.
Thanks, Jim.
Um, 4500 Gulf Terrace. I'm not actually in the to-do, but 2019 or something like that. I've walked around Lake Harvey for years on that.
Sir, what's your name?
Jerry Weber. I've walked around Lake Harvey for years, and the quality of that lake has really deteriorated. And my question would be, let's take a look at some of the new technology. You talked about putting that impervious walk along the edge of the lake. Why don't we blacktop the road with that pervious blacktop? I know that you can do it, because I've looked into doing it on our parking lot in a commercial building, because the city will give us a break on our water and sewer by not draining all that water into the watershed district. If we don't do that, obviously there's a tremendous cost involved in that, but let's get the water into a drainage system, a sewer system, or a storm sewer that's going to take the water away from the lake to improve the quality of it. I think the lake, the depth of the lake has probably dropped or gone up significantly in the 20-some years I've walked around it, simply because all you have to do is look and see where the water's running in. It ain't different than a waterfall. It works its way back as time passes. When I first started walking around that lake, there weren't tracks going into the lake. Well, they certainly are now, and there's an awful lot of water dumping into that lake.
Okay, all right.
There is such a thing, is there not? As asphalt that can be laid down that the water will actually drain through.
Yeah, there is pervious asphalt, I believe. Yeah, we've looked at that. All right, thanks, Mr. Weber. I'll put that question on the list.
Hi, my name is Ron Wennis, and I live at 5617 Sherwood Avenue. And I just have a couple of comments on the discussions that have apparently been taking place between some of the neighbors and the engineering department on some of the measures such as the bump outs and the island. We were never invited to any of those meetings. I thought it was part of city policy that neighbors that were affected needed to be invited to those kinds of meetings. Another comment, and this goes back to when all of the gymnasiums needed to be built across the road at the community center. We brought up the lack of traffic planning, and that seems to be happening again here, and in particular speed planning and traffic calming. I don't believe that these bump outs and islands will do much more than minor impact on that kind of thing. But the things that don't happen are good signage that needs to be put in. When they slowed down the speed limit around the school to 15 miles an hour, they put one sign at the end of each block. Nothing to remind traffic coming out of the parking lots that it was 15 miles an hour. And the definition of it's 15 miles an hour when children are present is, to me, insane. I mean, there are always children present. We have something like 20 children living in our block. They're always there. So why isn't it always 15 miles an hour? The other thing is the lack of parking limitations on our streets, and especially along Wind Road and along Sherwood Avenue, where we see it the most, and especially during school events. I believe that there should be no parking allowed whenever there's a school event going on, which is about 7 days a week. But that kind of thing needs to be considered more strongly. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Wennis.
My name is Jackie Zip, and I'm at 5610 Dalrymple. And I'd like to just follow up with what he said, and I'm begging maybe some of the new city council members to consider the parking problems that we have on our street, which I consider to be an extension of the Southview middle school parking lot. On Dalrymple, the traffic is horrible, the parking is horrible. The school uses that our street is probably the worst street for parking. If we've asked, I know we spoke with you at a meeting for signage on Southview that directs particularly people from out of our community to the parking lots behind Southview, which a number of us on our street have actually gone behind the school when our street has been packed and seen that the parking lot has lots of space for it. So we need signage. We really need signage for parking. Because I don't think we need to be able to park on our streets after 6 o'clock for our friends that come over and things like that. So we've been told it's kind of an all or nothing. So if part of this process could be to get some signs out on Southview Lane directing the school events parking to the parking lots, that would be fabulous.
All right. Thanks, Jackie. Anyone else?
Yes, my name is Ron Medeiros, and I live at 5603 St. Andrews. And in looking at the previous presentation from the city engineer, they showed a number of water breaks. And listening to the presentation, either I missed it or something, that they're going to put a new water main down Lakeview. But nothing was said about Dare Maple and Sherwood and St. Andrews. And them water mains are really prone to breaking. And the second thing on the other presentation, the gas company was going to run new pipes down the street. Are we going to get them, or is that still up in the air? Thank you.
All right, we'll check on that. Thanks, Ron.
I'm Mark Kaiser. I've lived on Golf Terrace, 4702 Golf Terrace for 37 years. Lifetime resident of Edina. My kids live here. My grandkids live here. My daughter also lives on Golf Terrace down the end of the road. So I've probably been around Lake Harvey over 1,000 times. And the water quality has really gone down. They're absolutely right. And something should be done about it. I think we're going to have a tough time not having any curbs at all, but certainly we need that surmountable curb there. This is the second time for me to get assessed for the same thing. I don't know, in the late 80s, did they put in new sewers then? And if not, what happened? Or if they did, what happened to them? So it's the second time. People don't understand that there's two sewers in Golf Terrace. One runs one way, west, the other one runs east. So you're going to have to join them sooner or later or put in a lift station. The reason there's no water on Lakeview is there's no loop there at all. It has to come from Golf Terrace through their people's yards and then over to Lakeview. There's no water line there at all. So I think we should really slow down on this thing. I would agree with some of these folks' suggestions that we put this off for a little bit until we fully understand what the impact will be on Lake Harvey. It looks like sort of a makeshift way of taking care of it. I know there's a couple of sewer grates in front of Susan's house and a couple other places. Does that just go directly into the lake? I'm not sure. And then one other thing, when Jack was showing the slides, he mentioned that one of the slides made mention of sidewalks on Lakeview. Was that an error? Because I don't see that wasn't ever brought up before in the plan.
Okay. We can deal with that. There's a little stub sidewalk proposed for Lakeview down where it meets Wilson Road.
Oh, it's not up around it someplace?
Say again?
It's not up around it that they're planning on?
No.
Oh, okay. And as far as safety issues, I don't know. My kids, we fought for years to have a stop sign on Lakeview where it intersects Golf Terrace. That got voted down, but I'll tell you, the fastest thing on that street is the school buses, by far. Both the big ones and the little ones for the private schools. I've never seen anybody go so fast in my life. But I'm not aware of anybody ever getting hurt in the neighborhood. Been there a long time.
All right.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Kaiser. Anyone else? Moved and seconded, we close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Council, let's go through the questions here. Jack and Wayne, have you been? Let's talk about this. A frequent theme was the surmountable curb. Maybe an answer that people seem to be more comfortable with the notion of a surmountable curb, and I think they were talking about it around the north side of the lake and maybe on Lakeview from Ms. Kovnick's house east, as opposed to all the way over to Lakeview and Wilson Road. A slightly different issue. But what are your thoughts on the surmountable curb issue? Let's deal with that one first.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I believe last year during one of the public hearings, you brought up the question of surmountable curbs versus bulkhead curbs. And not only what I had mentioned earlier was the driving over of it, but also you still don't get away from people driving when they're parking in front of a home where their wheels will come up and over the surmountable curb onto the grass, causing ruts and then eventually erosion of the yard. And so at that time, one of you said, well, why do we give folks a choice? Why don't we just use bulkhead curb? And so that's why we're one of the reasons why we're still recommending a bulkhead curb is yes, it's a piece of concrete on the side of the road, and yes, it might help out the structural integrity of the pavement, but you still have that beyond the bulkhead or the surmountable curb, the plows riding up and hitting the yard, or somebody parking on beyond the surmountable curb. So that's one from a staff level engineer point of view is why we would recommend a bulkhead curb itself still on this project.
Go ahead.
I moved on to Concord 10 years ago, and I moved on to Concord with a surmountable curb, and everyone parked up over the surmountable curb on the yard because they took it as an opportunity to get out of the street more. Plus, it's true, it has about a 4-inch lip, so every time I drove up into my driveway, I bounced up into my driveway and I bounced back. Concord got replaced 5 years ago. We have bulkhead curbs. I would never go back to a surmountable curb. So I want you to understand that the concept sounds like it's small and flowing. To me, it looked like a way bigger strip of concrete along the side of my street than my current bulkhead curb, and I found it much more efficient to have a bulkhead curb and to keep people off my lawn. So I'm just going to tell you from 5 years with one kind and 5 years of another, that's my experience.
We had a discussion about surmountable curb last year with Parkwood Knolls neighborhood, and they were thinking they wanted that, and they wanted to keep that rail up, and we decided to go with bulkhead. And have you had much feedback from the neighbors out there?
I haven't. Have you?
We've had minimal feedback. I have heard a couple people say that they certainly like the job that we did. We fit the curb and gutter to the terrain that was out there. In that case, is mostly very flat, and they thought we did a very excellent job of tying that bulkhead curb in. But no, they didn't opine any further on their opinions.
All right. Member Sprague.
What about structural integrity and longevity of the surmountable versus bulkhead?
What we've seen is over time they're very similar. If you look at the Parkwood Knolls, earlier versions of the Parkwood Knolls, where they did put in surmountable curbs because they didn't know the location of the driveways at that time when they platted out those subdivisions. Have not seen a lot of settlement on those curbs compared to the bulkhead curbs. So I would say that from a longevity, it is a strip of concrete, and it will be good in the future. But like I say, when you go beyond the curb, what happens to the yard? What happens to the plowing and such? And like the lady said, is that what happens to the corners as you're driving, cutting the corners? On the surmountable, it's pretty easy to cut a corner versus a bulkhead.
What about at the edge of the concrete apron, where the apron meets the street on surmountable versus bulk? Is there any erosion or anything that happens with a surmountable versus a bulkhead? On what we've also seen is our standard apron for a bulkhead has a 3-foot radius. On a surmountable, the driveway would come straight down into the surmountable. So yeah, over time you would have a little bit of erosion right on the corner piece. What we've seen in a lot of neighborhoods is that they'll come back later and put a piece of concrete at an angle to that. It's not substantial, but you still have like you say, the lip to get over. And the reason being is you want to convey that flow of water down the gutter line. So you don't want to drop the surmountable down so that water then goes up onto the pavement of the driveway itself, and eventually wear away at the driveway.
There were a lot of expressed concerns about water quality and sediment buildup in Lake Harvey, and understandable. Mr. Helms raised the question of, if we go with bulkhead with these catch basins, will they really catch the contaminants, or is it just funneling things faster into Lake Harvey? What are your thoughts on that?
I think that what we've seen on the photos is that the water does convey itself along the edge of the roadway, then goes into those swells, and that's essentially what it's going to be doing with the pipe system. But it's not going to be picking up the edge of the roadway or where the grass or the soils meet up against the pavement itself. So I believe from an engineering point of view that it's going to be cleaner water that's going to be getting to the lake, and it'll be dropping out some of the sediment into those sump catch basins. I think the lake over time yes, it's getting shallower. He's absolutely right, because what happens is the plant grows and then it dies off, and it keeps going until eventually you have a wetland with cattails in it, where you have a very shallow. And that's what I was saying before, is that I think we need to study the lake more to see what we can actually do with in the regulatory world that we live in, as far as if we should be dredging it out to get a little bit deeper water body that will then have a better quality water, clear quality water. Keep in mind, though, that if you do a project on the lake in the future, is that you won't be able to dredge from shore to shore. There's going to be only a certain amount of that lake that you can dredge, but that might be enough to keep it to keep a nice water quality, similar to what we've done on the swimming pool pond, Point France Pond, Pamela Lake, adding some of the ponds going into Pamela Lake, where we're successful in obtaining a better water quality.
Brindle?
One of the calls that I make with regard to these street reconstruction projects is to the watershed district that's related to that project. And I spoke with a gentleman, an engineer from the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District today. They are begging communities, specifically Edina, to call and ask for help and ask for advice and ask for what can we do. They'll to come out to Lake Harvey and come up with a plan that they can fund or partially fund through their own grant dollars and their federal grant dollars, and to help us improve the filtration into Lake Harvey and the condition of Lake Harvey. So one of the suggestions made, and I'll just throw this out there, was to actually split this project, because we really do have very different issues. We've got issues to recover and rescue a body of water, in contrast to street reconstruction in other areas that don't abut Lake Harvey directly. So I would very much like to have us contact the watershed district, get their advice, find out what it is we need to do, what the timeline is that would take, and it may indeed be that they're in line with what's planned. But I'd like to know from them what that is, because they're really crying to have us call them.
I would like to, if I could have the name afterwards of the people that you've been talking to, because that's not the reception that our staff is getting from Minnehaha Creek Watershed District on projects. We've asked them to fund a number of projects, and they just will not fund water quality projects like 9 Mile Creek has done in the city of Edina.
But I think it brings up a bigger issue of how do we integrate stormwater management and public works. And it's a perennial issue. It's of interest in just about every project we hear, not just with the lake in the middle, but for everybody. So it's a policy decision that we need to discuss and make some moves on. There's dollars out there to be leveraged for residents, for neighborhoods, and the most efficient and effective time to do that is in conjunction with a project like this. That being said, if you put in curb and gutter, it wouldn't preclude us from doing a project on Lake Harvey with residents, some type of riparian strip or rain gardens at the edge. Certainly the shoreline will stabilize when you don't have runoff going straight in, and that would actually help facilitate a project. So one is you get the curb and gutter up, and then the second phase is you help repair and stabilize the shoreline.
So one may preclude some of the actions that could be taken. I have been troubled in the time that I've been serving by this awareness that there are states doing it differently. State of Maryland, I think, has banned curb and gutter. We had a resident come in with a packet of information in a reconstruction project north of Interlaken over 4 years ago. And granted, they don't have snowfall. They don't have the plow issues. They probably don't have some of the elevation issues as a tidal shoreline state that we have here, and that's understood. But I feel that as a community, we have not studied this issue in a way that I think we need to, with the bodies of water that we have. And I think whether or not rain gardens are a best practice, and I think we got some helpful information on that earlier this evening, what other practices are being used. We don't have to be first, but we don't also have to be last in trying something. And so it's frustrating because we value staff's opinion, we also value and are very concerned about our resident concerns, and it's very difficult to try to figure out how to reconcile them.
Yeah, well said, everybody. But you got a few other questions to go through, and then let's continue this discussion. I think it was, Mr. Helms that also had a concern that if we put in curb and gutter, it will actually increase the volume of water into the lake, as opposed to having it be a neutral sort of situation, that somehow there would be more drainage off the yards and into the street and then rushing into the catch basins and would otherwise be caught the way it's set up right now. I'm wondering if you would comment on that.
Well, look, maybe Jack could.
We've done some early analysis of the stormwater runoff in here, and water that hits the front lawns will be absorbed. Water that's in this, well, to a certain degree, there's a certain percent that still runs off. With this project and the other project, there's varying degrees of infiltration that happen along these edges. In most cases, yards, for the most part, though, and especially these road edges, have certainly sealed themselves off, so to speak, from really having a large percentage of infiltration because they've been driven on, because they're compacted down from the other activities that happen. They really don't have more fine particulate matter that's in them. They really don't have the infiltration rates that we would, I guess you would expect or anticipate. So they start to act more like the hard surface themselves. So quantifiably, the amount of water runoff, if anything, is going to be about exactly the same time you incorporate some of the reduction in pavement that we're proposing to do, with maybe taking away a little bit of the infiltration that's potentially happening along some of these earthen edges, some of the pocketing and pooling that happens from some of these low spots. Some of the photos that weren't shown tonight, but do show some areas that undulate and hold little pockets of water. So to discount 100% that there won't be a change, but I think when you net it all out, we can't quantify the change because it is so minuscule. The percentage is 1-2% here or there isn't really making a large change.
Thank you. Member Swenson.
It wasn't a water issue that made us delay the country club project. It was because all of a sudden there was a traffic issue and we should do traffic calming, and the project got delayed a year or 2 years. In that time, the price of the project went up 25%?
20%.
20%. And in essence, we ended up doing what we were originally going to do before we got mired in all the traffic calming. And the essence of what happened was that our constituents that lived there, that wanted it plain and got it plain, ended up paying a considerable amount of money more. I always hesitate to put off a project because it needs to be quote-unquote studied more, because my experience, at least to date, and granted it's only 6 years on the council and 10 years on planning, is that it never dramatically changed what we were going to do other than the price. So I want you to kind of keep that in mind as we work through this, because that's the price you're paying.
One of the questions raised by Mr. Weber was, why don't we use a pervious material on the roadway over there? We know it exists. What are your thoughts? What's your professional opinion on whether pervious material on the roadbed on that portion of Lakeview on the north side of the lake would be appropriate?
Mr. Mayor and Council, the city of Shorewood actually used a porous concrete on one of their neighborhood roads this last year. And one is there's some concerns that I have as both the city engineer and public works director is one is what are we leaving for future generations of engineers and public works directors? Right now, your heavy metals you can concentrate into catch basins, those areas. Those what happens to a porous roadway system is the water, the metals off of your vehicles and stuff go down into the subgrade itself. So as you reconstruct a roadway, is that material that you have just to reconstruct a roadway in 40 years, going to be have to be triple price to be hauled away to some disposal site. I've asked that question many times to the University of Minnesota and the watershed districts when they talk about porous pavements on roadways, and I've not received a good answer to my opinion to sign off on a plan that has porous pavement on a roadway. We have used porous pavement on sidewalks down by Centennial Lakes, underneath on the promenade going underneath York Avenue. That's porous pavement in that area. I think it does have the right application. Underneath the pavers at 50th and France, we've used porous pavement on the 5,000 development over there. So I think in the right spots it has the right application. In this spot, or any roadways itself, without pre-treating that water, I don't believe I would like to introduce pollutants into the subgrade itself to be so-called filtered out.
I think we've all got this common goal, and that is to make Lake Harvey kind of recapture its lost glory. Talking to Ms. Kovnick, she told me as she grew up, there were people that at one time fished out there, boated out there, really were able to enjoy the lake itself, and now we've got it's not a mud hole, but it sure isn't what it used to be, and I don't know if this roadway project will hurt or help it, but I think we do need to look at the lake. This is a good impetus to get something going with respect to the quality of Lake Harvey and try to figure out a solution, not only for that neighborhood, but for our town. We want to be proud of the water quality we have in our lakes, and this is something that we need to take a look at. But what I hear you saying generally is that what you're recommending as a professional engineer, our city engineer, and our public works director, is that you think that on balance the environment will be more positively affected by putting in bulkhead with the catch basins that we can use strategically placed to capture some of these heavy metals and other things that are contaminants. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
All right. There were folks on Dalrymple and St. Andrews that were concerned about traffic, and I know they didn't want to turn this into a traffic hearing, but we've heard these issues before, and they're important issues for neighborhood integrity, and I'm wondering if you could just have our traffic safety guy take a look at some of these issues again and visit with some of these folks. Maybe we can devise a strategy that works better at getting people moved into the Southview parking area as opposed to just conveniently parking on their streets. I'm not sure exactly how to do that, but I think somebody ought to wrestle with it.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I would suggest that when we get together with the school board, is that we make this as an agenda item.
Yeah, great idea.
To keep that up on the page. It has fallen off the page. I think we need to keep that up.
And that 5 p.m. on February 28th, okay. And that meeting will be held where? Okay, but it will be open to the public, correct? Great.
Mr. Badeiros had a couple of questions. I think I'm pronouncing his last name correctly. Why not a new water line on some of these other streets? Why just Lakeview, I think it was, and might we get a new gas line as long as they're putting in some new gas lines other places to get it all done at the same time when the street's torn up?
Mr. Mayor, we are proposing to do complete replacement of the water main system in the neighborhood, and in conjunction with that, we have been coordinating activities with the CenterPoint Energy, the gas provider for our community, and they have indicated to us that they're going to make some major improvements to their infrastructure in this neighborhood. As was discussed at the previous meeting, we are in early negotiations or discussions with that they will probably get in and do their work prior to our construction, our contractor doing our work. So you could anticipate seeing them in potentially early to mid-April if weather permits, and then we would starting to move into the neighborhood and tackle our work in start of May to mid-May.
Okay. Mr. Kaiser, who's lived there forever, kind of the neighborhood historian, talking about how the sewer runs both ways on Gulf Terrace, and the water comes through, I think, through backyards into Lakeview. I'm assuming that you've thought about some of these issues and have solutions to some of these things so that we do this right the first time, and we're not coming back in 5 or 10 years to say, oops, we should have done this or done that.
Sure. We've evaluated the sanitary sewer. He's in his first comment was referencing that there's 2 sanitary sewer, and the sewer goes one sewer goes west and one goes east, and we are aware of that. It's a system that was designed that way due to the elevation differences out there. The system was designed that way. We have evaluated it and looked at for any upgrades or potential improvements that we could make with this project that would be cost effective. And really there's no reason to change what's out there. So we're leaving the sanitary sewer system as is. However, he did also mention I think he was referring to the water services. Some of the homes along Lakeview, along that side of the lake there, actually receive their potable water off of Gulf Terrace. The water actually runs through the backyards of the homes to the north, creating a potential issue. And actually there was some issues out there in the recent past where that system had sprung a leak and flooded out one of the neighbors' homes. So by installing the water main along along Lakeview, along the north side of the lake there, we'd allow a potential connection for those homeowners that are servicing off those backyards to connect to in the future to try to minimize future concerns. We wouldn't force them to hook up now, but certainly if there was another issue like what happened in the past, then they would be basically required to hook that up because we have a service available to them.
Okay. And then one of the other questions, I think it was Mr. Kehoe, Tim, what determines the length of the sidewalk on Wind and Williston?
The graphic that he had placed up there showed the sidewalk extending to what I'll say is the west property line of the homes. Certainly, as we talked about early on, it's key to get the pedestrians out of the entrance island area. To how far east in this case, how far east you put them back to the street is up for discussion. I guess staff believe that as long as we own that property there, it's a city-owned right-of-way, we could continue, and it's fairly levelly graded, be a real easy spot to just extend that sidewalk as far as we can. It's only going to get us another 50 feet, but 50 feet further gets us past the taper that's out there. Because we're at a wider section with the islands, we have to taper back to the road width that's currently there. And so a lot of things just tend to happen at that location. It's a nice spot to tie back in. We could certainly look at somewhere else, but staff believes that this is a location that is most preferable and keeps the pedestrians off the road the longest.
It also appears from the diagram that there is a pedestrian connection being created to that pathway that already is on the west side of the frontage road. So not an easy cross with the traffic on that road and some of the speeds, but at least a designated crossing. And can there be some, I wanted to follow up on clarification on the signage, and that is that an item like the cooperation with Southview Middle School, for instance, to see that people use that south lot rather than leaving that empty and parking on the street, that sounds like a city school project. The signage on Southview Lane really is a city issue at bottom, is it not? If we can't get accomplished what we need to with the district, we as a city still have the right to sign that. And perhaps provide more adequate guidance to drivers who are leaving that lot and may not be aware of the speed.
We'll certainly take that direction to the February 28th meeting. I think we can then take a next step from there based on the feedback we receive at that point, without a doubt, and then reassess the situation.
Okay.
And there were some stop sign issues, too, that we'll have to address as a city. So, one of the things that we talked briefly about is this notion that we've got, as Ms. Arlo said, there's 3 schools in close proximity to this neighborhood, and really a dearth of sidewalks to connect the schools to the neighborhood. It's an issue that I have some pretty strong personal feelings about it. I really like the idea of sidewalks and separating people from traffic, but in a situation where you've asked people to step up and take on a special assessment that's pretty substantial, it's always tough to ask them to come up with an extra couple $1,000 for sidewalks or whatever it's going to be. So I just restate my desire that at some point this council discuss maybe trying to put together some legislation to go to the state legislature with to set up a sidewalk utility so that we could kind of systematically go through the town with a sidewalk plan and make this a more walkable environment, because that's the future. I'm telling you that younger people are going to be looking for not only things like the 9 Mile Creek creek-based trail to walk and ride on, and older folks as well. They're going to be looking for ways to get around on foot. And it's going to be a great benefit if you are the most walkable community in Minnesota, to be able to sell your home to somebody that's younger that wants to move in, instead of having to worry about pushing the baby carriage down the street. And it's just something that we're going to have to face up to. But if we can do a sidewalk utility and have people throw a few dollars every quarter at the sidewalk utility, we can systematically go through our town at a very low cost to the citizens and get this done. Member Swenson.
We meet with our legislators in an opportunity. Is it a week from Friday morning? Or this Friday, whatever, I don't know. I'm only at the beginning of the week. I guess I haven't looked at that calendar, which gives us another opportunity to champion for a sidewalk and even street light.
Yeah, and you know, the hearing we just had, to me, that's a perfect neighborhood for sidewalks. South of 54th, they should have sidewalks on both sides of the street down there, going east and going west, going north and going south, and frankly, in your neighborhood as well. I know that you like a rural feel, but I think sidewalks are the future. Non-motorized transportation is where it's going to be at. So,
I have a
anyway,
question.
I've talked enough about that.
Well, I'm going to talk a little more about it.
All right.
We had a map up earlier, and I asked a question about the school zone. The school walking area is really what I meant. And is there... Yes, yes, it is. And is it easier to get money for a safe walking area to school if you are in that walking area, in that half-mile area that was shown?
Councilmember Brindle and Council, the Safe Routes to School program is currently not funded. In fact, I don't believe they even have a director over at the state of Minnesota for that. They moved on to a different part of MnDOT. So to answer your question, no, there is no money for that. The other avenue would be the, like I say, the sidewalk utility would be the other avenue to go after some legislation to create that utility, and then look at these neighborhoods, parks, where you have a lot of pedestrian traffic, and see how we can accommodate people to get them off the roadways. The other thing to keep in mind too on these roadways, when you look at the speeds and the volumes of traffic, especially the volumes of traffic, I believe it still stands that when you have volumes about 500 to 750 cars per day, that's the point where you want to separate the pedestrians and the vehicles. Anything below that, they can intermix, kind of share the road aspect. I know that's not where we're going with some of these sidewalks, but that's still out there as a valid numbers that they use out in the in transportation world.
Well, then, can we come up with a designated route for kids to walk, for adults to walk, to get through the neighborhood and down to the school, to the community center, to the football field, and stripe the road to have a walking lane on one side of the road, and then put signs up to say pedestrian route, so that it does, in a way, designate a pedestrian route and lets drivers know that that is the pedestrian route.
I guess if the council desires, we can do that. There are some things that you have to consider. One is most of the seasons that people are out walking during the school season. It's typically covered with snow. So if you really, I've been asked that question before. If you remember the West Shore discussions we had on the sidewalks over there, I said, well, can we just stripe an area and designate that as a walking area? Sure, you could do that. People do it in some locations. Is it much safer? Not a whole lot, because you don't have a separation of the vehicles and the pedestrians.
False sense of safety, probably. I kicked myself because I voted against the sidewalk running from Cornelia School to the pool. That was a big mistake, in my opinion. That we should have a sidewalk on Cornelia running that distance. People are in the street over there, all kinds of kids in the street, and we've got to deal with this problem as a community. Enough said on that issue.
Well, and I think the Cornelia case was, neighborhood is a little bit clearer because you have a volume of 1,200 vehicles a day north of 70th Street, at least at the time that the study was done, so I think this is 2007, and you have a volume of 1,800 vehicles a day south of 70th Street. So part of the difficulty here is that the volumes are relatively low, and another issue I think is there's an evolution in the community, and by asking people to fill out a survey or a petition, they are understanding that they're taking on the responsibility of maintaining that sidewalk, of clearing it. And if there isn't the mass willing to move that issue forward at this time, then I think what we've got is a neighborhood that obviously walks a lot, but isn't ready yet for this. And at some point in the future, I think we'll probably see people come back with a petition, but not now. I do have a question about, in terms of the testimony we've heard on this issue, and I think we've had more discussion about sidewalk than we've heard from the public, from residents, but we have heard a lot of issue about this water quality concern, about the question of curb and gutter, about the fact that there are different characteristics north and south of Lake Harvey. And my question is, with the willingness, we've been going ahead with our projects. I think we've been, since 2005, I think the council, everybody learned a lesson, I think, with that one. And after a hiatus of, 2000 to 2004 with no projects, which is why we're catching up so much now as a city, we all, I think, have been responsible in going forward. Is there a way to go forward with this project as designed for Lakeview Drive, or south of Lakeview Drive, and work with the watershed district to find a solution on just to the issue of curb and gutter for the neighborhood north of Lakeview Drive and north? The fact that there's no reduction in volume, and I appreciate the way the staff has stated it, it's pretty clear. We're not, so no, if water amount is the issue, change neither direction. Water quality is definitely an issue. There appear to be some methods being used elsewhere that we're not using. There is this question of whether or not the funding really is available from the watershed district, but I know from personal contact with 9 Mile Creek Watershed District that they are offering grants, and it's very difficult for me to go forward with a standard solution to a unique problem multiplied by 17, of course, throughout our city, with, I think, 17 lakes. But so something, if this is a prototype for us, and we get in from, and the neighborhood is willing to be, this part of the project area is willing to be a prototype, then we learn as a city something that can help us going forward with those other projects on the other shore areas. So that, I guess, is a very long question, but is there a way to go forward on that basis? We're not delaying this project. I'm not hearing a call for delay. We've had different solutions suggested, such as the surmountable curb, pros and cons, the bulkhead curb, which people have petitioned against.
Or no curb,
or no
their
curb.
preference, actually.
Right.
So, yeah, great, a good point. The question is, can we approve the project tonight and authorize you to go forward, but in the interim period, for planning purposes, can you get in touch with the watershed district and make sure that we're doing the best thing from an environmental standpoint?
Mr. Mayor and Council, if you direct staff to go that route, we can do that. From my perspective, I'd really like to have some clear direction on the curb and gutter. This actually was proposed in the project in the 80s and actually was stopped at a point on Lakeview Drive in 83 of not extending the curb and gutter. So this is not a new issue of do you want curb and gutter in this neighborhood or not. From a watershed perspective, I still think that yeah, we need to work with the watershed district. It's not only the roadway that you're looking at, it's the amount of yards that are manicured right to the lake. It's the surface area of the houses that have increased over the years. It's not the same size houses that it was 30 years ago in this neighborhood if you look at aerial photos from 67 on up. So there's other issues other than just the roadway water that you have to contend with that goes into this lake.
Mm-hmm. Understood, and I guess in understanding that with traffic calming, at least it's the 3 E's: education, enforcement, and engineering. Is it possible even to hold it in the nature of a neighborhood forum with invitation to all the people in this project area so that there can be a dialogue with Minnehaha Creek Watershed District and an understanding and embracing? We did have a memo brought up to us from the Pollution Control Agency that was referred earlier in the testimony. And I'm not an engineer and not trying to play engineer and understand the expertise of engineers, but I am somebody who has followed these issues over the years and do understand again that there is an evolution going on with how we treat stormwater. Certainly, as you described, the bigger houses, more pavement. So this is an issue we're going to face as a community. What can we learn in this instance? And again, with the neighborhood, a lot of which I've got the petition area, or the houses that are petitioned I've marked off, and I know it's sort of a crescent up at the northwest corner, but people who have volunteered to be prototypes for development of something that might really help the quality of their neighborhood lake, resource in our city, and lakes elsewhere.
Your Honor, I wonder, Mr. Houle, if is this something that you could organize the contract as a base and then have just a couple add alternates to it that contemplate alternative designs for the curb and gutter? Is that a possibility?
We could do that. Yeah, we could do that if we knew what the design was and what we're trying to accomplish with that design. It's difficult to sit here and say, yeah, we could do something that I don't know what a different design would be for the roadway itself. When you talk about watershed districts, the watershed districts are obviously the advocate for what they do. Us as employees of the city and public works people, we got to balance the maintenance issues and the different aspects that the watersheds don't look at or don't have to go back and try to fix. So to say, yeah, let's go ahead and do an alternate based off the watershed design, you probably will get a design or some type of a solution that who knows if they can fix it or not in the future, if they have to cut a patch in the roadway and fix a impervious pavement or porous pavement, or if you have a rain guard on the side, if you could even touch the side of that between the existing pavement and the water, the lake itself. I don't believe with the current watershed rules that we could even swell out a rain guard in that area. So I mean, we can we will definitely be talking to them because we have to talk to them to get a permit for the project. But I don't know if I can actually say, yeah, I can come back with an alternate design. If we can do that, I will do that. But tonight I'm not prepared to say that we can go forward with that. Well, the one thing that I might suggest is that if you're debating about the issue on the north end is maybe we continue this for 2 weeks to the next council meeting. I know we do have some other public hearings, but I'm hoping that they're not as contentious as these this night. And by that time, staff can go to the watershed district and have some discussions, one-on-one discussions with them about this neighborhood and some of the issues of the grant and the monies and those types of stuff. Yeah.
Member Swenson?
If we continued it, we would continue, it, but this would have been the public hearing that we held for it, correct?
Public hearing's been closed.
So that if it's continued, the discussion will be up here, but not this way, correct? They will have every opportunity to email us or write us a letter, et cetera, in the meantime for communication.
You can continue to accept their
I'd just like
comments, right?
to set up the expectation should we continue it.
But we need to be able to communicate with the neighbors in advance as to what we learned too, so they don't come here and learn about it for the first time. So we got to factor that into the timing of it too.
Then I would suggest it goes out 2 council meetings, so we have some time to communicate to the neighbors
And I'm
about
thinking-
what we've learned. Yep.
And that won't mess up your schedule.
Not that much. I mean, I'd rather get this taken care of so that as you go forward, that people understand why we're doing what we're doing.
Okay. Member Sprague?
I just think this begs a larger discussion of our policy direction on stormwater management. And we have these piecemeal discussions, but we need to have a more cohesive approach that will give staff a direction to consider as well. So we don't have to do this project to project. It's obviously a discussion of the moment that we need to resolve with some clear data and some clear facts. So I think somehow we need to facilitate that discussion or work session, maybe perhaps in conjunction with the watershed districts. I know we've done a NEMO workshop with 9 Mile Creek, and we're doing another one soon. So maybe out of those meetings, we can try to facilitate a work session or something out of this.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good thought. Okay. So the sentiment is to table this for a month, send it over. What's our date? Let's get a motion.
February 15th.
February 15th? All right. Is there,
We have 2 more street reconstructions coming up. What date were those set?
February 1st, I think.
February 1st, okay. So we don't have a threesome again?
All right. Is there a motion to set this matter over to February 15th?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded that we set over public hearing VA 335, I should say the Gulf Terrace Reconstruction Improvement VA 355, Resolution 2011-13 to February 15, 2011, meeting of the City Council. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried.
And Your Honor, I was asking if there was a way to do a public meeting so that it could serve as an informational meeting for residents as well. If that's possible, I think that there would be a lot of value in it.
Let's,
A meeting with the watershed
kind
district.
of an informational
Like-
meeting
like-
from the Public Works
Exactly.
Department.
Public Works and Watershed District, and sort of discussion of best practices, what are options.
See what you can do in that way. Thank you. All right, next matter, last public hearing this evening is the Carson's Hill proposed street reconstruction improvement VA 370 resolution 2011-15.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. We'll be discussing the Carson's Hills Roadway Improvement VA 370, very similar to the previous 2 we've talked about already tonight, and in the generic context of the public improvement hearing process. This project is located in the northwest part of Edina. Blake Road is the westerly limits, Vernon Road is the southerly limits, and then it's kind of bordered by this Dundee on the east, and Fox Meadow Road and Fox Meadow Park on the north. It's a rather large neighborhood, about 162 homes in this assessment area. This project was also initiated by staff. built mid-'60s, so good 20 years newer than the other two projects we discussed earlier tonight. The northerly section, which you can kind of see in the previous graphic, of Highwood here and over, was built actually in the 80s. Similar public works maintenance on these streets, however, we're still 40 years old for the majority of them, and certainly well on their way, if not a little bit older, to being past their useful life for a blacktop street within Edina. Like with all of our projects, we know the typical problems with this one: resident concerns about stormwater drainage, groundwater flows, sanitary sewer spot repairs. We're actually sanitary televising this neighborhood as we speak, getting a little more information on that. And then always looking for ways to improve our infrastructure, including the water main and storm sewer. This neighborhood is considerably different than the previous one, previous two, where almost 100% of the neighborhood is curb and gutter, bulkhead style curb and gutter, B618 style, and very consistent with on all the streets, 31 feet or so back to back. Poor pavement conditions. A couple of different graphics here showing the alligator cracking, the different spalling that's happening out here. It's one of our overall within the city. It's one of the worst aggregately rated neighborhoods that we have. We're in this neighborhood looking to go in and do spot repair on the curb and gutter that's out there today. Find areas that are excessively cosmetically damaged or failure to properly drain settled areas that have been heaving. Pull that curb and gutter out and replace it with new curb and gutter. At the same time, we're doing a complete removal and replacement of the blacktop and the gravel subbase that's out there, keeping the streets the same width. With a neighborhood like this, with existing curb and gutter, it speeds up the process considerably. A lot less impact to the residents, a lot less impact to the areas behind the back of the curb. There'll still be locations where we'll be doing spot work behind the curb that will impact pipe containment, irrigation systems, some landscaping, other vegetation, but certainly considerably less in a neighborhood that does not have curb and gutter. And a couple of questions that were asked on the questionnaire were about sidewalks and street lighting. Comprehensive plan, as we discussed earlier, does not show any sidewalk for this neighborhood. It's, I won't say, well, it is kind of landlocked. There's no way really to go to the north and no way to go to the east. Everything is kind of west and south out of this neighborhood. Probably the biggest draw for this area would be either heading up to Fox Meadow Park or down to the Bredesen trails that are down just to the southwest. We are proposing to do some sanitary sewer spot repair and replacement. We realize that there's some areas in here that have cracked and settlement in the clay pipelining. We're doing some upgrades to those, replacing all this fire hydrants in this neighborhood, and making some modifications to storm sewer. Here again, when we have the opportunity to extend the storm sewer block, half a block, maybe even 2 blocks in some locations, we're going to take that opportunity. This is an area that has a fair amount of terrain in it, and with that, we have a lot of stormwater flow that makes 3 or 4 blocks before it gets to a catchment. Most cases, that's not a problem. However, in this case, it tends to roll across the street. So in another 2 months or so, hopefully, if Mother Nature cooperates, we're starting to get the freeze-thaw cycle is going to be happening. You'll see a lot more of that water and freezing as it crosses the streets. We're going to try to, in some cases where we can, alleviate that problem where it's cost-effective to do that. Also looking to put our sump pump drain pipe in this neighborhood. This neighborhood's a little bit higher, doesn't have a lot of issues, but there is some localized locations where we're looking to do some improvements in backyard drainage areas that we'll try to accommodate. Like with all of our projects, we base all of our assessments on a residential equivalency unit, the REU. This neighborhood, like I said, has 162 of them, and we're estimating the assessment right now to be $9,300. And we'll be finalizing the dollar amount after construction ceases in the fall of 2011, and all the receipts are tallied for the fall of 2012. On this project, it's a breakdown of the city assessed, or excuse me, the city funded portion of the project, being the sanitary sewer, water main, and storm sewer, at about $56,000, $85,000, and $200,000 respectively. And then the lion's share of this project is street improvement, the actual pavement itself. There's a lot of pavement out here. There's a lot of long runs of roadway, and that's what equates to that $1.5 million. bringing the overall project total to $1.8 million. The reason why you've seen sanitary sewer, water main, and storm sewer funds considerably less than the previous two projects is we're talking to neighborhoods that are about 20 to 30 years newer. Because of the newer age, the newer materials, they still have a life expectancy left on them that we anticipate will be able to bridge us over to the next cycle that we'll be getting into with street reconstruction. In addition, we have very few water main breaks up here, very few sanitary sewer blockages, so there's the utility funds will be spared somewhat in this neighborhood to be shared between the other couple of projects. And that's what we do in all of these neighborhood projects. We try to balance not only the street needs, but also the underground utility needs. And that's why some of these projects, such as Gulf Terrace, maybe had to wait a couple of years, and same thing with Minnehaha Woods, because they were so utility intensive, we had to accommodate the utility funds that the city has. In this neighborhood here, considerably less on the utility funds, but more so on the road funds. A lot of our projects are kind of shared 50-50 between residents and the city. This one here is weighted a little more towards the resident perspective. Within this neighborhood, we have a large percentage of the homes, 161 of them, that are receiving the full RAU, so the $9,300. There's 3 homes that are considered corner lots, and they fall under the revised assessment policy or the clarified assessment policy that was brought before you this past fall. And there's 2 homes up here on Pine Grove and Blake, and then 1 home down on just off of Kmart here that would also be in the 1/3 project cost. It would be around the $3,000 mark, $3,100 or so. We have followed a very similar timeline with this project as with all the others we've discussed tonight. Started back in September timeframe and moving to today's public hearing date. We would be marching forward on a very similar time frame with this project. Bids in March, award contract in spring. Here again, we have the utility companies, private utility companies out first. Centerpoint Energy has indicated some improvements that they'd like to do out here. We've had some discussions with Quest and Comcast about also upgrading some of their utilities. We'll see where that goes in the next couple of months here before the bids get awarded. We complete construction in the fall of 2011. This is a pretty good sized neighborhood. We'd anticipate as construction was to happen, we'd phase this, we'd write into our contract that the contractor cannot work more than on, say, a third or a quarter of the project at a given time. That would allow plenty of access in and out of the neighborhood, as well as try to minimize prolonged disturbance of the project. I would expect they'd probably start in the north and or northeast kind of side and work their way out on the streets as they come out. And we could work with the contractor to determine an appropriate staging schedule that would be cost-effective for the contractor and give us good bids, but yet still be in the best interest of the residents within the community. So we'd wrap up this fall with construction and then the final assessment hearing this time, or excuse me, a little bit sooner than this in 2012. Staff does believe this is a necessary project, really truly based on the pavement condition and some of the minor utility improvements that are necessary. We believe that it's cost effective. It does fit within the range that we're seeing. The $9,300 assessment amount is like the mayor had mentioned earlier, not insignificant, but certainly within an amount that we've seen more consistent in the last couple of years. And we believe it's some of the project that we can complete in one full construction season, something that we'll be able to do this year and make some real good big strides for this neighborhood. So staff's recommendation is to authorize the Carsonsville Neighborhood Roadway Improvement BA 370. Here again, I'll take any questions. I've been going through these a little quicker, but I think a lot of the same things have been repeated in the previous two, and I don't want to belabor points unless they're necessary for further clarification.
Any questions for Mr. Sullivan? Member Brundle.
Where are the major drainage issues in this area, Jack?
Couple of them that are of note. There is a lot of water that kind of starts working this way and works its way down through these streets. So we wanted to see what we can do to capture a little bit of drainage in here. In addition, we've been in communication with a couple of homeowners that live in this area. There is a kind of a landlocked location starting about here, heading this way. Landlocked's maybe not the right word, but certainly has some drainage
challenges to getting the water out of that location. And as well, there's a few locations in the Idlewood areas that tend to capture a little more water. And then there's some backyard locations that are sporadically located throughout the area. We currently have storm sewer in those backyard locations. Just maintaining those, making sure that they're still functioning properly, making sure that we have the proper drainage areas defined.
Where does the stormwater go? Where do the stormwater drains go? There is that holding pond on the west side of Blake there.
The vast majority of this water, probably 90% of it, if not more, eventually makes its way into Blake, and some of it's diverted into the Knollwood ponds, South Knoll and North Knoll, or South Knoll and Knoll. Ultimately, all that water, though, eventually gets down to Bredesen Park and then into 9 Mile Creek through there, so it works its way through the system.
Other questions for Mr. Sullivan? All right. I'm going to open this matter for public hearing and invite anyone to come forward that has a comment or an inquiry.
My name is Bruce Coles. I live at 5600 Highwood Drive. And this is actually a speed mitigation issue. It might not be the right forum for it, but it might fit in with the reconstruction project that we have going on. Highwood Drive is actually a cut through from Blake Road to Vernon for a lot of traffic. My family and I have lived there since 2002. And in those 8 years, we've had 5 vehicles cut through our yard. 2 of those have happened in winter. 3 of them have happened in summer. One of these vehicles knocked over a street light, took it right down to the ground. And on none of the occasions have the vehicles remained to file an accident report. Everybody's moved on, so the police have never caught anybody for any of these. But anyway, last summer, a child was struck. The vehicle was on the completely wrong side of the road, but what happens is when people come down Highwood Drive and make this corner right here, it's too sharp, so they cut over into the opposite lane of traffic, continuing on down south to Vernon. In those 8 years, we've had 2 speed surveys done. They put up the rubber strips actually 3 times, one north of our house and one south of our house. And the end result of all those studies has been a restriping of the road. Restriping, as we heard Mr. Hull say, it might work in the summer, but in the wintertime, when things are covered up, it's not such a great approach, and it doesn't work even in the summertime. So I would ask that the city consider, as they go through the reconstruction phase in our neighborhood, take a look at the issue we're having there and explore some speed mitigation options, whether those would be speed bumps, a possible stop sign, or additional signage to indicate to drivers coming down Highwood that they're approaching a curve and they do need to slow down. But in every occasion, it's been an issue of unsafe speed for roadway conditions. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Coles. We had this issue somewhere else a year or so ago. Yeah, near Christ Presbyterian. So I think we've got some experience with this one. All right, thanks. Anyone else? Hi there.
I'm Ralph Pedersen. I live at 6017 Pine Grove Road. And I guess my comment would be more of a question. Wondering what the plans are. I know there have been some independent meetings regarding the end of our street. We kind of have a unique street where there's a island, if you will, and then beyond that it turns into a dirt road where it gets, some residential homes are back there.
Right.
So kind of curious about what the plan is for that, and also wanting to know the effect of, because we, as Mr. Sullivan was pointing out, we're concerned about the water that collects in the street because of a hill that we drive up to get to our homes actually descends again, and so there's a water collection that currently just runs down into Mirror Lake. And we're curious about the effectiveness of the, I believe you call it the catch basin versus the storm sewers. So, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pedersen, we'll talk about that. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay.
Motion to close the public hearing?
Moved and seconded, we close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those say nay. Carried. Back to Mr. Pedersen's question. I know up at the east end of Pine Grove, there's a little island up there, and a few houses around the island, and then once you get on the east side of the island, you can go back into the old Carson property, and then there's another house back in there, one or two back in there on their own, I would assume, private roads or driveways. So I think he's wondering, and then also the drainage issue. If you could address those two things, it would be helpful.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I've met with some of the homeowners back this fall to discuss some preliminary ideas for that area. Staff does need to circle back and finalize those, our discussion about that and our anticipated design goals for that area. Currently, I don't have a good graphic of it, but if I can describe it, currently the pavement ends still on public property and turns to a gravel roadway. The gravel roadway continues for a fair distance, and then it turns into what I would consider a number of driveways that kind of fan out. Within that, our right-of-way still continues back quite a bit further, but just a very narrow, just wide enough to get access back to that the property that's on the far east there. Our goal, and within the city's kind of generic policy and practices, is to make improvements to the gravel streets in town to get those paved. So there's a short section of about 150 foot or so that we'd like to pave. However, we do recognize that it's somewhat unique to the area. It gets quite a bit narrower, takes on a different feel than the remainder of the neighborhood does, and we will strive to do what we can to maintain that, minimize any tree impacts, any other type of utility impacts that would work on that. So staff will continue to work with the homeowners to make sure we come up with a good compromise to that location that will still allow us to pave that roadway to keep the erosion down for in-our maintenance purposes, but still try to retain that feel that the residents have enjoyed up there, and it's a very unique setting.
Yeah, it sure is. It's a very charming part of our town.
If it's a public road and there's public land, do we follow it?
We typically do plow it. I do know that some of the residents have, I think, have a plow service that probably just hits it even before we get there. But you know, we've talked about that a little bit too on how we manage that. We would certainly plow that with a smaller truck, either a pickup truck, or even have to do that with one of our loaders because of the narrow confines there. Drag the snow out and do some movement there. And so we do it now, but like I said, a lot of the homeowners just take it upon themselves and get there first because it does have the feel of more of their driveway than it does city property. Although it is still city right of way, we have utilities in there, and we have the needs that we need to meet for infrastructure purposes.
And it is their only way in and out, I assume.
That is correct. And the second point, back to the drainage issue, we have been in communication with those same residents, if not a few further to the west, that have acknowledged the drainage concerns and their desire to make some improvements. We've evaluated a couple of different options of how to get the storm sewer, make improvements. One of the options is to pump gravity drain the storm sewer to the west. It's a very substantial cost and almost impractical based on the grade elevation changes that we have out there. The second option is more feasible option. Is the drainage currently runs to the north up through some side yards and through some pipe network and eventually down to the lakes and Mirror Lakes up there. And so our goal was to make some improvements to that structure, that area, to try to get that storm sewer capture, get it into the storm sewer network, catch basin network, and then pipe it out. And we're fully evaluating that option and moving forward with that.
Okay. And then Mr. Coles raised that issue about some improved signage. Member Bennett reminded me, I think it was over on Brittany Road, and it was they were trying to make the turn at Wilford or Dunbury, and they were
Going
not
into
making it. They
somebody's
were
yard,
hitting it,
yeah.
hitting somebody's yard, and so it's very similar to the problem Mr. Coles faces. I think we did some signage work over there, didn't we?
That's correct,
Before they
Mayor,
went down the
Mayor,
road?
Council. We did do some signage work of curb ahead with some chevrons around that corner. We can take a look at that and see if that's a solution. The summertime, like he says, I believe we did stripe it or were to stripe the center line after that accident to help define it. But yeah, if that's not working, let's put a sign up on the corner to keep them there. You know, there is a, pulling up our data here on traffic, we have Monday through Friday about 436 cars per day at about 29.5 miles per hour, right about 2 homes to the north of that curve. So they are traveling pretty fast at 29 miles per hour, depending which direction they're going at that location. So we can definitely do some signage as part of the project.
Okay, let's try that and see if that helps and keep our eyes on it. All right, good. I think that exhausts the questions. Anybody else have a question or a comment?
I do.
Member Brindle.
Okay. We have a petition signed by about 12 people in the Kmart Drive area requesting that we postpone this project because they feel the roadway is in good condition. Do you know the condition of that roadway, and what are the parts of the project that have to happen in that area?
As Director Houle mentioned in one of our previous discussions, we do almost on every 3-year basis rate about a third of the city every year of pavement condition. And this is one of the neighborhoods that certainly has shown up near the bottom for pavement condition, and I'm working my way towards it now. Our pavement condition index is roughly PCI, we call it, on this neighborhood, is aggregately, for all the streets combined, averaging 14 on a scale from 0 to 100. 100 being a very good, brand new type road, 0 being a very, very poor roadway condition. So this certainly is trending on the very low side. It's consistent kind of with what we saw with Gulf Terrace for a rating, and same with Minnehaha Woods. They're all very low. They're in that 10 to 20 range, certainly well within the 0 to 45 range that we typically do for street reconstruction, total reconstruction projects. So from a staff perspective, we feel that the pavement condition here, not only is its age appropriate for reconstruction, but it's also showing the signs for reconstruction. So those two factors with our rating system certainly have shown that it's a neighborhood that we want to get on before it gets any worse.
And you may have answered this question previously, but if you would remind me, is there, other than the dirt road part of the end of Pine Grove, is there curb and gutter throughout here already?
There's curb and gutter in the entire neighborhood. It's a bulkhead, the barrier style 6-inch vertical face curb. And we have about 10 to 15% replacement that we're going to need to do because of areas that have settled or, like I said, other damages that have happened over the years. We expect with that to be some storm sewer improvements that'll maybe eat into that 10-15% replacement as well.
And regarding stormwater runoff, would the same manhole with the filtration be installed here as well?
We looked at that, and there's 2 reasons why staff decided not to move forward with that. The first one being that we're not impacting the roadway width at all. We're not widening the road any, so we're not creating any additional drainage areas, direct runoff. So according to the watershed, no improvements or no treatment is necessary. That's not to say that it shouldn't be done. So then we looked at, well, can it be done physically? And the reason we decided against it is there's a number of small storm sewer networks that eventually filter out to Blake Road. And the cost effectiveness for installing one of these units to capture a small area the cost-benefit ratio wasn't there. Then we looked at, okay, maybe we should put 4 of these units in to capture all the drainage outlets, so to speak. And there again, these treatment structures are approaching $20,000 to $40,000 per structure. We have $100,000 or more in treatment structures for a neighborhood that, at the end of the day, we have not changed one bit. So from a cost-benefit standpoint, and just the complexity of the multiple outlets, we felt that it wasn't necessary.
But it's a lot of pavement.
It is a lot of pavement. It's a large geographical area.
Member Sprague.
Just want to go back to traffic condition, perceived traffic conditions from the neighbors for a second. And when they show up in the survey, is the practice to refer those to the TSC, the Traffic Safety Committee, for resolution?
Councilmember Sprague and Council, it really depends upon what the issue is and how we defer it. If it's something that we can handle through the feasibility study, that's not sign related, regulatory sign, those types of things, then we would propose it as part of the feasibility study. If it's bigger than that, where you're talking about speed humps, those types of things throughout the whole neighborhood, then we'd refer it actually onto the Transportation Commission as part of the neighborhood traffic plan policy. So to have a straightforward answer and say, yeah, we would do it, always do it, refer them to the Traffic Safety Committee, no, it depends on what it is.
Other questions for staff? Is there a motion? Is there a motion to approve Carson's Hill Street reconstruction improvement? We've got a motion and a second. Discussion. Roll call.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett. Aye. Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right. Next matter is the Local 49 bargaining unit contract proposal. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. And Ms. Smith, do you have this matter? Or is
I will
cover it?
Take it, Your Honor.
All
We
right.
did have an opportunity a couple of weeks ago to sit down with the representatives, the bargaining representatives and the stewards from Local 49 and negotiate a tentative agreement. This tentative agreement covers the 2010-2011 contract period. It does the tentative agreement in terms of there are some work rule issues inside that don't have a monetary cost or impact to them, but the monetary aspect of this is a 0.5% cost of living adjustment in 2010 and a 1% cost of living adjustment in 2011. The 0.5% is not budgeted, was not budgeted in 2010. The cost of providing that, the net cost of providing that in 2010 is approximately $18,000, and that, as I said, was not budgeted. However, that is something that we would recommend that we pay out of the 2010 unreserved general fund balance in the same way that we're using that unreserved fund balance to pay for the police patrol settlement in 2010 as well. The 2011 number of 1% is budgeted and was included in the approved budget for this year, so that's within our budget. If this offer was presented to the membership of Local 49, and they did vote to approve it and accept it, and I would recommend it to the council as well. And if you do approve it, we will prepare a signing ceremony or something on Thursday morning.
Good. Questions for Manager Neal?
Yes, in addition to the action that's requested this evening, if there is a payment for 2010 out of that unreserved fund balance, does it come back to the council for an amendment to last year's budget, or is that simply an administrative matter?
I would characterize it as an administrative matter. I would not, it would not be something, if you approve the action tonight, you're authorizing that action as well.
Member Swenson.
You have a line item on insurance. Is that cost comparable to what we're doing for our other, similar to what we do for other employees? I have no frame of reference to put that cost into.
Yes, the line item for insurance that is included in this bargaining agreement is the exact same as what the council has previously authorized for non-union employees and also for the police patrol unit.
Thank you. I would move the issue.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried.
Thank you.
I commend you and Ms. Smith for some solid work here.
On another
in a post-police bargaining unit environment, this was very good work.
On another related matter, I believe we reached tentative agreements today with 2 additional units, the animal control unit and also the police dispatch unit. So they're both considering tentative agreements, and we'll know tomorrow whether they accept those agreements. That means the only outstanding agreement left is with the firefighters. We're trying to put together a meeting. Its schedules are hard to synchronize, and we'll get that done as soon as we can.
All right, thank you. Director Keprios, thanks for sticking with us here. He's just
absolutely
a little later night than we've had for a while. And you're going to talk to us a little bit about the ordinance request to establish a memorial for veterans. So, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Hubler and members of the council. Agenda item 4B is a recommendation from the park board. I'd like to show you a brief PowerPoint. That would be an ordinance amending the city code to establish a veterans memorial. The park board is recommending that you approve ordinance 2011-01 to establish a memorial for veterans. And the amendment shows that it would be built at Utley Park, which is located at 50th and Wooddale. And this is actually an ordinance that is required by state statute 416.01 if any community or municipality is planning to develop a memorial for veterans. This thing is misbehaving. We'll try this again. Technical difficulties. It's still on, but it won't.
Just needed my presence.
Yeah. Okay, some of the background. An 11-member committee was formed early in 2010 to advise the park board on a veteran memorial. And the purpose is really to honor those Edina residents who served in our United States Armed Forces, both those in the past, the present, and in the future. There's an emphasis to honor Edina residents who have made the ultimate sacrifice, those who were killed in action in the past, and to add those names as they occur in the future. And it's to create a pleasant and respectful place to reflect and honor our veterans. As part of the site selection process, the committee listed the following criteria: to be highly visible to the public, to be a private and serene space for private reflection, large enough for formal ceremonies, accessible parking, a reasonable amount of shade, and aesthetically pleasing, and importantly, access to restroom facilities. There were 4 sites that were considered, and the 11 members visited all 4 sites. It was Utley Park, Arneson, Centennial Lakes, and Williams Park. And it was pretty unanimous that Utley Park was the #1 choice of the committee. It met the criteria, was large enough to accommodate all the proposed elements of the design that I'll show later, and surprisingly, it was also a site that was chosen in 1945 by a committee that was formed to develop a Veterans Memorial back then, on a committee chaired by an Elmer Williams and a Mrs. W.F.U. Some of our neighboring communities also have Veterans Memorials, either under construction or in place. In St. Louis Park, they named their amphitheater their Veterans Memorial Amphitheater. And you can see the 5 emblems of the 5 different branches of service. And over at Richfield, this is work in progress for them. Their future site at Veterans Memorial Park. And they've gotten started on it. They've got their centerpiece with some granite tablets with names of veterans listed. And this is a very impressive Veterans Memorial, the one at Eden Prairie. Learning a lot from their experiences.
Where is that one, John?
At Eden Prairie. City Manager Scott Neal could help me with the location there.
Excuse me, it's in the Purgatory Creek Park at the corner of Technology Drive and Prairie Center Drive, across from the Southwest Metro Station.
Oh, it's a magnificent memorial.
Yeah,
you get a
beautiful.
chance. Our choice of site in Edina is Utley Park, of course located right there in the northeast section of Edina at 50th and Wooddale. And as you can see from this overhead, if I can get the mouse to work, this being Utley Park, this would be the area, and I'll show you a ground level view of that, of where the proposed memorial would go. And as you can see, there is a American flag pole there now with a plaque on the base of it from the American Legion back in 1955, dedicated to the men and women who honorably served their country in times of war and peace, given by Edina Post 471. And we'd like to incorporate that into the part of the elements of the Veterans Memorial. We feel there's probably adequate space here to place this modest memorial, as we refer to it, and we'll see how that works out when we get an architect on board. The proposed amenities would include flagpoles, a centerpiece statue or some type of focal piece, permanent recognition of Edina residents killed in action, granite tablets with general comments honoring the service of our veterans, and to also place the 5 military branches, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. Decided they'd like to have benches to accommodate seating for about 12 people, and a hard surface area and grass area open enough to accommodate ceremonies up to about 150 people. Appropriate recognition of donors was deemed appropriate, and some type of literature box or kiosk informing people where they can find more information about the Veterans Memorial. Process-wise, tonight the Park Board is asking the approval of first reading of the ordinance 2011-01 to amend the city code. And then all goes well, February 1st, we would hope to have a second reading and be before you if the timing is appropriate. On February 1, the Park Board has also recommended a resolution and an agreement that they've also voted. And it isn't in front of you tonight because it requires the ordinance to be passed first. The resolution covers the amount that we have to state up front how much we're going to spend on the Veterans Memorial, which we have to stay within a 10% on. And the agreement part would be to have you approve an agreement between the city and the community foundation to be the fiscal partner. Further in the process is to hire an architect, and they're down to the 4 finalists. They'll interview this Friday. The preliminary design would be presented at a neighborhood open house. We'll do a mailing to all those neighbors. Park Board and Council will, of course, approve the proposed final design. And then the committee would get on to fundraising, all the needed funds, and construction would only begin after all funds would be raised. So lastly, the park board recommendation would be to approve the ordinance amendment in front of you for 2011-01 to establish a memorial for veterans at Utley Park, and I would stand to answer any questions you may have.
Member Swenson.
In our budget, we have $30,000 that I think you told me was for design work.
Yes.
Is that the full extent other than the land and maintenance of the city's obligation in funding this?
Member Swenson, members of the council, the $30,000 you're referring to was in the capital improvement plan that the council approved earlier. None of it has been spent and won't be spent unless the ordinance and resolution are passed.
Yeah, I get that.
And those dollars are really intended to be seed money to get us started once an architect can be hired to get us rolling on the fundraising efforts. So we have a plan to show potential donors. And beyond the $30,000, there will be no other dollars being requested of taxpayers to help support this.
And where in this ordinance does it show that other than that seed money and maintenance, which you said we're going to have to maintain it, because I think you said that, the city shall erect, equip, and maintain the memorial.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Member Swenson, members of the council, those will be addressed in the resolution that's required by state law. That'll be in front of you at the next council meeting. And it'll show that $30,000 will come from the capital improvement plan, and all remaining funds will be fundraised not to exceed $400,000.
So if I vote on the first reading for this and get no resolution when there's a second reading, I can choose to change my vote on the second reading since I don't have that resolution, correct?
If it passes the second reading, then the resolution will be before you for your approval.
Director Caprios, it's my understanding that when presented with this issue at its December meeting, the Park Board actually voted to adopt the resolution only after proposing and agreeing to an amendment that the cost to the city should not exceed $30,000 and that the balance should be raised, which is kind of what you're saying, but then I've read through the minutes of the Park Board meetings and also of the Veterans Memorial Committee, and it appears that in fact there has been discussion about more public money. When the Park Board, I believe, raised the question of what if fundraising efforts were not successful, I believe the answer given at that point was, well, then the city has the option of funding it through taxpayer dollars, and that was my understanding, and I watched the DVD of the meeting, and the minutes are, thank you, very represent completely what was said at the meeting. But the Park Board seemed very concerned and did not want to make the city obligated in any way for any of the costs over and above that $30,000. There also has been some discussion in the Veterans Memorial Committee itself about those long-term maintenance costs, which the city does seem to agree to take on with the matter that's before us this evening. And one of the quotes that really stood out to me was your comment at the November meeting that the wording of the resolution made it clear that we are not only going to develop it, we are going to use tax-supported dollars to maintain it. So I guess one of my concerns is, you've talked about a neighborhood meeting tonight. I would like to know when a public discussion and public hearing on this are going to be held. We started discussion of it in a very informal way, December 2009, when there was a change in a CIP item that was designated as $30,000 seed money for community gardens. And at that point, it was your recommendation that with a sort of draw on the issue of community gardens, we instead substitute a Veterans Memorial as a placeholder. And then it's my understanding from the minutes that it went to the Park Board at their very next meeting. They were in support of the concept, but concerned enough about, again, this funding question that we're talking about tonight, that they apparently, that a motion to commit the $30,000 failed at that meeting. And instead, they made a recommendation that efforts should proceed, but no funding at that time. So the commitment was made this fall, I understand, and we've adopted it in our CIP. But I'm I'm concerned about a couple of things. First of all, I am concerned about, I believe that this community really does value the service that's been given by veterans. Whether or not this is the way that the community wants to express that appreciation, I don't know. Your department conducted a wonderful survey leading up to the comprehensive plan, and I didn't see any mention of this kind of item in it. So what we have to go on is people who've stepped forward and indicated their desire, but not the broader public. If we're going to start talking at all about the potential for tax dollars, which if there are any maintenance costs, we are going to. Electricity was mentioned in the minutes, because I think the recommendation of the committee has been that those 3 flagpoles be lit at night.
They have to be.
Well, but it's next to a creek. It's next to a creek that's a wildlife area. And I know that some members of your committee have raised the question of when the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District is going to be approached and asked about things like pervious surfaces, but I would imagine that the lighting will be an issue for them as well. And so a neighborhood meeting to me doesn't draw in all of the people that I think should be provided with a fuller understanding of what is being proposed, a fuller understanding of how what's being proposed is going to be funded, and then can be heard from. I would also like to ask our new city manager how Eden Prairie handled this, because it's that is a gorgeous memorial. And how did they go about designing it, and especially, I guess, funding it, because I understand there's a committee at work on the design.
Councilmember Bennett and council members, in Eden Prairie, the impetus for the project there was an idea that kind of bubbled up to the council from residents, and through the park board came to the council. The council set all of those criteria that you're discussing. It's got to have a public hearing. It's got to have substantial, we have to have substantial cash in hand before we let any contract. There was a committee that was formed that did all the fundraising, so city staff weren't doing the fundraising there. But a lot of those details that that you just asked Mr. Caprios about, the council gave direction to staff and set those and said, here's the circumstances under which we'll go forward with this project. And that was really all that committee needed. It was a city project, and all of the contracting and permitting and design were done under the supervision of city staff and city selected contractors there.
And how, is there a public funding component to that memorial?
Oh, very much so. The city's contribution to that was to provide land, was also to provide the sort of staff expertise about how to contract with an architect, how to contract with a construction company, and so forth. The city did put money into the project there because it was part of a larger park development project. And then the city agreed to maintain the project when it was completed. But the major components of the money, the state senator from that area was successful in getting $100,000 from the state of Minnesota. So that was unique. And there was also a local donor who gave $100,000 as a match. But the rest of, I think another couple $100,000 was raised, a bit here and a bit there. Yes, because it's sort of an odd duck in terms of park development, because there is statutory language about how to establish a Veterans Memorial Committee, and you don't really have that with any other park or recreational facility. But for this kind of thing, we followed the same process.
So then, can I ask our city attorney, Mr. Knudsen, does this particular ordinance in any way oblige us to pay more than the $30,000 we've already agreed to do, other than I understand that there is a cost to maintenance?
It doesn't oblige you to spend a penny.
Yeah, I would say the same thing.
What?
This ordinance does not oblige you to spend a penny.
Okay.
That'll be covered by the resolution. which we will have a discussion about.
Manager Neal, what type of maintenance were they looking at long-term on a project like this?
Well, on a project the size of Eden Prairies, it was, it was considerable. You know, it's, I don't know about this project because the scope hasn't really been completely set yet. But you know, there's a fountain involved. Fountains are always expensive. There's a lot of stone. There's marble. There's the lighting. They always wanted more flagpoles. There's stuff like that that are just there's manpower that to hoist the flag and to bring the flag at half staff and to bring it down. So yeah, it's not, you know, I mean it's considerable in terms of how parks are managed. No, or a pool, or any of those kind of things. But it's not free. And it's not trivial. I think that's fair to say.
Was any of the money raised designated for operations or maintenance as opposed to capital improvements?
It was not, but it was. They set up a separate fund there through the Eden Prairie Foundation, just like the Edina Foundation, for future improvements to and for applying new names when somebody had a name carved in or to do major repairs to the facility. They do have some funds, that they being the Veterans Memorial Committee. So they do have some funds held by a third-party foundation that could be used for those sorts of improvements.
I'll second it with the question, was the ordinance in Eden Prairie adopted before an initial public hearing?
I'm pretty sure that it was. I'm pretty sure that it was, but I can't say that with 100% certainty. There were two significant public hearings, one at the park board and one at the council level there, prior to any contracts being let. So there was a public hearing at the park board about where is this going to be, what park is it going to be in, and then second, what's the design going to be, and that was held at the council level.
Would the document that Director Caprias has mentioned for February 1, I think it's a fundraising agreement, designated fund agreement, would that be in the nature of a contract?
I don't know.
The agreement that I referred to would be an agreement between the City of Edina and the Edina Community Foundation to show them as a fiscal partner, and that will be on your agenda for the next meeting.
It is somewhat of a contract.
And there's, and what you'll see in a presentation, and the main reason for that is it permits people to make substantial donations and remain anonymous if they choose to be. If it was given directly to the city, they lose the anonymity. It becomes public.
Director Caprios, how did they come up with the $30,000 figure? What was the rationale?
We felt that it was important to get some seed money, at least to get our feet on the ground, to hire an architect, to get some drawings in place to assist with the fundraising effort. And if there's dollars available, beyond what that expense is, it would be used as seed money to further advance the project. That's the best answer I can give you.
Further questions, discussion?
I guess I would like to request that we hold a public hearing soon on it as things advance, because I think there is some, with the potential for larger maintenance costs, I think it would be helpful for people who are working on the design to have that in mind as their work goes forward.
Sequentially, would it be better to send it to the park board for a public hearing?
It was my intent to have an open house to start with, send out notices to those within 1,000 feet of the park, and to show them the design. If you would like us to have a hearing at the park board, we could certainly do that. I think what I'm hearing is Councilmember Bennett would like to have one at the council.
There's no question about having one here, I think. I think the entire council's comfortable with that idea and would prefer that. So it's just, to me, a matter of the timing of it, or whether we need to do it in the fashion that Eden Prairie did. I don't personally think so. I think we could just have one hearing here in front of council.
Again, Your Honor, partly what I'm concerned about is that I think the desire to take on the amount of expense that the public wishes to take on as an ongoing expense for maintenance, I think could have some influence on the design. So that's why having something once the design is complete would be, I think, sort of after the fact in terms of the public's ability to contribute to the ideas for this memorial.
All right. Yeah, that's a good thought. All those in favor of first reading approval say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
Thank you.
All right, now we have a couple of energy and environment related matters. We've had folks from our Energy and Environment Commission patiently waiting for, I think, maybe 2 or 3 hours now. Never wanting to be late. We got here quite a while ago. And the first presentation is going to be regarding the work on the Green Step Cities program, and it's a pilot report for one of 5 cities involved in this state-related matter. And
thank you, Your Honor.
Chairperson, welcome.
I'm Diane Plunkett-Latham, 7013 Comanche Court, and I'm the chair of the Energy and Environment Commission. I'm here tonight to tell you a bit about the Green Step Cities project. We're here to ask that the City Council pass a resolution to formally join the Green Step Cities program. This grew out of a 2009 report to the legislature on what cities could do to help the state meet greenhouse gas reduction goals and to improve economic, environmental, and social sustainability. It was designed for all Minnesota cities, and the best practices will focus on cost savings and greenhouse gas reductions. The pilot cities include Bloomington, Edina, Falcon Heights, St. Louis Park, and Victoria. This partnership is administered by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency's Prevention and Assistance Division, and there are some 10 partners that contributed towards designing the 28 best practices. To participate, a city has to first pass a resolution of support, and that's what we're asking you to do tonight, and implement a minimum number of the 28 best practices, 7 selected by the city, and the EEC has recommended which 7, and 9 practices are required. And for those practices, you can choose from several implementation actions, and these are called sub-steps. And then the city is recognized for 3 years and would have to reapply thereafter. The timeline for this, we began this project in September '09, and now we're at the point of asking for a resolution. There are 28 best practices, and they fall into 5 categories: buildings and lighting, transportation, environmental management, economic and community development, and land use. Edina is considered a Category A city. There are 3 categories, A, B, and C, and that's why we must complete the 9 required best practices and 7 optional ones. The first category, buildings and lighting, efficient existing public buildings. This is required, and here we must enter data in the Minnesota B3 database. We have a 2007 baseline for carbon measurement, but we would have to update that. And then we also would audit all buildings in the bottom 1/3 and implement all energy efficiency opportunities with a 5-year payback. Another sub-step here is an internal loan fund. Next, efficient existing private buildings. For this, we work with a local utility, and we have a program called the Home Energy Squad that residents can use to make their homes more energy efficient. And we also have an option of implementing a watering ordinance with a conservation rate structure, which we already have done. We have a 2-tiered structure. Under land use, the comp plan that's required, we already have our comp plan, but we also have to add the zoning ordinances and have them expressly referenced in the comp plan. So we would have to document that yet. Transportation, we have 2 required steps here, and these will be done by the Transportation Commission. EEC will not be doing this. And that is the Complete Green Steps program and also mobility options. Those are 2 required steps. And next, environmental management. We have the purchasing best practice. We have to adopt an environmentally preferable purchasing policy. EEC already has one ready to go that will be coming your way for approval. And also, as this, we can have a practice of doing the US EPA water scent certified products for all product categories. Under urban forests, this is another required step. We must qualify for Tree City USA, and our city forester is already working on this. Also, step 4, maximize tree planting on Main Downtown Street, and I believe we've pretty much done this at 50th and France. And also, we must enact ordinances to protect trees in the development process. We have some proposed ordinances that the Urban Forest Task Force has put together, and they'll be working their way to you for approval in due course. On green infrastructure, we've got the park management standards for at least one of the following. We could have low maintenance native landscaping or organic and integrated pest management. We're working on modifying our turf management plan for this using a task force. And we also qualify under this one because we're using non-potable water to irrigate Braemar currently. Also, we need to certify our at least one golf course for a Audubon Cooperative Sanctuary. This has already been done for both Braemar and Richards. And we also can develop a training program involving the community in land restoration and stewardship. We are doing this to some extent with buckthorn abatement, but we can increase this and more formalize the program. Step 17, efficient stormwater management. This is required. Complete the Blue Star City Stormwater Management Assessment, and this is going to be done as part of the February 7 NEMO workshop. We can also create a stormwater utility for sub-step 4, and sub-step 5, adopt and implement design standards and guidelines for renovation and new construction in the city, addressing at least one of the following: rain gardens that you talked about quite a bit tonight already, green alleys, green parking lots, green roofs with or without cisterns, and water reuse systems. Now, we would be working with 9 Mile Creek Watershed District and Minnehaha Watershed District on this. Also, we can adopt or modify as needed model stormwater erosion and sediment control ordinance. Step 19, which is surface water quality. Once again, we would be working with 9 Mile Creek and Minnehaha Watershed District on this. Managing solid waste. There we can adopt and meet aggressive goals for overall percentage diversion of current solid waste by using more organics collection, and we're working on an RFP for our municipal solid waste to include organics collection. Also, sub-step 5, arrange for residential organics collection. This is complete. We already have one hauler doing this, that is Vercant Disposal Services, but we're hoping that all haulers will eventually do this. Sub-step 6, organized hauling. This is a long-term goal. Our EEC recommends inviting MPCA's Peter Sandiai to give a PowerPoint presentation to City Council work session and to survey residents regarding their hauling preferences. Step 23, local air quality. For this, we can regulate outdoor wood burning using model ordinance language, performance standards, and bans as appropriate for at least one of the following: recreational burning and or outdoor wood boilers. In sub-step 3, conducting one or more education campaigns on the following: decreased vehicle idling, increased sales by low and no VOC compounds and replacement of gasoline-powered equipment. Number 24, benchmarks and community engagement. Step 1, our carbon benchmark. We have that for 2007, but that needs updating. And we also will do more city measurement reporting. For example, solid waste. We know tonnages of recycling, but we do not know tonnages of solid waste that is going out of the city. Step 4, energy efficiency and education campaign. And we also have visioning and planning, and we've already done that with the natural step framework. This particular step counts as 2 because of the surplus number of sub-steps we have here. Number 25, green business development. There we can invite assistance providers such as Minnesota WasteWise or Energy Smart to conduct personalized energy and environmental sustainability audits. And we can also support businesses using local waste products, and we already do this. Our brush dump gets taken away by St. Paul District Energy and used in their system. For renewable energy, number 5, install renewable energy capacity on at least one city-owned building. And right after I'm done speaking, you'll be talking with Surya Iyer and Bill Sirks about the ARRA grant that the city can have to install solar panels on the City Hall. And step number 6, to work with private-public partners to create renewable energy generation capacity. For that, we could utilize wind source if we chose to. And to implement these 16 steps, we'll leverage our 10-member commission with various committees. EEC has the following 5 standing committees that we're looking for our residents to volunteer for. Any one of these, and that would be the education, or the recycling, or the alternative energy, or water quality, or air quality. We would welcome residents participating on any of those. We also have temporary committees, which are task forces. We have 3 of those operating currently. One is urban forest, another is the turf management plan task force, and the third is the residential energy, also known as the home energy squad. If anyone has any questions, here's our contact information. And we're hoping tonight that you can pass a resolution to support joining the Green Step Cities program. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Diane? A lot of information covered in a very brief period of time. Thank you for your brevity at this late hour. Again, questions? Member Brindle?
First of all, just a huge thank you for the continued commitment and work on the part of this commission and the great structure that has been put together of the working groups and how efficient it is. And so hats off to everybody who's involved in putting all that together and keeping it going. What are the financial commitments on this? Are there any financial commitments from the city?
No. The way it works is EEC is recommending the 7 optional steps, and then there are 9 required steps. City staff would still spec out what it would cost to do each of these. We have some ideas. Now, if it should turn out that a particular step or sub-step is not feasible because of cost or because of some other resource limitation, then we have the option of choosing a different sub-step or a different best practice. Our only limitations are that we have the 9 required best practices, and those have some required sub-steps. So if it turned out that a required step or sub-step could not be performed, then we could not ultimately join. All you are saying tonight is that you would like us to move forward and seriously cost these out, recognizing that just because a step is recommended here tonight does not necessarily mean that those optional steps will necessarily be done. And likewise, just because something is not recommended tonight does not mean that we could not yet do that or substitute it for something else.
Other questions at this point in time? Is there a motion that we formally join the Green Step Cities program?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded that we formally join the Green Step Cities program at the request of our Energy and Environment Commission. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried.
Thank you for your support.
And thank you, as Member Brindle says, for all your good work that you're doing. See, we have a substantial number of the members of the EEC here, so thanks for sticking with us this evening. All right, next, in a related matter, we have to have a discussion regarding the proposed solar system for City Hall. And we've got Bill Sirks and Surya Iyer from the Energy and Environment Commission with us to talk about the ARRA grant and the potential matching grant from the city and the scope of that potential match.
Thank you, Council Member. So I'll start because Surya is going to get into the details of the actual PowerPoint. I'm going to just take a couple minutes to set out the background of the contract process and then what we're asking for in the resolution. And Surya will go through what the proposal of the solar panels will actually look like and how they could be used for the city. So basically, last summer...
Could you identify yourself too, Bill?
When you start? My name is Bill Sirks, and I'm a member of the Energy and Environment Commission. And last summer, we applied for a grant that is based on federal stimulus funding that was given to the State Department of Commerce and then issued $4.5 million for local government renewable energy projects. And the project we proposed and that the council authorized, I think it was in a meeting in September or August, was to go for a project that would put 98 solar panels on part of the roof of the City Hall building. So the resolution today is to ask for your approval for us to basically complete the application to the Department of Commerce so that we would, at the next step, come back to you for approval to actually enter that grant contract with the state and then proceed to issue an RFP soliciting proposals from companies that would be interested in installing the roof. So this is the first of 3 phases, because after we would come back to enter or ask your approval to enter the grant contract with the state and then issue the RFP, we'd also be back again for approval to actually award a contract to a solar installer company. So that's the kind of the sequence, and basically what we have maybe 3 estimates. The grant or project is lined up as follows. We have a 40% grant from the state for the total projects of total project costs, whatever they would be. The low bid or the bid that we would enter, 40% of that would be paid through a state grant. And in addition, our engineering and preparation costs that we need to do the RFP, since the RFP work would not begin until after we have a contract with the state, that would all be eligible costs under the state contract. So we would also get 40% of our internal costs preparing an RFP paid as well. There's also a rebate from the XL Public Utility based on the size of the solar project. That's a 25 kilowatt system, so that's eligible for a $44,226 grant. And so depending on what the bid is, we estimate the most likely bid will be in the range of $150,000 or maybe slightly less. And with that amount, we would have about $105,000 of grant and public utility rebate funds, with the city having to come up with about a $45,000 match. And then we'd also have some engineering costs that I think are in your packet that we'd have about half of that, 40% of that would be eligible for the cost, or for a grant, and then 60% would have to be funded by the city. So that's kind of the quick overview. Surya is going to get into what it looks like, what the amount of electricity savings are estimated each year from this system.
All right, thanks, Bill.
My name is Surya Iyer, 6621 South Crest Drive. Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for giving us the time here to talk a little bit about this ARA project. I'm going to walk you through some details, I think there's a EEC resolution that's in your packet, which you've already probably perused through. What I'm going to talk about here is give you an idea of what exactly we're planning on doing, how much energy generation we expect, what is the cost estimates, return on investment estimates, and things like that. What's in it for the city? It's an active step towards energy independence, opportunity for tremendous cost savings because of the matching and refunds from the utility. And I think, again, an active attempt to lower the carbon footprint of the city's largest energy consumer. This building consumes a lot of energy. This was one of the analysis that the Energy and Environment Commission did about 2 years ago. The other advantages of this going ahead with this project is that it's a demonstration, evaluation resource for the community, for residents, schools. It will be a great resource for students to come in, just see how this thing works and maybe think about doing similar things or better things for their schools and whatever they do in their futures. And they dine up businesses as well. And as Chair Latham just talked about, this would be one of the Green Step City's goals. We can accomplish that. I did want to point out some risks and unknowns in all this analysis that we put together. We haven't really taken into account some of these maintenance costs, repair costs. These are unpredictable at this point. Also, the commercial energy costs fluctuate, as we all know. I expect it to improve our return on investment calculations, but anything can happen with those numbers. So let me move on to the next slide. I have just a few. This one just shows some of the reasons we decided to go with this particular technology. It's something called thin film SIGS technology. It's not the run-of-the-mill solar panel technology that you would normally find. This is an American company developed in the United States in Boulder, Colorado, manufactured in Fremont, California, with parts that are made in Wisconsin and Minnesota. So this is this was one of the requirements for this project, was that it be manufactured and developed in this country. There's a lot of advantages. I'm not going to bore you with some of the details. You know, one of the big things is that when we talked to our city engineer, Wayne Hull, one of the key requirements was that we could not penetrate through the roof. And this is a system that is a very light, non-penetrating type of system. Reason for that is that you can have the airflow go through it, not lift it up. So there's no lift and drag going on. Some of the things that we want to implement along with the solar panel system itself, the photovoltaic system itself, is maybe a real-time tracking system for residents and students and other people. They can kind of track on real time how their public dollars are being, that could be spent, would be recovered over a certain period of time. There's also, I do want to mention that this is in step with our Green Step Cities, ICLEI, CDP, mayor's agreement. So we've gotten into a lot of these acronym type of things that we've become members or part of. This would be a real demonstration of taking a step towards that direction. And really, I think, in my personal opinion, is that this is the city showing leadership, embracing the innovation part of the, we have a comprehensive energy environment plan that we're working on. This is the innovation part of it. It's just a small part of it. Some numbers. This is a 25 kilowatt system, so that's a DC system. It typically would generate an average of about 30,000 or more kilowatt hours every year. And it'll drop as the system efficiency drops over the 30-year lifetime of this solar PV system. This picture on the right-hand bottom shows, we are a state with a lot of snow and not enough sun certain times of the year, so there'll be some fluctuation. But overall, it's about 2,500 watts of electricity generated per month or so. Actually, what I meant was about $2,500 recovered, and this is based on the day I did this particular calculation, the day, whatever the utility price was on that day. So a return on investment, this is a pretty conservative, I did a pretty conservative estimate here. We'd recover the 45,000 about 19 years, assuming about $2,500 every year recovery. It's not a great return on investment. So, that itself may not be the motivating factor here, but I do want to mention that it would, a small business or a contractor would be employed, a few people will be employed to put this up together, and it's going to generate the economy in that sense. And of course, we're also being supported substantially by grants and rebates. So that's pretty much what I wanted to share. It's pretty late in the night, and I don't want to take more of your time.
Member Bennett?
Given the rate of return, the costs, does this help us meet any of the goals that the legislature has been adopting for energy reduction? Does this move, is there a sort of a two-for or anything else that bundles in with this in terms of public consideration?
So, Councilmember Bennett and council members, this would be a small step. I have to admit that this is not going to be a significant reduction in energy consumption of the city. 2,000 or whatever, 31,000 watts in a year is pretty small compared to the actual consumption of this the city as a whole. Less than 5% or approximately around 5% of it at most. I don't know the exact numbers, but this has to be looked at in addition to the other things that we're doing as a group, which is, things that Chair Latham talked about, home energy squads, where the focus is on reduction of consumption. So in combination with that, I think we are moving towards some of the goals set by the legislature.
Is this building using passive solar right now? And obviously not at this time of day, but I mean, I know that the windows are facing south, that the building is oriented. Is it taking advantage of that? Are the materials in the building actually translating that into energy use reductions?
Yeah, I don't consider myself an expert in buildings and how buildings should be made more energy efficient, but my understanding is that that is true. This is a fairly well built from that point of view, architecturally point of view. It does utilize the sun pretty effectively. The disadvantage of this building is that we do spend a lot of energy on this building unnecessarily.
The answer that was given to the council last week when we were gathered for board and commission interviews is that it's because of the connection of the two parts, the city hall with the police department, which is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and therefore there is not the ability to shut down the heating and cooling in this building. Is that correct?
That is what I was getting to, and that is correct. So that is the reason this building has such a high utilization of energy at this point. And the Energy Commission did look into that, and I think we're still, the Alternative Energy Working Group is still working on trying to see how we can make, changes to the heat distribution systems and HVAC and systems like that to see how that can be improved. But at this point, you are absolutely correct. That is a big reason for why a lot of energy is wasted in this building. And this would be part of the recovering of that small part, yes.
Member Swenson.
How long has this solar panel company been in existence?
This is a fairly new company, and one thing I did want, Member Swenson and other council members, I did want to mention while I was talking through my PowerPoint is that we're not wedded to this particular solar panel company. It is innovative, so it is our first choice, but any solar panel company would be fine because the point is to be able to generate the electricity over here. This company is a fairly new company. It has a very new technology, but it's a well-funded company. Just an incidental mention that when this company was launched, Secretary of Energy Stephen Chu, Governor of California Arnold Schwarzenegger were both physically present for the launch of the Fremont, California facility, and Vice President Joe Biden was on TV congratulating the employees and the management. So this company did get a lot of funding from the federal government, not funding, loan grants from the federal government. So it's a viable company, if that's what you're asking.
Well, a viable company in the fact that it, quote, unquote, has a 30-year life, but I'm going to guess that company hasn't been around for 30 years, so
probably
that 30-year life is on a projection that they give you. Correct?
Councilmember Swenson, that would be correct. That's a projection. And these are numbers that are, so if I understand your question correctly, Member Swenson, you're asking if 30 years is a projection. It is a projection, but it's based on things like UL certification. So these companies send their solar panels and devices to these certification companies who put them through a whole bunch of tests. They figure out that they would, in fact, survive for 30 years.
And no, if you're just, if it's going to cost us $45,000 and we're just not going to base the other costs against what its payback would be, which in the real world I guess we wouldn't really do because there are other costs, and it takes 19 years to pay back based on our cost, and it's projected to live for 30 years. You've got a thirds projected life, and you would hope that you would be successful and at least be able to break even trying to demonstrate good energy. I don't know if breaking even is a good demonstration, but I appreciate the effort we're making, and I don't think we're going to put wind machines up there. So,
Member Swenson and other members, I do want to make sure that I make it very clear that the assumptions on the return on investment are extremely conservative.
Okay.
I'm assuming that energy costs will be constant and very, very low, which most likely will not be the case. So, and I'm also making assumptions of these calculations. I asked the vendor company people to do, and I double-checked it with calculations on websites that are available at the National Renewable Energy Labs. So I put in estimates of how much do you lose when you go from DC to AC? How much do you lose because of the reflectivity of the roof? And so there's all these numbers, these fudge factors that you can throw in. I wanted to be realistic before I came to you and talked about return on investment. So I put in the numbers that kind of really lowballed it as much as possible.
Okay. And has this company done business in a snow belt state before?
I don't, Member Swenson, members of the council, I don't think I have an answer to that.
Okay.
They claim they have sold in European countries and other places, so, but I don't. I can check and follow up on that.
Well, I mean, it's a whole different environment to try to exist in as far as temperature and obviously snow. And I don't know if we're not particularly windy. We're at a moderate wind, I'd say. So
they claim that they're very efficient in windy climates because of the specific design.
Are they efficient in snow?
I doubt if it'll work when it's snowing.
Manager Neal and then Member Sprague.
Yes, Your Honor. I think one thing we'll have to investigate is whether or not we can buy a proprietary system for a public building. It's unlikely that we'd be able to do that, so we'd have to design some some plans and specifications and performance standards based on the work that the EEC has done, but it's pretty likely that we'd have to bid out some kind of improvement of this magnitude to a public building.
Okay.
Member Sprague.
Thank you. A couple questions related to return on investment. In order to get a greater return, what about the bonus PV solar rebate program and going with an in-state traditional panel? Because my understanding that could bring, this is a rough estimate, but the payback period from 20 years to 10 years, because you get another $1.65 or $1.60 per kilowatt hour to bring the whole price of the project down.
That is, Member Sprague, members of the council, that is something that has been brought to our attention. I'm personally not aware of any in-state companies that have commercial, that manufacture and have developed solar panels, PV, in this state. There's one company that I'm aware of. They're even more in infancy as far as I know. So this is something that we would like to look into, but I just don't think there's an option there.
I guess as I understand it, there's 10K Solar or something. I think they're the only company.
Yes.
But that they would qualify through the Minnesota Bonus PV Solar Rebate Program, again, just to get that return on investment faster. I think that's important to show the public, as well as the symbolic, the leadership aspects, the education, all those other things. We also want to show that being green is a economically efficient model as well. The other thing, my question was about cold climate testing, and if we're going with a new technology, that needs to be hammered out in advance. Obviously, we don't want to be the test case. And then a follow-up to that would also be warranty. I'm sure you might not have the specifics, but that would be some information. I think that would be valuable as well. And then finally, just trying to understand how this fits into the work of the EEC and the budgeting. We have a lot of steps to fund. Why start here? This is I'm just playing devil's advocate. This is a project that probably has the lowest return on investment in relation to something like changing building efficiency and lighting, where you're getting a 1 or 2 year payback. So why are we starting here? Is it simply we're trying to take advantage of the moment and leverage the funds that are out there? Is that the compelling reason?
Member Sprague, members of the council, the reason we started on this path was because we were planning on coming to you and asking you to approve our membership into this Green Step Cities program. One of the Green Step Cities is to do something with renewable energy, alternative energy. And the Alternative Energy Working Group was then asked to go and look into all the other options that are available, wind and geothermal, et cetera, and see which is the one that has the biggest bang for the buck in terms of return on investment. That group then found this particular opportunity, and we submitted the proposal, and here we are. There's possibly many things that have more or less return on investment. Depends on how much initial investment it takes. Depends on whether we have the opportunity to do that here in Edina or not. There's a lot of these kind of variables that come into play. I think our decision was based on the constraints that we had. With the requirement that we had, this was the best that we could come up with. So, there's a possibility that we can buy a $3.5 million windmill, put it here, and get the return on investment in 1 or 2 years. But can we really put a $3.5 million windmill here? So those are the kind of questions that we asked and answered in those in our EEC meetings and the Alternative Energy Working Group meetings. So I don't know if I answered your question, Member Sprague, but I'm kind of trying to give you the thought process that went through over the last few months.
Someone can Yeah, I'd love to hear what Bill has to add.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Council. That's an excellent question, and I think there's no disagreement with the Commission either that energy efficiency is much more cost-effective. I think what we have been looking at here is it's our expectation that there are going to be additional funding opportunities. Like, for example, there's a public building enhanced energy efficiency program has been pretty active at the state level, and that's rolling out to the local government level. And one of our meetings that we had just last week on the Home Energy Squad, the representative from the Center for Energy and Environment, CEE, who's leading that, it's called PB for short, but that program, they're picking some model cities to roll that program out, and since we're already working with them on Home Energy Squad, they're going to consider Edina. But that's basically a guaranteed loan program where they will look at energy efficiency options in the local government public buildings and determine how much you will save by implementing a particular energy efficiency project, and your return on that cost is guaranteed to be no more than the amount of energy you're saving each month. And if they're off, your payments are reduced, and you stipulate how you're going to determine what that energy savings looks like. So part of the analysis is that we do expect we will be identifying other ways to fund those more cost-effective options as well. And as Surya said, so the opportunity here with the ERA funding is here. It satisfies Green Step, and that funding will expire and not be around again. So about half of the project really won't be feasible at that point, or that part of the funding will disappear.
Do you have any follow-up comments on the type of panel being chosen? You know, the traditional, with the Minnesota rebate program, if you get a traditional panel versus the bonus PV program, if you get a traditional panel versus the new technology, the cutting-edge technology that's being proposed.
Yes, we agree. We, as I think Mr. Neal mentioned, we would have to have a generic RFP. So one of the issues we'll have to look at is with the traditional panel, we'd have to have roof penetration to support it. But the specs, at least if we can't do that, would be providing panels as we've designed, to lay flat without penetration. And we could, I don't know if we can give an incentive or whatever, but we could capture an additional cost match if we can meet the criteria for kind of manufactured Minnesota or assembled. So we definitely will look at that and try to make sure if we can capture that, we will make our best effort to do that.
I don't know if Diane's had an opportunity to visit with Alan Goldsman, who has a commercial system on top of his press-right printing facility over in St. Louis Park. I asked him to check in with the Energy and Environment Commission because I thought it would be information that you'd want to have. Who the manufacturer was, I'm not certain, but he's quite pleased with it, and I think it's been in place for over a year now, so he's been through one winter season with it, and it would be worth visiting with him about it.
Mayor Hovland, I think that's a very good point. I think we'll definitely do that. I think I've tried to contact that gentleman before. But
All right. He was here earlier tonight. Okay. Any other questions for Surya? I think our council members have plumbed this topic pretty effectively and looked at it a lot of different ways. So what I understand from your memorandum is there's a couple of action steps that you'd like us to take in addition to the one we took with respect to the Green Step cities, and that is shown on page 1 of your memorandum. You'd like to have us authorize city staff to complete the final phase of the city's grant application on behalf of the city with the Department of Commerce for the installation of the solar PV system. This involves completing the information requested by the Department of Commerce, including an updated budget and waste management plan. And then secondly, authorize city staff to hire an engineering firm to perform preliminary design work to be included in an RFP for the solar PV project. Are those the two steps that you still want us to take?
Mayor Hovland, Council, that is exactly right. Those are the two steps that we'd like you to take. Thank you.
Is there a motion to that effect?
Second.
Moved and seconded that we adopt those steps for the Energy and Environment Commission, as I stated. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. All right, well, thank you all for coming at this late hour and bringing us up to speed in all your good work.
Am I correct, Your Honor, that there will be a reporting back on the results of that grant application? So this is once again an intermediate step, not a final step.
That's correct.
Councilmember Bennett, that is
correct.
correct.
It seems to me, establishing standards for an RFP, issuing the RFP, bringing the results of the RFP back to us. We're marching down the road, but we got a ways to go yet.
Members, that's the correct assessment.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you for your
Thanks
time.
for
Mayor, I just got to say the gift of talent and time that this crew has given to the city is exceptional. Thank you so much for everything you're doing to help us be true to our color green.
Oh, that was good.
All right, next is Resolution 2011-13, accepting various donations. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a second. Discussion. All those in favor of adopting the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. You sure can.
Donations like to the golf course. When we had to have a resolution accepting that large donation. Manager Neal, you may want to come back to me on this since I see that finance is no longer here. And I'm not sure why, it's only 12:15.
Director Kipper, please go.
But I think at the time that we accepted that, we asked them to keep track of all monies coming into the golf course.
Okay.
Could you check to see if that is the case and if that's being done?
And I think you wanted to know about expenditures as well.
Well, the idea was that originally monies would come in and at the end of the year there would be a bottom line with what was left over that they hadn't spent, but there would be no bookkeeping of what they spent. When we got that large donation from that wonderful couple, we wanted to memorialize it by a better bookkeeping system. I think we also added all donations to Braemar into that, but I'm not sure that happened, so.
It's my recollection that that's what was requested.
Yeah, I don't know why they would be handled in a manner differently than how you'd handle any other donation to the city.
Previously, there was no reporting by fund. It was being handled as a bottom line in the audit report, so the acceptance of this very large, wonderful donation and the creation of the fund also enabled us to have then more visibility in reporting.
Good comment. So we've got some donations this reporting period to the Edina Park Department and also to the Braemar Golf Course Memorial Fund. And the names of those donors will be posted on the website in the next few days. Next matter is the board and commission appointments. And all of us spent 3 nights together interviewing about 50 people for about 15 positions on boards and commissions, and we voted on the folks that we thought would be appropriate fits for the particular board or commission. And we have a slate of folks designated in this particular document. Arts Center Board, the recommendations there for appointment are Tom Reikley, Colin Nelson, Barbara Lavalure. For the Board of Appeals and Equalization, Ron Anderson. We've got one more position to fill there. We've got one position more to fill in the Arts Center Board. Edina Community Health, Dr. Adnan Qureshi, Jeff Bartleson, and Matt Doskach. We have one other position going to be coming online there with some change to the ordinance, increasing the number of members, and that's going to happen in a couple other places too. Construction Board of Appeals, Eric Strobel. Energy and Environment Commission, Bill Sirks, reappointed Julie Risser, Sarah Zarin, and we'll have another person coming on board when we make an ordinance change. Human Rights and Relations Commission, Janet Seidman, one other person coming on board there to be determined yet. Actually determined, but not timely. Planning Commission, Ken Potts, Michael Plattiter. Edina Transportation Commission, Catherine Bass, Michael Thompson, Elin Skold Davis, And then we've got 2 other people waiting for some further action by the council. So I'll move that slate if someone wants to second that.
Second.
We'll make those appointments. All right, and discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. And that was a great session. All 3 nights, working with all of you, and we had a great discussion about the people. Again, as Member Sprague said about the members of the Energy and Environment Commission, the same thing holds true with respect to the broader population. All these folks that interviewed had so many talents and experiences that were beneficial, and education that was just terrific. So it was hard to make choices, and we hope that folks that didn't make it apply again. Again, as I say, a very talented group of citizens. That takes us to community comment. I see no one in the audience, so we'll move on then to correspondence and petitions. Anything on the dais other than what we had in our packets or was here when we got to the meeting? Or to City Hall about 7 hours ago, or whatever it was. Oh, all right. That's very good. I'll read this from the Board of Hennepin County Commissioners. Dear Mayor, and then it's scratched out, says, Dear Jim, this is from Mike Opat, the Chair of the Hennepin County Board of Commissioners. On behalf of the Hennepin County Board of Commissioners, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for the significant contribution made by your staff, Deb Mangan and Jane Tim, during the recent gubernatorial recount. Due to the logistical challenges of hand counting over 470,000 ballots within a short window of time, Hennepin County requested your staff's assistance in organizing and conducting this recount. Your staff's support was a critical factor in the success of our recount effort. On Tuesday, January 25th, the Hennepin County Board of Commissioners will be formally commending Deb Mangan and Jane Tim, along with 11 other local election officials, for their assistance with Hennepin County's recount efforts. Sincerely, Mike Opat, Hennepin County Board Chair. Well, Deb, that was a very nice letter from the Commissioner, and we thank you for your great effort. I was with, Mary and I were both with the Secretary of State yesterday, Mark Ritchie, and he was also very laudatory of our clerk and all of the fine work we do on the election front. So another compliment to pass along as well from the Secretary of State. Mayor and council comments. Member Brindle, anything at this hour? Or you want to hold it over for 2 weeks?
No, I actually am glad I wrote a couple things down because I've been here so long. Anyway, I want to just formally thank everyone, the board and commission candidates who spent the time to apply and be out there, and the people we appointed. It was a hard choice. And there are some very talented people, and I'm very pleased that there are additional positions in the various commissions that we can fill and make use of the more talent. Another thank you goes to residents who take the time to respectfully write and call us with their opinions and questions. Sitting up here and making decisions is not something I take lightly, nor I'm sure the other people up here don't either. We are looking at things through the long view. Sidewalks, for example. Where is the best place for a sidewalk? Where's the best, how are we going to get them incorporated into our community when in a street reconstruction project, understandably, the residents say no, because right now it's on their shoulders as an assessment. So rest assured that we're going to work very hard to fix that situation, because the sidewalks benefit the entire community, and to put those on the shoulders of, through an assessment of that, of a particular resident or residents in a particular area, just doesn't seem like the right way to do it. So so we're going to keep working at it, and it will make our city safer and stronger, and an even better place to be. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Member Bennett.
One item, and I think it will be brief. When we amended the zoning code to create what I'm terming basically a residential CUP for the water issues, we discussed the question of notice and whether that 1,000 feet of notice that our code requires for a CUP is necessary when there is less potential impact on a greater area, as with a single-family home rebuild or remodel. And I would like to, I have exchanged emails with our attorney, Roger Knudsen, who informs me that the state requires that notice be sent to homes that are properties that are in whole or part within 350 feet. And I would like to request that we ask for an ordinance amendment to come forward that would cover the 300 feet, that would provide for that 300 feet notice just for residential single-family home rebuilding, but not for other CUPs. That is my motion.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Wait, I have a question. Did you just say I heard two words, 300 and 350.
200 is what was being requested by residents. I understand that the state sets a minimum of 350 feet, so that is what I'm requesting. And I have communicated with the resident.
Okay.
But you did say 300 once.
Okay, got it.
In your, yeah.
Well, what time is it? Okay.
All right.
I'm good with 350.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. All those in favor, did we do this already? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. All right, good, thank you. Member Swenson. Member Sprague.
Wow, I hate to take up the time here with these things then. I'll make it brief. First of all, I concur we do have the #1 clerk in the universe. And having gone through one of those recounts myself, I got to see that firsthand. So thank you for your service to your community, to the city. I just want to note the $100,000 grant, the Livable Communities Act grant. I want to put that in perspective. The Met Council gave out $7.3 million in Livable Community Act grants for 26 projects. 15 of those projects were in pre-development, and the project grant ranges were $25,000 to $100,000. So we got the max. We got the largest check. So kudos to everyone that was involved in that. You leveraged a lot of dollars for a highly important planning area going forward. A couple announcements. One is the Edina Family Center, which has been around for 20 years and helps about 800 families a year, is having a Dream Gala. The important thing here is their gala is only every other year. So any support they can get helps fund scholarships, curriculum enhancements, and classroom improvements. And that's Friday, January 28th at Interlochen. And then Edina PCN has a speaker on raising socially responsible kids who do the right thing. Monday, February 7th, 7 to 9 p.m. at the EPAC, the Edina High School Performing Arts Center. So some great events in the community coming up to support both our young children and our teens. That's all I got.
Good. Just a quick comment. I just ran over this afternoon to the Humphrey, and they did they had an honoring event for Jim Overstar. It was really quite well done, and he spoke at the end and just did a fabulous job. I think he'll be sorely missed in our state, certainly in the district that he served, and by our country. And he's going to go to work at the Humphrey. He's going to be a scholar in residence over there working on rural safety issues. So we'll see him around the Twin Cities, I think. And if you have a chance to hear him speak, he's really a fascinating man. That's it. Manager Neal.
Yeah. Let's see. I wanted to let you know we are working on the policy manual project. I already gave you the labor relations update. Wanted to respond back to Councilmember Sprague about how and if we could move some of those annual events out of Edinburgh and to another location. One we could and one we couldn't. So one we did. And we are looking at State of the City is at Interlaken, right, this year. The final thing for me is just to say thank you to the council and to staff for the condolences and flowers that we received at my father's funeral this past weekend. It was important to me, and I appreciate it. So thank you.
You're welcome. All right. We stand adjourned.